Everyone who's ever read a novel has probably imagined themselves in the main character's shoes, wondering what they would do. Like, could you tame a panther if you were a rabbit? Or could you live happily ever after with your sweet little girl? But sometimes, you gotta enter into a marriage of convenience with the main dude just to protect your family. Talk about bad luck! If that maid had been a minute later, the boss would have had her head. An average reader could never have imagined she'd end up in a world where she'd have to fight to survive. This morning, she really didn't want to wake up. Cracking open her eyes, she saw a hotel and figured she was still dreaming. Then she saw a dude in uniform and had even more questions. Looks like this girl's got a serious case of overworking. Maybe the guy's a foreigner, or maybe she just crashed super late last night. But when the dude ordered her to wipe the blood off his hand, she jumped up in a cold sweat. Guess I should have listened to Mom and found an easier job. Even my dreams are telling me the same thing. Clearly, I didn't pick the best path. Plus, the smell of blood is just awful. As the blood vanished from his hand, she noticed a scar on his palm, one she'd seen somewhere before. Still, this guy's seriously hot. Totally my type. But the second he started being a jerk, she knew she was wrong. Definitely not her type. Doesn't matter how good-looking someone is. If they've got a rotten personality, it's a hard pass. No sooner had the maid, freshly dismissed by her master, left his chambers than the other servants stared at her, calling her Rose. Turns out, they were all so worried, and they're happy to see she's alive. This dream feels so real. Weird how everyone's fussing over me. And besides, this isn't even Korean. Only by squeezing her eyes shut and focusing all her thoughts was she able to recall the last memory from her past life. That's Rose, daughter of Baron Estanyi. Her parents are gone, so she works at the Crown Prince's court. And as of yesterday, she's His Highness's personal maid. This person's memories flooded her mind like a punch to the face, knocking her unconscious to the floor. Now, staring at herself in the mirror, she can't figure out who she is. Her appearance is exactly like the maid from that novel, and those vibrant pink locks. And this lacy nightgown? No way she'd ever wear this. Trying to convince herself this can't be real, that it's some kind of crazy joke, she frantically starts tearing through the dresser. There has to be an explanation, proof that she hasn't lost her mind. So, trying to calm down and figure things out, she suddenly spots a notebook on the table. Its creepy look sent shivers down her spine. The only hope is that the heroine finds a clue in this book. She's convinced nothing bad will happen if she touches it. But the second her fingers brushed the cover of the notebook, this freaky light just lit up the whole room. This blinding, all-over light. The girl thinks it's totally messed up. Seeing daily entries inside about being His Highness the Prince's personal servant, it's clear this is a private diary. In it, the girl wrote about waking up at 6 a.m., His Majesty eating breakfast at 7, her getting food from the kitchen and taking it to the prince's room. After he's done eating, she helps His Highness get ready to go out. Doesn't seem like there's any useful info here. On one of the pages, Rose confessed she was scared. She'd been ordered to take the prince out of the picture. Hearing that, the girl forgot how to breathe. She's in a world where she has no idea what the heck any of this means. Emily, the previous maid, is gone. Now it's Rose's turn, but she's just a servant. And taking out the crown prince is like signing your own death warrant. You don't usually write stuff like this in a diary. It's like it's meant for someone to find. But the worst part is, the Duke wants Calix Fosman dead. That's him. This can't be happening. Looks like our girl got transported to another world. Not knowing what's going to happen with her career, her family, her life. First things first, she needs to chill and figure things out. Little by little, she's starting to remember this person's memories. Looks like she's stuck in the body of Rosa Estanya. She's an orphaned kid from a baron's family, and they made her Calix Fosman's personal servant. We're talking about a character from the novel she was last reading. Calix Fosman is the main character, a tyrant. What's worse, it's an adult novel, and she doesn't remember the main character being named Rosa. If the tyrant's still the crown prince, then she's at the very beginning of the story. In that case, even if she bites the dust, it won't change anything, because she's just a side character. Calix Fosman's the kind of guy who'll off her the second Rose gets on his nerves. Her hair color's a disaster, and to top it off, the heroine doesn't even know if she died in her past life. She's just hoping she didn't. She needs to get back, and to do that, she's got to survive. Calix is going to start taking out all the heirs real soon and grab the throne. Rose needs to figure out whose side she's on. According to the notes, breakfast is at 7 a.m. His Majesty's an early riser, total workaholic. Rose can memorize his schedule in like 10 minutes. The main thing is not to tick off the main character. And try to glom onto whoever wins. This girl's gotta stay alive and get back home. Popping into the kitchen, Rose confidently announced she was there for His Highness's breakfast. The cook had heard some chick was made His Highness's personal servant. He smirked, seeing her head was still attached. But the girl still asked what was for breakfast today. The cook thought it was weird and decided to find out why she needed to know that. You didn't need to be a genius to see the kitchen was a total pigsty, but it wasn't like that in the story. Rosa had just started working, so she said it'd be good to at least know the names of the dishes for His Majesty. Today's menu: croissant with butter, an omelet with raspberry jam and cheese, arugula salad with pink peppercorn dressing, and apple juice. Finally, Rosa grabbed the prince's breakfast and went to make the delivery. This is just the beginning. She absolutely can't let the main character have any bad vibes about her. Her thoughts were clear, but she immediately hit a wall. The girl was lost in thought, wondering how to address Calix. Your Imperial Majesty probably wouldn't fly. Figuring the guy would understand, Rosa knocked on his door and announced breakfast. With the prince's permission, the girl entered his room, but all he does is check her out from head to toe. Talk about a close call. If that maid had been a minute later, Calix Fossman would have had her head on a platter. In Empire of the Crimson Moon, Calix's backstory isn't really spelled out. But one of the big things is that Calix was totally head over heels for the main girl. The novel isn't even about Calix becoming emperor, for crying out loud. Who knew Rose was walking into such a nightmare from the start? Her life's on the line. She promised herself she'd always be on time from now on. But that fake smile screams, corporate drone. The fact that the Crown Prince didn't say anything back probably means the maid passed the test. But what struck her as weird was that the portion was way too small for the Crown Prince. That's a pretty pathetic spread for someone in the imperial family. All of Rose's suspicions from what she's seeing point to him being an outcast. Anyway, she decided to announce that Calix is having a croissant with butter, an omelet with raspberry jam and cheese for breakfast today, arugula salad with pink peppercorn dressing, and freshly squeezed apple juice. Suddenly, the atmosphere got tense. Calix got so close it was awkward. He decided to find out what kind of games she was playing, wrapping his body around the scared girl like a snake. If he doesn't like the menu, Rosa said she could ask the chef to make something else. At that moment, the prince was practically burning holes through her with his eyes, wanting to know who she was. The girl introduced herself as Sheila, his personal servant since yesterday, but that's not what he was asking. Rosa wasn't just going to back down, though. She's a 5-star hotel trainee from the 21st century facing the prince. Finally, Calix told the maid to clear everything away and leave. Before leaving, the girl offered to mend his clothes, then bowed and left. Like every maid in the imperial palace, Rose headed to breakfast. But Mila suddenly interrupted her meal, rushing in like the building was on fire. Turns out, Mila thought her friend was a goner. She's just glad to see she's still kicking and has her head on her shoulders. No matter how you slice it, the mistress was way harsh on Rose. Everyone knows she's the best worker on the estate. Mila means that she's the least experienced girl, and also the one who messes up the most often. She doesn't even remember breaking that expensive plate, which is why the madame got so ticked off at her. The main character remembers this scene from the novel, and now she understands what's going on. Anyway, no harm done. Rose knows that becoming the Crown Prince's personal maid means there's a pretty good chance you won't make it back alive. Something's off, though. Calix just takes every servant for granted. But his room and clothes don't exactly scream royalty. And there's also the order to assassinate the Crown Prince, and the diary's contents. The heroine's got her own theories about all that. So, she decided to find out if any new servants had arrived at the estate. As soon as Mila said she'd seen Madame with someone else, Rose's face totally changed. If her hunches are right, then she could bite the dust today. The heroine's theory is that the Crown Prince, who's also the main character, isn't some cold-blooded killer. If the personal servants who died at his hands were also ordered to off the Crown Prince, that explains why he executed them. The Crown Prince's personal servants were either pro-assassins or pawns waiting for the next hitman to arrive. Rose Astanya was probably blackmailed by the Duke, judging by the diary entries. She definitely wasn't a killer. What's more, the housekeeper's clearly in cahoots with the Duke. She's the one who gets to assign a personal maid to the Crown Prince. That girl who arrived at the estate today is the real deal, a stone-cold killer. So they need to make room for the new help and shut up the old, which means they've got zero reason to keep Rose around. Right now, Rose is cursing the whole damn world. clueless as to why she's stuck in this freaking novel. Today's been a killer. Cleaning these massive bedrooms all by myself is a real pain. Of course, Miss Estanya nailed it, thanks to her skills from her past life. At least she's got some free time after cleaning, not too shabby. Time to cook up a plan. Gotta channel my inner Rose the mastermind. Suddenly, a scream so loud ripped through her room that it scared the crap out of all the maids. The second Rose opened that notebook, she jumped back and tossed it away like it was cursed. This looks like some serious magic's been at work here. The diary's contents have been altered. The Duke gave Rose something nasty to do away with His Highness, who's now in a box to the right under the bed. The girl's freaking out just thinking about the poison being there and not knowing what to do with it. Turns out the poison is here, but the maid has no clue what to do with it now. Suddenly, it hit her. Rose grabbed a pen and wrote in the diary, asking who the heck was writing in it. But the guy's not answering. Guess he never saw Harry Potter. Actually, it's probably better this way. If the diary did answer, that'd be seriously creepy. Then the maid's eyes landed on that tempting little bottle that's been sitting on the table for days. First things first, she needs to figure out the best way to put these newly acquired goodies to good use. Day turned into night. The sky was like a canvas, decorated with shimmering stars, like diamonds scattered across it. The Crown Prince returned to his chambers, which had never been so clean before. Everything was sparkling. And get this! 2 outfits were mended, washed, and neatly folded, waiting for their owner. After he got back, Rose offered to make him some hot tea. Calyx knew the maid was eager to please, so he told her to do whatever she thought best. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Lord Rowell asked if he could come in. Seeing the handsome, white-haired guy with those sky-blue eyes, Rose remembered he was the deuteragonist. While the maid was filling the mugs with tea, all she could think about was hoping it was safe. Maybe she should try it, but if there's poison in there, she's toast. Main characters don't die that quick. But Rose is just a side character. She's expendable. Rowell Chris, the main character's right-hand man, and a knight, a good-natured subordinate of Calyx. But he's gonna betray the prince by getting involved with the main heroine. In other words, this pretty boy's got issues too. But Rose isn't getting involved in that mess. After getting the Crown Prince's request and digging up the info, Rowell found out the whole thing was orchestrated by the third in line. The Emperor's got 4 sons who could take the throne. First Prince, son of the First Empress. Second Prince, son of the Second Empress. Third Prince, son of the Third Empress. And then there's Calyx, son of the late Empress. He's gonna, take care of the other 3 contenders and become Emperor. But that's way off. Right now, he's got his sights set on the third Crown Prince. Rosa sweetly brought in some hot tea, but Calyx is giving her the side-eye like it's obvious she's been eavesdropping. She suddenly chirped that she added a hint of vanilla to the tea and made some amaretto to help His Majesty relax. Still, the Crown Prince sent the maid on an errand, and that's when things really got interesting. When he told her to fetch the 3rd volume of the Empire's history from the library, he was clearly just kicking her out. Rosa gets it, though. If she were in his shoes, she'd have a hard time trusting anyone, especially when talking politics. His Majesty said the library at the end of the hall. This must be it. It's so dark in here. It's like some kind of ghoul's gonna jump out at Rose. She decided to grab the book and get out of here quick. But as soon as she found the 3rd volume of the Empire's history and thought she could head back, she stopped breathing for a sec. Every second, the maid tells herself, His Majesty wouldn't be caught dead doing something like this. So the question is, who could it be? Rose figured maybe it was just the wind. If someone was going to offer, they'd definitely make it look like an accident. If Rose starts poking around, she'll be in deep trouble, hunted by the Duke, the housekeeper, and some hired muscle. Just when she decided it was best not to stir up trouble, she got a real bad feeling, like someone was right there. And whoever's in here, in this room, is definitely about to jump her from over there. Meanwhile, Rowell reported that the new servant looks like a hired gun, and her connection to the Duke is confirmed. So, Rosa Stagnier has nothing to do with what's going on, even though it's weird the prince remembered a servant's name. As far as Rowell knows, His Highness always just called the servants girls. Looks like he's got a soft spot for this one, though. Actually, Calyx has no clue what his confidant's thinking, but it doesn't even matter. More importantly, he suddenly checked his watch and realized he was totally out of time. Without a second thought, the Crown Prince took off and went after the servant, and on the way, Rowell suggested he go check on things. But the girl didn't do what the Crown Prince asked, and that's a big deal to him. If this servant isn't tied to the Duke somehow, he'll try to get rid of her. there's a good chance Rose is innocent in all this. What the lords saw in the study totally blew their minds. Right before that, sensing danger, Rose sprayed something she got from her room into the attacker's eyes. The guy's eyes instantly started burning like crazy, and he swung his sword wildly, trying to hit the girl. His eyes were totally screwed, he couldn't see anything, and he yelled that the chick wasn't watching where she was spraying. Right then, Rose demanded to know who he was, and he immediately attacked her again, almost killing her. She warned him that she'd sprayed poison, the stuff she got from the Duke, so he'd be kicking the bucket pretty soon. While that lowlife was completely consumed with revenge, Rose quietly grabbed a flower pot and smashed it over his head. That creep, who tried to take the life of a defenseless maid, totally got what was coming to him. Maybe she's just a maid who wasn't trained to kill, but there's no way he can do anything against her now that he's blind. Rose started brutally tearing into the guy who attacked her, demanding to know who hired him, when His Majesty walked into the room. This is such a messed up situation. The maid had to explain her suspicions about the would-be killer. This guy attacked her, and Rose is just, questioning him right now. She thinks he was sent by the Duke. And then the girl showed Rix's poison, which she always carries, and sprayed it on that guy. Looking at him, Calix had this expression, like he knew exactly what was in it. When Roel took the killer's mask off, it turned out to be the stable boy. Then, His Highness, the Prince, ordered Chris to clean everything up, and asked the maid to come with him. So they ended up alone in the study, and this time, Calix Faustman finally wants to hear an answer. He told the maid to speak plainly and confess who she really is. She's Lee Chae-rin, works at a hotel in South Korea, but she can't just say that, and he already knows she's Rosa Istaki. In that case, the girl stated that before she was appointed as a personal maid, she was briefed, and the Duke gave her this poison. And also, she's sure that if a person has any sense, they'll know who to show respect to. The goal is what matters, right here, right now. Rosa Estanya swore to look after the prince. She needs to understand they're on the same side. Calix smirked at the sight. He was curious to see how she planned to pull this off. Actually, Rose was in the kitchen, already spotting tons of stuff that needed fixing. Gotta take care of the crown prince's meals, you know? And the cleaning, packing lunches, everything. She was sure she could make the prince's life way more comfortable. Everyone knows Calix is called the son of a traitor, so he can't figure out what's in it for her to side with him. Obviously, he still doesn't trust the new maid and will be suspicious till the very end. Maybe Rose kicks the bucket today. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the day after. That's why she needs to convince this guy of her unwavering loyalty. Begging His Highness to spare her life, Rose promised never to betray him and sincerely asked to be allowed to serve him. Those words brought a faint smile to the crown prince's face. He agreed to see how this plays out. Mission: survive in Empire of the Crimson Moon. Complete! Ages ago, when His Majesty decided to off the queen, the little prince tried to stop him, swearing his mom hadn't betrayed him. He begged them to spare his mother, but His Majesty was dead set on taking out the woman who'd tried to end him. The kid, face to face with his mother's fate, pleaded with his uncle to save her, but even he was powerless, telling the prince to just pretend nothing happened. That was the only way he'd survive. His mother didn't want to go. She wanted to live. She hadn't done anything wrong. The little prince wasn't about to end up like his mother. He had to eliminate the threat if he wanted to live. If he doesn't get got, then he'll be the one doing the getting. The little prince, Calix Faustman. Rose sweetly offered some freshly baked crispy cookies with apple jam and a cup of fragrant vanilla tea. Bolting awake in a cold sweat, the crown prince realized it was all a dream, just a seriously messed up one. Just then, Roel walked into the room, not realizing His Majesty was there. The prince wasn't answering, so he just went in to drop off the report. Guess Calix was just catching some Z's. Anyway, Chris reported that he took care of the assassin's body and the third volume of the Empire's history. Figures the crown prince suddenly has an errand to run. After talking with His Majesty, Rose can't shake the feeling like something's crawling under her skin. Seeing the maid again, the royal chef noticed she's been coming around a lot lately. That dude is seriously nasty. Greasy hair, scraggly beard, filthy hands. Hygiene score, 0. So, Rose asked him to wear a hairnet and trim his nails, and also mentioned his beard. That made the head chef so mad, steam practically shot out of his ears. Back in her past life, Rose was fearless. She could always find a compromise. Countless situations like this. Introducing herself as His Highness's new personal maid, she suggested he just think about it. Being a chef, The guy's definitely pouring his heart and soul into that dish. Can you imagine how messed up it would be if something extra ended up in the food? His Highness would have to toss the chef's cooking, totally clueless about all the effort and love that went into it. Hoping her sweet talk would work, Rose said she was confident the chef wouldn't let something like that happen. But the guy's reaction was totally weird. He just burst out laughing right in her face. According to him, the fact that the maid was still around wasn't just good fortune. The head covering, fixing her hair and nails. He agreed to do it her way. This chick's got some serious drive, and the chef's digging it. He didn't even get to introduce himself. He's the Imperial Palace chef, name's Tyrant. He told the maid to come to him if she needed anything. Rose is really hoping this turns into a good partnership. After that, the nice guy introduced the prince's new personal maid to the whole kitchen and ordered everyone to fulfill all her requests from now on. All the kitchen staff were really happy about His Majesty's new maid. It was a pleasant first meeting. Only one of them, who stayed off to the side, regarded Rose Estania with suspicion. That same cursed book about the Empire's history, the one Rose used as a shield when the assassin attacked, it's back. Since she's got a mouth, Lord Calix wants to hear her explanation. In this situation, saying it's just a history book spells a bad ending. The prince will order her execution. Bad ending number 2 is saying that Rose had no other choice in that situation. Therefore, the maid decided to say she'd get him an exact copy. Thinking about that, the crown prince suddenly ordered her to open the book. As soon as Rose opened the history book, it immediately became clear that finding another one like it would be incredibly difficult. Still, Calix handed the maid a pouch of gold coins, figuring it should be enough. Hell-bent on getting it done, the girl was determined to complete the task the prince had given her, with only 2 days to do it. Turns out, Roll noticed it was an invitation to a ball hosted by the third crown prince. Even His Majesty had trouble getting one, so Roll couldn't figure out why he'd give a task like that. But the master was sure he didn't ask for anything like that. The girl volunteered herself. Ever since he was a kid, Calix understood. If he didn't want to end up 6 feet under, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Roll knew damn well the maid wasn't capable of something like this. His Majesty was always hard to please, but this time he really crossed the line. After meeting with the master, Rose decided to seriously think about her obsession with money. That's when she realized, taking another look at the paper, that it was an invitation. Looks like it's from the third crown prince. Even if Rose manages to get the book, she has no idea what to do about the invitation. All those isekai chicks in novels usually have it made. But Lee Chae-rin drew the shortest straw. Survive against a killer. Hold on to that invite. She's stuck in Mission Impossible. Hunting for clues, she hit up Mila to ask about nobles close to the third crown prince. When she heard that, Mila clammed up, said she didn't know anything, but she was totally hiding something. The library probably has family trees of the noble houses, but you can only get in if you have permission from a noble family. Good thing Mila's got just the thing, a rough map of crimson books. You can find stuff there that exists, and stuff that doesn't exist. Rosa has no clue what that means. Mila was nice enough to hand over the map, and just asked her to grab her a tasty treat in return. The thing is, Mila doesn't even remember where she got that scrap of paper. Because of the novel's genre, the heroine thought the vibe would be super depressing, but it's not as bad as she thought. Mila went all out and gave me a whole map to the bookstore, but I can't make heads or tails of this thing. Rose was so caught up in that invitation, she didn't even see the dude barreling towards her with his arms full of bags. As he walked past, he just straight up shoved her aside and told her to get out of his way. Losing her balance, the maid almost ate pavement, but then some cute guy caught her from behind. His sandy red hair is like fallen autumn leaves, and his smile outshines the sun. His voice is like music. After thanking him, Rose took off. But the guy offered to walk with her. Turns out he's been following her since the palace. His name's Aaron. He was in the kitchen when Rose was talking to the head chef, and he thought she was up to something cool. Figuring he was a creep, the girl told him to stop following her. Aaron not only kept following her, but he also snatched the note with the Crimson Bookstore's name on it. Turns out he knows where it is, and what's more, he's the only one who knows the way. So Rose had no choice but to follow her stalker, no matter where it led. As they reached the grim, run-down settlement, she really hoped they were on the right track. If this dude tries to pull a fast one, I'm gonna kick his butt right here. Aaron led her to a shop deep in a mysterious forest, an old, dilapidated shack shrouded in secrets. The sign says it's Crimson Books, Probably the only place around here to get anything useful. Since there's no turning back, Rose took a deep breath and went inside, apologizing for barging in. She needs a list of noble families, but Aaron cuts her off, asking which forbidden book she's looking for. He's talking about a forbidden book, totally convinced that's why Rose is here. They've got romance novels about knights and, well, other pairings to suit every taste. Among the books for folks who like to stir things up, Rose spotted one called 34 Ways to Summon a Demon. Aaron just dumped her and kept digging for books, way too sus. He knows this place like the back of his hand. So the girl decided to ask him straight up. She's almost positive this place deals in intel. Rose is starting to think this dude's smile is a little too friendly. Aaron already said he's one of a kind. Out of nowhere, he grabs her hand, doesn't say a word, and drags her deeper into the bookstore. They end up in the basement, where some old guy's sitting behind a book. Aaron tells him he brought a customer. Hearing that, the grumpy grandpa declares he doesn't work with newbies. Rose ain't no newbie when she's paying with a mountain of gold coins. And this old dude's about to find that out. This girl is nothing like what he's heard. He's willing to spill the beans on whatever she wants to know. To His Highness's personal attendant. From her hotel internship, Rose learned one thing. Never let him see you sweat. Well, this guy sure saved her the trouble of introducing herself. It wasn't exactly rocket science. The unusual hair color, the fancy clothes and brooch, and of course, her willingness to haggle. The old man heard from some nobleman that the crown prince has a new personal maid again, and that she's managed to get on his good side. So, his question is, what does Rosa Estania want to know? The crown prince's personal maid, who somehow managed to survive. Looks like this guy actually has some skills, so she's curious just how much he knows about the empire. Truth is, the old man's not exactly rolling with the nobles, but he'll tell someone from the imperial palace what she wants to know. Since he deals in objects, Rose needs something he can get. An invitation to the third crown prince's ball, and she needs it ASAP. But first, she needs him to dig up some information for her. To distract Calyx and stay alive, the heroine needs to figure out where the main female character is. And to do that, she needs to know what Duke Tianel's biggest secret is, what he's hiding about his daughter. If the old man gets that intel, Rose will not only verify his skills, but also find out the heroine's location. That's hitting two birds with one stone. Calyx gave her 2 days, so she can't waste any time. She gave the guy 3 gold coins. If he gets the info, she'll double the price next time. This young lady knows how to play the game. Tomorrow, she'll get what she came for. That was the end of their meeting. Turns out, the shop wasn't so gloomy after all. Out of the blue, Aaron asked how Rose knew the price was 3 coins. Actually, she figured it out when she saw the master count out 3 coins. He found that hilarious. He's really having a blast with Rose. He's gonna keep an eye on her from now on. There seemed to be a hint of warmth in his words, which made Rose bloom like a real flower. But they argued the whole rest of the way. She just wanted him to shut up and escort her back to the palace. That evening, the maid steeled herself before opening the real Rose's mysterious book from the novel. As soon as she flipped the page, it was like magic enveloped her, drawing her deep into every line. Mr. Crimson, who deals in questionable goods, actually sells information. He knows the back alleys as well as he knows the capital. An info request from him costs 3 coins. Lady Mallory is a herbalist, but Li Che-rin is only hearing about her now. Lady Mallory gave her a box of Vegeta herbs, which can detect the presence of poison. If poison touches a Vegeta leaf, it turns blue. Rose keeps the box of these herbs in the 3rd drawer of the desk. The girl refused to believe there was actually a box in the drawer. It just couldn't be. But there they were, the herbs still fresh. That's how Rose got the Vegeta root. It's great that she can now detect poison. But the question remains, is whoever's writing the book actually helping? If that's really the case, then I should have sent her home. She's still dreaming of going back. She can't get down about it, everything's cool. She killed it today. Li Che-rin needs to survive until the main girl shows up. Then she's ditching this palace and finding a way back home. The next morning, just like she expected, the girl got the intel she needed from Mr. Crimson. Turns out, the Duke's been keeping tabs on a girl who looks a lot like her. Her name's Serena, and she's the main female character. Li Che-rin's only hope is to hold out until she shows up and stay off the Crown Prince's radar. Of course, she's gonna trust the old guy with the next job. He's blown her away. The girl handed over the promised payment and asked him to score an invite to the 3rd Crown Prince's ball within 3 days. Everything's going smoother than ever. All the preparations are finally done. Exactly 3 days later, the Crown Prince's personal maid had her promised meeting with her boss. She handed him the invite, saying she managed to snag 3 of them, just in case. But then Calyx started grilling her, asking if she even knew what it was, what these invites were for. The Crown Prince was holding invitations to the third prince's ball auction. I'm betting she thought this through, knowing the event's shady. Rosa might even be working for someone else. She was born into the Estania family. After her parents died in the plague, she was brought to the palace and became a servant. Roel didn't find any weird connections, and Calyx couldn't dig up anything either. It's hard to believe a simple servant could actually get her hands on an invite to a private ball auction. It seems impossible, or maybe there was some way she managed it. Master Fossman knows better than anyone what a person is capable of when they're desperate. If Rosa really did what His Majesty asked to survive, I wonder if she'll go to the ball with him. But Calyx didn't ask her. He just told the maid she was going to the ball with him. This is totally insane. Rosa's just a servant. She thinks she shouldn't even leave the estate without getting paid extra. She wished she could say that, but she had to agree to escort the Crown Prince to the ball. Now her head's spinning, trying to figure out why he wants her there. She'll probably have to dance, and Rosa doesn't even know what to wear. As his personal secretary, she doesn't get why this jerk invited her to the ball. The Crown Prince thinks he can get away with anything. Aaron's eyes almost popped out when Rosa asked if she could borrow his clothes. Borrowing isn't a problem, but he's not sure they'll even fit her. Soon, the masquerade ball arrived. Calyx Fossman graced the hall with his undeniable presence. The black tailcoat with red jewel accents highlights his blood-red eyes. It's just dumb to deny he's hot. However, Rosa wore an outfit to the ball that would help her serve His Highness properly. Looks like the Crown Prince needs anger management. Seeing the maid like that really set him off. He pulled a fancy women's ball gown out of the closet, matched his suit and color, and told the girl to put it on. An exquisite red dress, off the shoulders, complete with red roses and a black lace ribbon. The truth is, Rose is going to the ball with the main character as his date. Lord Calyx will be waiting for her at 6 sharp in front of the blue-roofed temple, and he'll lend her some jewels. Rose managed to get dressed in an hour. She never imagined these girls had to wear this kind of stuff every day. All she has left is to do her hair and makeup. But in this god-forsaken romance world, there's nothing to use. Hard to believe a baron's daughter has nothing. Rose just can't show up to the ball without makeup, looking like death warmed over. In a moment of desperation, the girl's eyes landed on a diary. Rose, totally freaking out, begged him to send her home for a bit, or at least figure out a way for her to skip the ball. But the second she asked for, any makeup, the book suddenly lit up with this pink glow, and something insane happened. Watching the book go back to normal a moment later, Rose just can't believe her eyes. She started flipping through the pages and immediately realized the writing was changing. Lady Mallory brought Rose a one-of-a-kind makeup bag and some brushes she got from a merchant. The maid keeps all that stuff in the left drawer of the wardrobe. Rose is positive she already looked there. There's no way they could have just appeared. Back in her past life, Lee Chae-rin also had a makeup bag, which she kept in her vanity. And now the fact that it's here is raising a whole bunch of red flags. Brushes, lipstick, powder, even the contents of the bag are exactly the same. Now our girl's convinced the diary understands her. It might not be able to get her back home, but it can give her the stuff she needs. Barely believing a diary could have the answers she needed, Rose peppered it with questions about this Madame Mallory, asking if she was even alive. Where did the diary get her stuff? Does it have ties to this world? Is she dead? The girl demanded answers, but the notebook stayed silent. Rose didn't have time for this right now. First, she needed to chill out. She had to get ready for the ball. After she survived that, she'd come back and grill the diary about everything. Lee Chae-rin needed to learn more about this world and its magic, so she'd be back soon. As the hour approached, she arrived at the blue-roofed temple, where a carriage was already waiting. Honestly, Calyx thought she'd be late, but he motioned for her to get inside. Being late to meet the Crown Prince was totally unacceptable. Rose wouldn't create problems like that for herself. Since they were going to the third Crown Prince's masquerade ball and auction, the master had her put on a mask. They couldn't afford to be recognized where they were going, so the maid had to watch herself. They finally pulled up to the third prince's palace, where the butler greeted them with open arms. When Calyx told her to take off the cloak, he didn't expect to be so stunned by her beauty that he'd forget everything for a second. Like a spring flower in full bloom, Rose smells amazing and radiates warmth. Her skin is so soft. And here's this harsh tyrant, a cruel crown prince who can't even look her in the eye when they're alone. The moment Calix leaned down and kissed her hand, Rose felt like she'd been shot in the head. All her emotions are jumbled together. She's horrified and can't believe what he's doing. It seems like the master's completely lost it. If he goes off the deep end, his staff will be in serious trouble. Calix decided to play a little game. If she's paying attention, she should have already figured out why he's doing this. Everyone here is coupled up, so to blend in, the prince told her to move closer. So Rose decided to call him K, or honey, sweetie, baby. Calix told her she could pick whatever she wanted. Out of all the couples at the ball, their outfits are the most extravagant. They practically float instead of walk. The crown prince kept his eyes glued to the girl almost the whole time, scrutinizing every detail, like he was trying to place her. Rose has actually got class. You clean her up and she looks damn good. That gorgeous dress looked just as stunning on his mother's delicate shoulders. Memories of her will forever be the brightest and kindest in his otherwise brutal life. Now the boss is second-guessing why he even gave the maid that particular dress. He should have picked something else. He knows he's just overthinking it. He just needed a partner for tonight, that's all. Anyway, time to ask the lady to do her partner the honor of a dance. Rosa can't actually dance, but she's trusting Calix, doing everything he tells her to. He's so handsome, even with half his face covered. Looks like Lee Chae-ran's finally starting to get why the main character in the novel fell for him, even with his attitude. The show's about to start, so ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. A buzz went through the room. Word was, he was caught red-handed, and a lot of people are into that kind of thing. They're wondering if they'll get a good look at him. It'd be awesome if he's still kicking. After a long wait, the first lot is a silver wolf, caught in the northeast of Goksan. Rosa knew this auction was a total violation of animal rights, and thinks they should call the cops. She's convinced there's no excuse for anyone who dared lock up that poor, fluffy puppy in a cage. All she can think about is finding a way to free that animal. So, she decided to find out if the auction ends when all the items are bought. Even if Calix can't buy all the animals, he can still get her the rarest and most special ones. He's hoping he can make her happy, but Rose isn't letting on, just playing her part. She's not in a position to ask for anything. Today, she's just escorting the crown prince and has to play along. For his beloved, the master is ready for anything. He'll give her everything her heart desires. The crown prince's act has gone way too far. He reached in to kiss Rose, which she wasn't expecting at all. Right now, Calix's eyes are full of love and care. When they get back, he can spoil his beloved. She just needs to breathe. Looking at Rose's puzzled face, the crown prince dared to assume that she had fallen head over heels for him. Clearly, he wants to play games. A mysterious guy, full of secrets, Kay, and a girl like a beautiful Rose, Rose. She doesn't even like guys like that. She wants someone sweet and handsome. The master would give her the world. A hush fell over the hall. The heroine gasped as they announced the final item of the night. It's a silver stag from the Hamel Mountains. The sight of it drew gasps of wonder and admiration from the room. This animal's unbelievably beautiful, but it just looks like an albino deer. Then again, Rose has pink hair, and her companion's got eyes that burn like fire. After thinking for a second, the girl just straight up said she wanted it. The bidding for this unique animal shot up from 50,000 gold to 200,000. The silver albino deer from the Hamel Mountains was sold for 500,000 gold coins to Crown Prince Calix Fosman. After their successful win at the auction, the esteemed guests were escorted to a private hallway. Their purchased item will be ready soon. They were asked to wait a moment, but Calix told his companion not to let her guard down, assuring her this was just the beginning. They need to find proof that the third prince organized this shady auction. The documents should be on this floor. Rose got the picture, and of course, the boss can't exactly spell it out for her. The maid's probably glad she's wearing a mask today, 'cause Calix can't tell what kind of face she's making. If she swore loyalty to him, she better serve him right. Besides, the crown prince still doesn't trust her, so he told her to be careful. Come to think of it, this is a little different than what Rose imagined. But this guy's a real piece of work, willing to do anything to get to the top. He said to find the documents, so they got to get out of this room before the owner of this estate shows up. In escape rooms, you could find the exits in the walls, which Chae-ran was awesome at in her past life. So there's a chance it's the same here. Despite the host's suspicious looks, Rose started checking the walls and tapping on each one, searching for a way out. The second they heard a hollow sound from one of the walls, it was like a light bulb went off. All right, They're bringing out the auction item now, and the engraved scroll will be here soon. They offered the Mr. and Mrs. a glass of their special white wine while they wait. So they have wine in this world too. Rose seems happy about that, but something's still bugging her. This white wine has a really weird smell. Not like freshly poured wine should smell at all. That's what made Mrs. Stang check it with her herb. The leaf barely touched the wine, and it turned blue instantly. The girl knew it. But when she realized, it was already too late to warn the crown prince. Desperate, she lunged at the mister and smacked his hand, yelling as she knocked the poisoned wine out of his grip. Calix's eyes went bloodshot, filled with a rage like never before. Thinking this girl had a death wish, Rose froze at that moment, not knowing what to do. She was trying to act as fast as possible. Still, she doesn't know if the Vigent plant is common in this world, or if she can even explain everything. That's when it hit the maid. The diary tricked her to set her up to die. Rose was desperate. She'd worry about the fallout later. Risking it all, she blurted out, "It's poison!" Totally caught off guard, the crown prince fell on top of her, and just then, they heard someone coming. The officials heard the commotion, so they came in and caught the master and the lady in a compromising position. As soon as Calix scowled and gave them a death glare, they tucked their tails and ran like cowards. Now the problem is, they'll be back soon. Even the prince knows it. Just as he figured, a whole squad of trained, armed soldiers was already waiting outside the door. Hearing the weird noises, they decided to barge in, and the first strike came flying from outside. In one swift move, the brutal Calix snatched the sword from that jerk and tore him to shreds. He's calculating, elusive. His strength and agility are unmatched. The crown prince is a natural-born killer. He wasted no time ordering the maid to get back to work. The girl's convinced there's something behind that wall, but with her strength, breaking through's gonna be tough. Still, she figured she'd give it a shot and kick the wall as hard as she could. Holy crap, Rosa did it! A secret passage, hidden from prying eyes, finally opened up. Before heading inside, the girl's heart broke, and she decided to take the deer with her so it wouldn't die out there. From just her warm touch, a beautiful white elf with stunning looks appeared. Rosa had actually never seen one before, and asked if the prince knew the deer was an elf. Things calmed down once the girl stopped talking nonsense. Eventually, they ended up safe in a secret exit. At that moment, the elf used his magic to create a protective spell. He said if they don't have any mages, the shield will only last 20 minutes. The prince glanced around, realizing the trouble hadn't disappeared. It just changed. Coming in here, they'd walked right into a trap. But hey, they found what they were looking for, so it was worth the trouble getting here. Now, the only question is how to get out. According to the elf, there's another dimension or something. Calix didn't know about that, so he suggested they have the elf try blasting the walls to see if anything gives. Assuming there's a mana concentration point in this room, Rosa figured there'd be something like that hidden among the books. It's a total cliché in Korean movies and games, but amazingly, the elf pointed right to it. And as soon as she pulled on one of the books, a secret room with a staircase magically opened up in the bookcase. Finally, it worked! Lee Chae-ryun is a total rock star, she found the passage. Still, His Majesty's convinced it's just not possible. Now he's wondering, who the heck is she? Since they need to get out of here ASAP, Rosa suggested they talk about it later. She's got a bad feeling about this. The Crown Prince has got this look on his face like he's about to lose it. He's totally over this whole charade. No way a mage is running this whole shady operation. They've got 20 minutes to ditch this place. The Crown Prince bailed, saying Rose wouldn't last 5 minutes, and told her to get a move on. Now, the girl's got no choice but to rely on herself, and she's dragging that elf outside with her. Looking at the beautiful pink-haired girl, the elf caught her scent. In his eyes, she was like an angel fallen from heaven. Climbing higher and higher in the magic tower, the heroes found themselves hounded by knights trying to catch them. Things are seriously going south, because these guys are willing to go all the way to stop them from escaping. Trouble came fast. The third prince's men caught up and went straight for a head-on attack. Their chance to escape is shrinking fast. The Crown Prince can't risk it anymore, so he just blasted the crowd with one hit. This is getting too hairy. There are too many assassins, and more keep coming from below. Right then, Rosa was overcome with fear that the boss couldn't handle things alone. She was completely consumed with worry. But suddenly, she felt a strong hand on her shoulder. The elf touched her, his face showing he wanted to help. Drawing strength from nature allowed him to control the elements and create magical effects. It's a natural elf ability to control the forces of the elements, nature, and the mind. often expressed with an air of mystery. His magic is tied to artistry and innate abilities, like his mastery of the bow, a manifestation of elven power. Magical arrows of justice were unleashed mercilessly on the attackers. There's something special about his pure smile. Elves are amazing, with their sharp eyesight, sense of community, and vision. When it seemed the danger had passed, Calix headed for the exit and told them to hurry. It was like a sixth sense told Rosa this wasn't over. She saw an archer ahead, already drawing his bow. That moment that drowns out your mind and makes the whole world stop in front of your eyes. It hits you out of nowhere. Spotting the archer aiming at the crown prince, the maid went all in, diving to save his skin. Then blood just exploded in front of His Highness, followed by a heavy, awful silence. Accepting her duty to serve the heir, Rose shielded him, paying the ultimate price. The horror of it made Calix think the maid had just lost it. Panicked, he leaned over her body. Looks like this girl's totally cracked. She wants to go home, hoping dying here will send her back. Once she'd convinced herself she was out of options, she saw this amazing girl right there in front of her. Thing is, Rose made the same kind of choice as this girl. She just doesn't know who she is. Her memory keeps cutting out, then coming back, reminding her she took an arrow. But this girl, showing up like some kind of angel, Rose has no clue who she is. Still, she can't shake the feeling that they were talking about something. When Cheiron saw the familiar ceiling, she thought she'd died in the novel and woken up at home. But after looking around the room, she realized she was still stuck in the story. Weird, but nothing hurt. There was a knock at the door, it swung open, and some familiar faces popped in. Mila burst into tears and hugged her, saying she was so worried and thought Rose was a goner. Turns out they used a potion on the injured maid. His Highness used like 9 vials of it. Mila said 9 vials is their salary for 5 years. Good thing Rose is okay. Aaron was afraid she'd croak and he'd be bored again. So now he's got to know if the girl got what she was after. That's when Mila realized they were bothering her, and she hadn't even recovered yet, so she kicked Aaron out. They were making a real circus of things, but still, it's nice to have people who genuinely care. Okay, Aaron's acting kinda weird. Rose didn't catch what he was getting at, so she decided to ask him about it later. Now the big question is the crown prince. He shouted something right before the maid passed out. Plus, the main character's clueless about what happened to the elf, or if he's even working for the royal family now. And then there's that woman with the light blonde hair, the image that flashed in Rose's mind. The main character from the Blood Moon Empire had light blonde hair. So it was Serena. It's like she was trying to say something, but it's not clear what. First things first, the maid decided to head to the duchy, hoping the crown prince wouldn't make a sick person work. While she was getting dressed, she heard someone come in and figured Mila had forgotten something. But standing in her doorway was Roll, the main character's right-hand man. Talk about a strange encounter. He apologized for disturbing her rest and asked how Rose was feeling. Thanks to the potions His Highness provided, the maid is feeling much better. Roll's glad to hear that, but the real reason he's here is to ask Milady something. Without a word, he opened Rose's personal belongings drawer, which terrified the girl. Furious, she jumped on him with accusations, demanding to know why he was going through her stuff without permission. But Roel's determined to find what he needs. When he suddenly got his hands on that diary, everything changed as soon as the knight opened it. All the pages in the notebook were blank. What Rose saw shocked her. She stopped breathing for a moment, not knowing what was happening. With a deep breath, Roel closed the diary. It doesn't offer any explanations. Suddenly, he grabbed the maid firmly. Lady Estanhi now needs to come with him. And so, the prince's personal maid ended up in a heavily guarded dungeon, where they tied her hands and sat her down at the negotiating table. Rose knew this romance wasn't the best, but she never imagined it'd be this bad. When the archer's arrow hit the maid in the shoulder, the crown prince was right there, trying to help her. He put a bandage on her wound to stop the bleeding, desperately hoping to bring her around. In that moment, all Calix wanted to know was who this girl was and why she shielded him from the arrow. Since elven magic is tied to sharp hearing, she suddenly picked up something and bolted upstairs. The youth warned the crown prince that people were coming and asked him to take care of the girl, because if he didn't, that person would be back for her. Calix didn't fully grasp the elf's warning, but luckily, help arrived just in the nick of time. Leading the night squad, Roll apologized for being late. The security was way tougher than they expected. Now the crown prince's true ruthlessness awoke. He gave the order to wipe them all out, leave no one alive. He'll take out anyone who tries to mess with him. Rose, getting bold, asked what Roel thought he was doing, acting like a knight. But he just wants to ask a few questions. Thinking about it, he doesn't have to go overboard. Now she sees what the knightly order is really like. Rolls like she doesn't even exist. His first question is how Rose knew the wine was poisoned. That's just him. Even with his strong feelings for the main girl, he chooses his cousin and best bud, Calix. A noble and loyal knight, he really doesn't want to get rough. He just wants to hear the truth. If she tells the truth about Rose using Vigent's identity, she'll be accused of witchcraft and, well, things will go badly for her. She's the one who checks His Highness's food. According to her, it should be obvious she'd recognize poison. But Roel's asking how Lady Estanya did it. In that case, she said she got a few Vigent leaves specifically for His Highness's safety. When he heard that, Roel was a little surprised. Guess he's not too sharp when it comes to this kind of stuff. Usually, the main character can survive a few poisoning attempts. So Calix probably started experimenting with toxins when he was just a kid. So, he probably just downed the wine his enemy gave him, without even thinking if it was poisoned or not. Even though Rosa's not at fault, she genuinely feels bad for him, especially since his food and drinks haven't been checked until now. Roel's second question is about how the girl found the third prince's study and the secret passage. The truth is, His Majesty ordered Rosa to find some documents, and she stumbled upon a space in the wall. According to Roel, only members of the organization know about the hidden room. Plus, a magic barrier was detected at the entrance. If that's the case, Rosa suggested that her master ask the elf about it, since he was the one using magic. She's just a regular servant. The problem is, though, he was already gone by the time the knights arrived. Either way, Rosa doesn't know anything. The elf found the secret passage, not her. He sensed where the mana was concentrated. Sensing something was up, the girl decided to ask if she was right that His Highness was there with them and saw everything. She seemed to have forgotten that the Crown Prince's confidant is the one asking the questions here. Even though Rose insisted he had no right to interrogate her without the prince's order, Roel told her to answer. Just then, a loud noise echoed. The dungeon doors crashed open, and the Crown Prince strode in. As the one in charge around here, Calix wants to know what the heck's going on. The thing is, Roel had some suspicions, so he had to do some digging. Hearing that, Rose was offended, since everything happening here is nothing like digging. Now she'll show this jerk what digging is, after he put her through a real interrogation. When Calix noticed Rose's tied hands, Roel reminded him that he's a knight responsible for security. The Crown Prince, let's just say, had a serious case of selective amnesia. He remembers telling Roel to drop the suspicions. This situation's way too familiar for Cheiron. It's just like when Roel's feelings for Serena came out. After that, Calix started messing with Roel, and they were bickering over a girl. Of course, Rosa isn't the main character, and they're not fighting over her. Although there's a chance they might be. The prince's right-hand man didn't even suspect the new maid could be a spy, and he had to eat crow for that. Since everything was sorted out, Calix sliced through the maid's ropes in one clean move. Then he grabbed her hand and told her to follow him, leaving Roel alone with his boneheaded mistake. His Majesty's moving so fast that Lady Estanya's barely keeping up, with her little legs going a mile a minute. Noticing something was off, he realized her shoulder was still hurting. Actually, she's doing great, thanks to those 9 sausages the prince bought for her. As long as she doesn't move too suddenly, it doesn't hurt. Calix definitely liked that answer, so he told the maid to come see him in 3 days. No sooner did she hear His Highness bought Rose another 2 potions. Then Mila had to remind her again how much 1 flask costs. 1 gold coin is like 1,000,000 won in Korean money, but 1 potion flask costs 6 gold coins, so that's 6,000,000 won. The Crown Prince bought the maid 9 flasks, then another 2, which is just an insane amount of cash. That's around 66 million won. Rose would have to save every single penny for 2 years to make that kind of dough. She already knows they'd probably fire her if she asked for overtime. But poor clueless Mila doesn't even know what overtime is. Here, once the maids finish one job, they just start another. There are no bonuses or monthly stipends in this world. When Rose said she was going home, Mila was confused, but told her today was payday. It's her salary, Rose's first paycheck as a personal servant. Mila remembered the festival was coming up and suggested they go, said there'd be vendors. Suddenly, the main character heard that voice behind her. She turned and saw Aaron. Maybe he could take her. Aaron's a kitchen helper at the palace, a character that wasn't even in the original story, probably because he wasn't involved in any of the important plot points. Rose remembered their last conversation and thought the whole thing felt super shady. Still, she agreed, and they decided to meet up after work tomorrow near the gates. Tomorrow, Miss Estanya is definitely going to figure out what this guy's deal is. Only problem is, she has absolutely no clue how she's going to do it. Rose asked around the estate, but she couldn't dig up enough dirt on him. Aaron gives people bad vibes. Plus, because of him, the diary wiped all its entries when she was in trouble. I don't know what kind of crazy magic this is, but it looks like the diary really does give her what she needs in a pinch. So, the maid decided to test the diary's limits. She said she wanted to know everything about Iran. In that instant, the diary filled with entries. Rose wrote that she met with Lady Mallory again today. This time, Lady Mallory gave the girl a small bag of powder. She said it was resin from a very rare elgin tree that grows in the Hamel Mountains, then dried and ground up. Those who take this elgin powder can't say anything but the truth. Rose keeps the bag of powder in the top drawer of her desk. After finding the bag in the drawer, the maid still didn't understand what she was supposed to do with it. While she was at it, she decided to ask if the girl with the light blonde hair was Serena. When she was unconscious, it seems she saw the main character. But the silence can only mean that the diary won't say anything about it. The maid started to think she needed to grease some palms to get any info. Like clockwork, Rosa got decked out in a killer outfit with a blue skirt first thing in the morning, ready to roll. Her mission: find the duchy, dig up dirt on Serena, and slip Aaron that elgin powder. She's only got 3 days, so every minute counts. First things first, Rose hit the palace main gates to sweet-talk the guards. Figuring they were starving, she offered them a basket of Mila's special sandwiches and some wine Tyrant hooked her up with. Just like she thought, the guys were down for a snack, and she casually mentioned her sister works in the building. But technically, they're not supposed to spill any secrets about the duchy. Playing the "we gotta stick together" card, Rose said she just wanted to know what kind of guy the Duke is. Turns out, they're hearing for the first time that the Duke even has a daughter. Still, the heroine didn't dwell on it and said goodbye to the guards. She asked around to a few more people, but nobody knew anyone like Serena. Looks like Mr. Crimson found out about the Duke's secret lover. The Duke's probably hiding the main female character really carefully. It's super weird that there's not a single trace of Serena. Mr. Crimson's intel can't be wrong, so then where the heck is Serena now? Chayrin's plan was to reunite the main characters, and then she could finally go home. While she was wondering if things would play out according to the story if she just left everything alone, she suddenly heard someone call her name. That weirdo Aaron was met by a girl with a huge smile. Rosa was early today. This is the girl's first time not going to a festival, so there's something she wants to do first. First, Rosa suggested grabbing a bite, and Aaron immediately grabbed her hand to show her this little place that makes killer food. He asked her to trust him, saying he was the only one who could take her where she needed to go. This guy's behavior and intentions are a total mystery. Rose is still racking her brain, trying to figure out who he really is. Surprisingly, Aaron's a real celebrity here. The guys noticed he was with a friend and suggested they all hang out next time. And one of the cooks did things Aaron's way, and it turned out even better than he expected. Turns out this kid's a real social butterfly. No wonder he was acting like he couldn't get enough from the start. This place Aaron's raving about is a hidden gem. Not many people know about it, but the food here is out of this world. A cute woman greeted them at the entrance. She was happy to see the young man's familiar face and asked about his grandpa. Aaron said everything was the same as always and asked for 2 mugs of beer. Truth is, Rose is having a hard time figuring out if he's genuine or not and what this freeloader is all about. Now that she's sure the Elgan powder works, she's gonna find out what it is today, no matter what. First things first, Aaron orders a roasted duck, potato soup, grilled asparagus, and mushroom risotto. This is it, her chance to slip the powder into his beer while he's busy with the order. Rosa doesn't mind that he ordered whatever he wanted, but she thinks it's a little much food. Actually, Aaron thinks that's exactly how you should order, hoping she'll eat a lot and get big and strong. Not suspecting a thing, he downs the whole beer, every last drop. Now Rosa's gonna ask what he meant when he and Mila came to visit her, and he asked that question. Aaron figured they went to the third prince's shady auction to find proof he was involved. He knows Rosa got hurt, and judging by that, the spies knew he and the prince would be there. The truth is, Aaron's the grandson of the Crimson bookstore owner, and he sometimes helps his grandpa gather intel. Rose's face is like that, 'cause she totally wasn't expecting to hear the truth like that. If the kid's his grandson, then logically he knows about the invites and all that. But why's he only bringing it up now? Honestly, the maid never even bothered asking his full name. That's how little she cares. That's exactly why Aaron knows where the shop is located. And you can explain his knowledge by the fact that he's the grandson of the guy who's dealing in intel. But it's hard to tell if that's really the whole story. When Rose asked why the kid works at the estate, she found out he's not exactly thrilled about being an information broker. It's too much for him. He'd have to meet with tons of people. It's boring. But it's weird because Aaron loves socializing. He actually dreams of traveling. He's got intel on where you can find rare dragons. And if everything works out, he wants to travel with Rose, because he's got a thing for her. Looks like he's being straight up, because he's been saying since day one he's got a thing for her, even if she doesn't get why. But out of nowhere, Aaron asks Rose why she slipped him that Elgin powder in his drink. She couldn't take it, and just hocked a loogie right in his face. He thought it was nasty as hell. So now Calix only has one servant left he can bring with him to the Saints' Day thing. He told Roll to keep an eye on the documents. If they go missing, they can't nail the third prince. The crown prince is dying to see her face when she hears what they're talking about. After all that, Rose can't even look the guy in the eye. Right now, she's thinking of just denying everything. Getting flustered, she said she doesn't know what he's talking about, but Aaron's sure she's playing dumb. Thing is, the beer's different colors. Hers is yellow, his is darker. That reaction happens when alcohol and Elgin mix. Aaron says the powder's effects aren't going anywhere, but she's running the risk of getting caught. So, the maid decided to find out why. He drank it if he knew what it was. Dude's eyes lit up, and he said he thought it would be a laugh. He casually mentioned that the girl probably swiped the Elgin powder from His Highness's secret stash. Now it's clear that being buddies with the information broker's grandson is going to be useful for Rose. There's nobody in this world looking out for her. She's got to survive until the main story of the novel kicks off. That's why intel is crucial, and what Rose is about to do? It's also about staying alive. After dinner, she just burst into tears in the middle of the road and begged for forgiveness for spiking him. Only now did the girl realize she shouldn't have done it. She wanted to test Aaron, but he was a good guy all along. But the guy's totally fine. He forgave Rose and wasn't even mad at her. He just really hopes she won't keep any secrets from him. Something weird's definitely going on. I'm getting a bad vibe from this kid. Spotting a fruit stand nearby, Aaron decided to grab some and head back. In that moment, it was like the whole world froze for Rosa. She's trying to figure out if she just imagined it. That's how their unexpected encounter with the main character happened. Rosa bumped into a girl whose hood almost fell off. That unmistakable light blonde hair. Those same deep light-colored eyes. That's definitely the person Tyrant is looking for. The main female character slowly disappeared into the crowd. Her pleas to stop were useless. The girl with the light hair was gone, hidden under that black hood. Just then, Aaron came back. The old guy gave him extra apples and cherries, but Rosa's face made it clear something had happened. She asked him to find someone for her. The next morning, the crown prince invited the maid to go with him to the Saints' Day festival, since Roel has other duties. As for the other servants, only members of noble families are allowed at the Day of the Saints. It's a religious event dedicated to the destruction of the evil god Marias by Chemesis, basically Lord of Phosnia, the empire where our main dude lives. At the end of the day, this holiday is just a demon hunt, but Rosa can't figure out why she has to go. Seriously, in this messed up world, she doesn't even get hazard pay. Since the maid was just standing there frozen, Calix told her to take the papers and leave, now that she's here. To understand what Rosa's holding, we need a little backstory. This happened a few days ago. She was chilling on her day off and suddenly got super bored, so she decided to study the crown prince's schedule. And after that, she decided to organize everything nicely for herself. Calix noticed some papers in her hands, and after reading it all, he liked it and decided to use it. The girl just likes organizing stuff, and the boss decided she wasn't busy enough. Now she's drowning in the crown prince's paperwork. I mean, she went from being a servant to the main character's right-hand woman. Chiron's positive this wasn't in the novel. No matter what world she's in, if she does a good job, she just gets more work. But hey, every cloud has a silver lining. She's learning about a part of this world the novel never even touched on. Religion here has absolute power, because unlike on Earth, you can actually see the power of the gods. Potions that can heal any wound or disease. Unlike magic, divine power really lets you feel the holiness. It's believed that this gives the temple power equal to, or maybe even greater than, the emperor's. That's why attendance by members of the imperial family is mandatory on Saints' Day. Saints' Day, an event held in the Hamel Mountains. It's a religious event honoring Chemicus's victory over the evil god, Mauritius. He's the ruler of Phosnia, the empire where our main dude lives. Chemicus kicks Mauritius's butt and seals him away underground, bringing light to the world. Considering Earth's war-torn history, Rosa figures they just call the gods they lost territory to evil. Whatever, the evil god Mauritius cursed this land before he got locked up. That's why they say on All Saints' Day, there are more demons at Mount Hamel, Chemicus's shrine, and Mauritius's tomb. The empire's people have to prove themselves by becoming chosen warriors of the gods and wiping out demons. Rosa totally gets that only nobles can get into the event, not just any commoner. But this system is so messed up, especially since her hair color proves she's from the Baron's family. The inside scoop is that this event is super important to the Crown Prince for a bunch of reasons. She's also convinced it's super important and sacred to his family, and she's scared a girl like her would just screw things up. That's why Rose desperately begged the Crown Prince to handle the situation. Judging by Calix's face, this is nuts to him. He looks like the maid just totally lost it. The thing is, he's been trying to figure out where she picked up this awful way of talking since the beginning. The master ordered the girl to answer. He's not gonna offer for what she says. Out of desperation, Rose said she came from the box of people. Guess she just wanted out. On All Saints' Day, the Crown Prince's carriage pulled up to the temple. It was a seriously huge building. Stepping inside, Rose was blown away, admiring the temple's vastness and the beauty of its design. There, she suddenly saw a really handsome kid, who reminded her of someone a lot. According to Calix, that's the third Crown Prince. Seeing the kid grinning, Calix figured he thought he was better than him. To calm him down, Rosa said the third Crown Prince was just a child, and with his Majesty's manly charm, he was way more handsome. In that case, Calix decided to let it slide, but promised to keep an eye on the maid. Plus, he ordered her to cut the cringy way she talks, or he'd have her head. The festival kicks off with the Holy Father handing out swords imbued with sacred power to the imperial family. The crown princes take them on the hunt, and the darker the sword, the more demons they've slayed. In other words, it's a competition where whoever kills the most demons wins. Religion's got serious power in this world. By racking up points at the temple, the crown princes can boost their ranking. At such a crucial ceremony, the crown prince is usually accompanied by a knight or someone skilled with a sword to help hunt demons. Calix only has one trusted knight, Roel, but right now he's probably guarding the documents they secured. Ever since they showed up, though, Rosa noticed a ton of hostile glares. Nobody here's really on the Crown Prince Calix's side, seeing as he hasn't been seen in public for ages. As Chemicus's loyal servant, the third in line was told to banish the darkness and bring light to the world. At the ceremony, he got a blessing of divine power from the Holy Father. Calix said that after getting it, Rosa wouldn't be in danger of being corrupted by certain influences. That's why he told her to make sure the blessing covered her. Thinking he was just telling her not to worry in a roundabout way, the maid thanked His Highness for his concern. Truth is, she's a little scared, but at least she's not in mortal danger. That's what Rosa thought, until she hit the road with her boss. She's gonna die of a heart attack, not because of any demons. She just packed a ton of junk in her backpack, even though she can barely carry herself. Seriously, she's got spices, snacks, silverware, dishes, towels, the whole shebang. Oh, and she packed a journal, just in case. The moment Calix grabbed her heavy backpack and started hauling it uphill, felt like a breath of fresh air. Rose thought he was gonna ditch her to die, but he's actually helping? That's wild. Looks like our main man's changing, though it's not exactly a shocker. In Rose's eyes, he's got a temper. Can't talk normally, no friends, zero social skills, and always threatening people. Even with all that, this Calix Fosman isn't such a bad dude that he deserves to be called a crazy tyrant. But the Calix from the novel, to survive, to avenge his mother, he offed his own brothers and climbed to the throne in a bloodbath. Trusting no one, he locked up the woman he loved, completely ruining her life. And his only ally, his best friend, betrayed Calix because he was in love with her and ended up getting wasted by Calix himself. The Crown Prince stopped dead in the mountains, spotting goblin tracks. Usually you don't see those guys during the day. If we're talking goblins like in the movies, Rose isn't ready for that. This is a novel, not a freaking video game. Word is, they're some of the most depraved creatures in Mauritia. Seeing the maid was freaked out, Calix smiled and offered her his hand, all chivalrous, like he was gonna protect her. He said it was just some small fry tracks, and ordered them to keep moving, pronto. They soon found a cave. Calix suggested they camp inside, but Rose feels like they'll drop dead the second they step in. Looking at that scary, dark cave, she'd rather find some garlic and wormwood, just to be safe. She's just worried there might be a bear in there. But if she's shaking at the thought of a bear, she'll never fight monsters. Rose can't help being scared. The only wild animal she's ever met was a stray cat. Still, she's super curious if the monsters from cartoons and books are actually real in this world. Even though she's already hooked up with an elf, this girl is still desperate to get back home. Praying to the heavens they don't let her bite the dust in this backwater, Rose took off after the crown prince. Inside the dark cave, it was pretty quiet and gloomy. They set up a quick break by the lantern. Thank goodness the maid brought some jerky, but the vibe in here is seriously off. This is so awkward. Rose has been sitting in silence for 10 minutes, while Calix is chowing down like there's no tomorrow. Deciding to say something, she apologized for not being able to whip up something better. Does His Highness think it's good they have something to eat? Rose is way better than Roel in that department. Judging by the lamp and blanket he's got, Calix has been to this rodeo before. Truth is, he's been to this thing every year since he was 14. He's totally sick of this festival. Everyone thought he wouldn't make it. Nobody believed in him. The crown prince had heard the rumors about him before. Everyone always counting him out. Back then, Roel was both a godsend and a pain in the neck. He probably thought it was hilarious. But now he regrets not letting the prince bite the dust back then. Suddenly, Rose had a really weird feeling. Calix is just the main character, but something's off. Out of nowhere, Calix decides to go hunt for some grub. Because if Rose goes, he'll starve to death here. But a maid can't just stand by. As the prince's subject, she can't let him do all the dirty work. Even though it sounded legit, Calix figured out she's just scared to be left alone. Since she's so eager to go, the master told her not to lag behind. A gorgeous sunrise lit up the mountains. Seeing the incredible view, Rose almost lost her footing. It feels like we only just got to the cave, and the sun's already up. Calix told the girl to step back. He grabbed a rock off the ground and, spotting something suspicious in the bushes, chucked it right into the thick of it. Just then, there was a thud from the bushes, and a whole horde of bloodthirsty goblins came charging out. Humanoid creatures with green fur, pointy ears, and eyes that mimic human appearance to deceive. There were way more of them than the crown prince expected, so he grabbed the maid and decided to make a run for it. At that moment, the ground shook, and a huge, nasty beast blocked their path. A mythical, evil creature of gigantic size, laughing like it's about to have some fun with its prey. The crown prince knew right away it was the leader, but he couldn't figure out what it was doing here. Suddenly, he spotted a sack they'd accidentally dropped not far from where they were. Calix panicked, ordering the girl not to freeze up, to stay out of the way, and to try and defend herself. The Blood Moon Empire romance turned out to be not a love story at all, but a real battle of the titans. In the end, the main character's insane power and brutality let him master his weapon and obliterate the monster. One clean shot to the head took down the goblin leader, and that thing's death rattle means victory for the crown prince. Calix really had to bust his butt to take down a beast like that. It's like he's got some kind of crazy superhuman ability. The crown prince managed to kill that huge monster in seconds. It seems totally unbelievable. Now, Rosa probably won't even dare breathe in his direction. She never thought she'd get to witness his skills. She shouldn't get too excited, though, because the rest of the goblins have already caught up to them, thirsty for some payback. But seeing their leader dead, the goblin horde froze. They seemed totally lost and scattered across the area. The crown prince is sure they just got lucky, that these creatures have absolutely zero sense of loyalty. Seeing her master wounded, Rosa was about to rush over and help him, but Calix stopped her, saying it was just a scratch. Just then, a sword appeared from the bushes, and the girl's mind raced, thinking there were still goblins hiding there. The question now is, what if she tells the prince? He'll attack immediately. Actually, Rosa's been preparing for this. She's got a weapon that'll help her survive in this world. A special tear-inducing weapon, made from chili peppers and black pepper. The girl hit her mark, and that whole fiery pepper concoction went right into the guy's eyes. He screamed at the top of his lungs from the pain. The burning in his eyes was so unbearable, his eyelids turned red. The guy was practically blind and bolted from the ambush in a panic. When the pain subsided a little, the teary-eyed dude, gritting his teeth, declared that the girl had no idea who she was messing with. Looking up, he saw his death standing before him, a ruthless nobleman with devilish eyes. It was His Majesty, the Crown Prince. Recognizing him, the man fell to his knees and swore it was all a misunderstanding. But the merciless Calix Fossman didn't even listen and immediately clocked that spy good. Seeing the fight, a worried Rosa came running as fast as she could, hoping the guy wasn't dead. He's all right, just knocked out. Killing nobles is a pain in the ass. Way too much hassle afterwards. Looks like this guy was up to no good. Plus, Calix noticed the Rose's red water works like a charm. Weird that the girl didn't spot the spy, especially since the prince knew he was hiding behind the tree and even saw a second one. This guy's Count Alcus, and he'll pay for everything with his head. Calix immediately grabbed his sword and almost executed the count, but threw it into the bushes where another one was hiding. He told Ash to come out, and that's when the third crown prince showed himself from behind the trees. The kid didn't hesitate. He charged with his sword, wanting Calix Fossman dead. But going up against the raw power of such a ruthless crown prince wasn't going to be easy. It's hard to even imagine how great and powerful Calix is. He effortlessly knocked the weapon out of the kid's hands with one swing. It's gotta be about those resource distribution documents. Ash is trying to silence the air that way. Thing is, the mighty Foesman's place stinks of goblins now, totally unusable. He might get away, but Ash is gonna get eaten alive by goblins, or maybe face a trial. The third prince wants neither, so, scared out of his mind, he begged for mercy. Rosa can't stand seeing her master's awful cruelty, so she told him to stop and shielded the young prince. But Calix is dead set. He pressed his sword to her throat, figuring the maid just wants to bite the dust. That's when Rosa realized she really screwed up. She's not trying to check out early. Third Crown Prince Ash Fousman, the little weasel, embezzled funds, ran illegal auctions. He's trying to off his own brother for the throne, so it wouldn't be a shock if Calix just lopped his head off right now. But Ash is still a kid, and the moment Calix starts taking out his brothers, all hell's gonna break loose. Chayrin really doesn't want to see the main character lose his marbles, so she had to step in and say that Ash had already failed trying to attack them, and he couldn't do anything more. Just like Calix said, the third royal prince is pretty much monster chow now. Is the royal prince's personal servant suggesting he just let him go? She genuinely believes it's not worth getting your hands dirty with your own brother's blood. Thinking the girl was some kind of saint, Calix let her do whatever she wanted. He was already bored anyway. Calix was supposed to off Ash, but letting him go just puts his life back in danger. A manhunt could start any minute now, and he can't believe he fell for that load of crap. Everyone kept telling him he had to take them all out before they took him out, or His Highness wouldn't make it. But Rosa was insisting there was no need for any of that. She said there's no call for murder. After that, Rose decided to warn Ash. If he didn't stop attacking his brother, he could end up pushing up daisies. When she went to take the sword for herself, the young heir asked her name. Even though this little punk was young enough to be her kid brother, the girl introduced herself as Rose Estanya. The thing is, Ash remembered her and would definitely get back at her someday. Turns out he's got a softer side too. This kid and the main character, living in another world, would probably just be regular brothers, bickering over nothing. Just like Rose and that mama's boy, Lee Doyun. The girl thinks the reason for his temper isn't the world surrounding Calix, it's just in his blood. By this point, Calix had already returned and was calmly watching Rose desperately trying to calm his brother down. But suddenly, rage and fear flashed in his eyes. As if someone else was controlling him, he drew his sword and took off. Shielding his brother and the maid with his back, he announced an enemy attack. This thing's a freaking monster, straight out of hell, like some giant Venus flytrap. Only this one's a real toothy killer. It caught a whiff of human flesh, and those jaws of its just snapped wide open, all teeth and fury, coming right at us. The fearless crown prince, he just whips out his sword and slices that so-called invincible beast into a million pieces in a heartbeat. Without its precious heads, the monster just dropped dead, turned to dust under the blazing sun. This is seriously messed up. The sun's still up, so Calix has no clue where this thing even came from. Realizing what just happened, he grabs Count Alcus by the collar, demanding some answers. But even with the pressure on, the guy claims he had nothing to do with the monster. So Calix suggests he try telling the truth from inside the monster's belly. Terrified of getting offed and with a total freakout about monsters, Count Alcus blames it all on the second prince. Turns out he saw His Highness walking around with a bull's horn. Calix's eyes blazed with even more fury at what he heard. This whole thing's going south fast. We gotta get out of here now. This place reeks of blood, and that's gonna draw more monsters. First things first, we need to find a new hideout before nightfall. After the first crown prince bounced, Count Alcus claimed he still had the documents. For now, Ash is cool with his brother holding on to them. We gotta move too. All he can think about is the girl who saved him, Rosa Estanya. What a trip. Surviving these monster-infested mountains is even tougher at night. You can only find the monsters by the sounds they make. Calyx barely had time to react and strike before the monster hiding in the bushes could devour them both. Rosa's head was still intact, but this feels like a real curse. There's no end to these monsters. The heroes are surrounded with nowhere to hide. Their only salvation is for the servants to stay behind their master. Looks like Crown Prince Train Phosman's mixed up in waking some ancient god. The bullhorns are a symbol of the dark god Mauritius, and it seems like the monsters went wild after the awakening ritual. Truth is, both of Calyx's brothers were planning to off him today. Rose really drew the short straw, ending up as a servant to a guy like him, with a target on his back. There's always someone gunning for the crown princes, wanting them dead. Prince Phosman can't promise the assassination attempts will stop anytime soon. Rose is digging her own grave. After everything that's come out, he figures she's already starting to regret it. But then Rose suddenly shouts that they need to start a fire. Dry wood is best for a bonfire? She heard that monsters are afraid of light, which is why they fear the holy sword. All that's left is to somehow start a fire, and Rose has a special stone for that. Just a few tries and she got a fire going. Finally, they're safe. That actually made Calyx smile. Turns out his personal assistant is pretty damn useful. He finally gets it. First time he's acknowledged her worth. That's better than any compliment. Rose Estanya definitely doesn't regret becoming his servant, especially since she's still breathing. You'd think it wouldn't affect a tough guy like him. But lately, he's been feeling something different. Lost his mom young, always flirting with death. Trusts no one. That's Calyx Phosman in a nutshell. Cheiron feels bad for him, but she's not from around here, so what can she really do? Who knows if she can stop Calyx before he goes after his brothers? Either way, they gotta get out of here alive. If Rose asks about the diary, it'll look suspicious. Just as she was about to tell him she definitely doesn't regret anything, she decided to step away for a sec. Like a man possessed, Calyx leaped to his feet and deflected the arrow headed straight for them. This looks bad. I see another one behind the maids. This is a full-on attack. Prince Phosman reacted instantly, grabbing the girl and throwing her to the ground, shielding her with his body. Only problem is, one of those arrows went right into his shoulder. It's clear now, this ain't no monster attack. We're being ambushed by people. Seeing the firelight, Rose knew she had to take charge. First, she snuffed out the campfire with her cloak to avoid drawing attention. Then, like the loyal personal attendant she is, she took His Highness by the arm and dragged him to safety. The archers are sure these guys are close by, closer than they think. They're hiding in the bushes nearby. Suddenly, a glass bottle shattered near the attackers, freaking them out because it came out of nowhere. The noise drew the monster's attention. Now the archers are in deep trouble, and they're gonna pay the price. Once the coast was clear, Rose finally asked the Crown Prince how he was holding up. But Calyx told her to chill out, saying she was being way too loud. He pulled out the arrow, but the bleeding won't stop. If this keeps up, he's not gonna last. Obviously, Calyx, being the main character of this story, isn't gonna kick the bucket that easily. At first glance, it seems like nothing can take him down. But Calyx is human. If he dies, it's game over. Rose can't let that happen. He can't lose consciousness. He's getting paler by the second. Calyx's condition is really weird. It's like the arrow was laced with something nasty. We gotta do something about this. Usually, people handle fear and anxiety just fine in situations like this. But something's off with Rose. The second she silently begged for help, she saw a glow. The diary in her backpack was shining. Like magic, new entries appeared in the diary. Everything around her lit up. It looks like it wants to help the poor girl. Today, Rose met with Madame Mallory, and she told her about the curse of Mount Hamel. Mauritius, the god of the kingdom of Revellon, was buried in the earth, and the curse emanating from him spawned demons. Many people know about this, but only a few know that rare herbs grow in the Hamel Mountains. As soon as Rose learned that some had mutated, feeding on the curse, she realized these were medicinal herbs. This rare plant helps with bleeding and also removes poison from the body. The book has descriptions of the plants and where to find them. Deep in the Hamel Mountains live lunar butterflies. They're pretty damn hard to find. Following the light they emit, you might stumble upon a cave. Not everyone is destined to enter the cave that's the center of the lunar butterfly swarm. But if fate's on your side, you can find all sorts of medicinal plants inside the cave. When Calix opened his eyes again, he was totally disoriented, didn't know where he was or why he was lying down again. His head's pounding, he just got hit with a poisoned arrow, the prince is beat and just wants to crash. To get him to drink more water, Rose yelled her lungs out, pretending to be the squad leader. If he had any decency, he'd be paying this girl overtime for the extra work. Grown-ass man, and Rose has to babysit him like he's a toddler. Calix has no freaking clue what language she's speaking. Plus, the maid's touching him, everywhere. Those crazy sons of guns decided to fire a poisoned arrow, but Rose is sure they'll all get what's coming to them soon. She had to strip the crown prince down. He's got a great bod, but she wasn't undressing him to gawk. There's nothing like that going on in her head, but her hand just kinda drifted a little lower. Calix wasn't about to let this go too far, so he jumped up and stopped her cold. Rose was super relieved to see His Highness finally awake. He'd been out for so long, she was starting to freak. Trying to change the subject, she told him he needed to drink some water, stat. Only then did the crown prince notice he was in this incredible cave, filled with moon butterflies. Figuring he was hungry, Rose said she'd whipped up a little something, sweet potato. Calix was still suspicious, wondering who she really was and where she actually came from. Calix had never seen anything like it and wasn't even sure if it was edible. Rose totally forgot they didn't eat this stuff in this world. It's a root vegetable, kinda stringy, but tastes great. Back home, they ate it all the time when it got cold. There was a sweet potato stand right in front of her house. As soon as Calix tasted the warm sweet potato, he was blown away by the flavor and the texture. Dude scarfed it down like he hadn't eaten in days, then just says it was okay. Rose is used to that reaction by now. Besides, she saw his face. She knows he liked it. It was dumb to think a maid could buy off her master with just that. He's got a couple questions for her. Calix wants to know where they are, if Rose knew this place existed, and how the heck he survived. He took a poisoned arrow, one that should have taken him out for good. A simple, untrained servant has managed to save his life, like, again? It's unbelievable. And that's not the only thing that's fishy. Rose keeps using words he doesn't even recognize. She even cooks food that Calix has never seen in his life. Is she an ally, sent by some higher power, or a cunning and devious enemy? Still up in the air. Right now, the main problem is Rose is giving him this seriously unnerving look. Even though the prince's stare is making her uncomfortable, she decided to say she didn't know, that she just saw a glowing butterfly and followed it, then stumbled upon this cave. The girl found medicinal plants here. She knows a herbalist, so her knowledge of plants came in handy. Rose is super sus, but the problem is, Calix wants her as an ally. It reminded him of his childhood, when a maid took some cookies and offered to tell the little prince a story. She was going to read him a story about how a prince saved a sleeping beauty. Calix Fossman, even after everything, he still hasn't learned he can't trust anyone. Not family, not friends, and definitely not the servants. This girl brought something completely different into the prince's life. Something bright, like a moon moth. But he's not going to fall for it. The next morning, Rose woke up with the sunrise. It was a genuinely good morning. After telling His Majesty that there were no monsters in sight, she asked if he could walk on his own. Calix is feeling a lot better today. His wound barely hurts anymore, but he still seems down. Guess that's a normal reaction when your own brothers are trying to off you. Honestly, Rose thinks he's gonna ace this event. His sword is almost completely blacked out. For now, the prince is heading back to the temple. The others are probably already there. He just needs to get this freaking event over with. And like Rose said, Calix is gonna go there and take first place. He doesn't trust her, but he can use this shady servant who just gets under his skin. Word is, there were a ton of monsters out there today. People saw the paladins rushing towards the forest since this morning, but no one knows what caused it. Maybe something happened to the crown princes. The first prince looks as polished as ever. Good thing the second crown prince came out okay too. Sounds like the third crown prince had a rough time of it though. And finally, the one we've all been waiting for. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Despite taking a beating and being seriously injured, Calix Fostman makes his grand entrance. Seeing his brother, he's relieved he made it here in one piece. Train's clearly bummed that Calix survived, but he better watch that face. If people find out what went down in the woods, it's not just the second prince's reputation that's gonna take a hit. His room's been prepped, and the temple attendant's gonna show him the way. Before leaving, Calix told his brother to not bite off more than he can chew, because there won't be a next time. The Crown Prince's people will be here soon, and after he's rested up, he needs to head to the chapel. As soon as they got inside, Rose was all over the guy with compliments, but something was clearly still bugging him. So she figured she'd go chill in the next room and told him she'd be back if he needed anything. But Calix didn't want any other servants around. He told them to get lost, and for Rose to stay put and not open the door. Usually, servants are there to help nobles wash up. Chaerin read about it in a novel. If he doesn't want any other servants, that means she's supposed to help him wash. Rose had never done this before, but she promised to do her absolute best. She prepped herself like she was going into battle and vowed not to make him uncomfortable, and to do everything she could to get the Crown Prince squeaky clean. The thought of her touching him again almost drove Calix completely wild. Without a second thought, he immediately tossed the maid right out of the bathroom. Turns out, Calix kicked her out of the room for her own safety. He was worried he was still being targeted, and told the maid to guard him. He should have just said so. He's just confusing people. Rose was already looking forward to that bath. Judging by how fancy the Faustman heirs are dressed at today's event, Calix's outfit is way too simple. The Crown Prince of the Empire, and also the son of the Empress who betrayed the Empire, the Emperor's third kid. He doesn't have anyone he can call his own. And he's not popular because of the rumors, or so the servants say. And the one with the flashiest and most expensively decorated robe, that's the guy who holds most of the power. And that man is Gerald Faustman, the Empire's first Crown Prince. He's the Empress's first son, and also the third prince's full brother. His gentle nature and regal bearing make Gerald a favorite of the people, who believe he's worthy of the throne. Calix is gonna ice Gerald, which makes Rose think the first prince ain't so perfect after all. But check it out! Prince Gerald's smirking as he looks at his brother's personal staff. Seeing them glance at each other, Calix figures Rose is thinking it'd be sweet to be the first prince's servant. Not even close, dude! She ain't even thinking that, 'cause Calix is gonna be emperor soon and she's riding with the winner. In that case, he hopes she never gets those kinds of thoughts. If Rose ever double-crosses him, the Crown Prince will waste her without a second thought. If she'd heard that before, it would have sent shivers down her spine. But now, her hand just goes up to stroke his head. The prince thinks she's super freaked out, but that's totally not it. Rose didn't even expect to jump like that. She needs to chill out and watch herself. Finally, the time has come to greet His Holiness. You can tell just by looking at him, he's a true holy man. The light of glorious chemesis shines on the Empire once more. The Holy Father says we live in a beautiful world protected by God, but evil forces are eager to break out and destroy everything. The great chemesis told the first emperor to dispel the darkness and bring the power of light to all beings. At that moment, Rose realized this was the moment from the novel. The creepy atmosphere was literally crushing her. To tear open the bellies of demons and kill their children so they may rest in the depths of the earth. Only then will the darkness be destroyed and light illuminate the land. Rose still remembers what happened at the event. The horror of it gives her goosebumps all over. The atmosphere was super unsettling, like a cult, and the people seemed like lunatics. Plus, that judgmental look from the Holy Father. He was staring at her like that, not understanding why she wasn't clapping for God. Gerald thought it was weird that Calix brought this girl instead of Sir Chris. He can't just ignore her, not after she saved his precious little brother. Lady Estagne's here as a guest today, so the first prince is keeping it casual. Rose appreciates the thought, but she's here as an assistant today, so she prefers to be addressed accordingly. Gerald was curious about the girl Calix brought. Turns out, she's respectable and straightforward. He basically just complimented Rose. The first prince seems like a nicer guy than she thought. Calix thinks his brother's spot on, especially since someone sent him some unwanted company. Just like you'd expect, he's a hit with the common folk. Lucas Tynal hasn't had a chance to introduce himself yet, but he's glad to meet you. They say his archery skills are as good as his swordsmanship, but Lucas thinks that's laying it on a bit thick. Calix probably figures that guy could nail a bullseye in a pitch-black forest. No sweat. Ugh, that's gross. Dinner hasn't even started, and Rose is already feeling queasy. All right, time to cut the small talk. His Majesty will be here any minute. That's the main character's dad. The Emperor never even showed up in the novel. He was already dead in the storyline. You could almost think Calix offed him, or maybe he's just sick. He definitely doesn't look too hot. The Emperor's super happy everyone's back safe and sound, and suggests they start eating. There's someone here he's never met before. Rose Estagne, serving His Highness Crown Prince Calix. The Emperor's heard about her. They say the girl lost her parents during the last plague outbreak. Not knowing about her unfortunate situation, His Highness couldn't do anything to help. This whole epidemic thing, there's a cure for it already. This estate's financial mess? That's a death sentence if we can't get some cash flowing. If Rose's memories are right, her parents really got screwed over. If the real Rose were here, the Emperor's words would hit her hard. But we're talking about Cheiron here, so she's just grateful the Emperor is paying attention to the provinces out in the sticks. Just surviving against those monsters is tough enough, especially if you can't fight. Calix's fighting skills blew Rose away. She said he fought like a total badass when things got hairy. That's why she thanked the Emperor from the bottom of her heart for raising such a son. After that glowing review, Calix just mentioned that his staff still hasn't recovered from the event. Those monsters up on Mount Hamel have been crazy dangerous lately, but Lady Astanya and Calix are okay, thank goodness. The Emperor heard he took a shot to the shoulder. The prince thinks it was probably outsiders. When the Emperor heard that, he practically lost it and burst out laughing. He reminded everyone that it's best to stay on good terms with the church, since they're meeting the head honcho tomorrow. After that, Rose's head was just filled with total garbage. After the event, the paladins found a bull skull with horns up on Mount Hamel. Even though they couldn't prove the second prince was guilty, the evidence sure points in his direction. The noble who helped the prince had his stuff found at the scene, which helped the prince dodge a trial. But the noble got executed. Basically, the Saints' Day thing is just an event where nobles throw each other under the bus and snitch. The Emperor felt bad for his son and promised to find the real culprit, so the investigation into the Calix mission got shut down. At lunch, Aaron figured Rose was starving, so he swiped some stuff from the kitchen. Finally, a normal, quiet day, she wished she could say. But she was working late last night. She's just a servant, but this is way too much work for her. Calix is grinding, but he's still going to be Emperor one way or another. But the main girl's still not sure if he should be Emperor. If Calix doesn't off his brothers, he won't become a tyrant either. But then he'll never even meet the main girl. While Rose was thinking that was the only way she could get back home, Erin started making faces because she wasn't answering. He's bugging out about what she's thinking, because she's straight up ignoring him. According to her, there's this thing called destiny, and it's set in stone. That made the dude grin like crazy, because the thing is, you can't change destiny, especially if the guy trying to change it is just some regular Joe. Totally changing the subject, Erin suggested they head out, but Rose wants to know where he got that stuff about destiny. Turns out, Rose is even more clueless than he thought. Either way, the kid's gone, so it's still up for debate who's more clueless. When she found out those were famous words from the Bible, Rose was stunned that the Bible even existed in this world. Following Erin, the girl suddenly bumped into a maid in the alleyway, and she looked totally lost. Feeling a hard shove in the back, the young maid barely kept her balance and spilled hot soup all over Rose. Erin was back in a flash, worried sick about Rose and if she was hurt. The maid just collapsed on the ground, shaking all over, her eyes full of emptiness and despair. She could barely string together an apology, the tears choking her up, making it hard to speak. This girl's probably been getting a hard time from the other maids. Their taunts are really getting to her. This fair-haired girl, offering a helping hand to the poor wretch, like a guardian angel. Rose can't just let this slide. She figured Darcy was beat, so she decided to clean up the mess herself and told her to go get some rest. Those words hit the workaholic girl so hard, tears just started streaming down her face. She's so grateful. Even then, the whispers didn't stop. And to top it off, Rose caught the manager giving her the stink eye. She's getting into politics to shake things up in the Imperial Palace and get everyone to rally behind her. That night, the Crown Prince was lying in bed when he suddenly heard a voice, calling out to him over and over. The head maid noticed he couldn't sleep and figured he was having another nightmare. Sleeping pills aren't exactly great for a young guy like him, so Madame decided to read to him until he drifted off. Makes you think about how they say fairy tales are full of it, always are. Next time, Madame will find a book that His Highness enjoys more. Tonight, Calix's head is way too full of worries to just fall asleep. The next morning, the prince's personal servants were ready to bail from the estate if he said it was a no-go. So she wants Calix to fire the estate manager. And the reason for that is the manager has way too much power. Plus, she's the Duke's puppet. That's why Rosa's convinced a killer could waltz right into the estate. Calix doesn't think messing with the first prince's people is a good move. It'll probably just make things worse. On top of that, the manager was his nanny. If she leaves the estate, the rumors will fly. A guy who'd ice his own brothers without batting an eye suddenly doesn't want to hurt the nanny. Sounds like he's playing the long game. Looks like he needs to cook up a reason so people buy the whole thing. Seems like Rosa's got a scheme. As someone who lived in a cutthroat Korean society, Chae-rin is so over all this dirty power play crap. She's convinced they need to spread some believable gossip. At first, he felt for her, poor kid. Saddled with huge responsibilities so young. Losing his mom like that, Calix really became like family to her. The nanny hoped to comfort him, even a little, but it didn't last. Rumors started flying that her husband was in financial trouble, and then she got offered a deal. In exchange, the Lord promised to help her husband with his debts and reward her handsomely. He wasn't asking for anything too crazy, nothing that would put her in harm's way. Soon after, poison was found in Crown Prince Calix's food after a meal. He needed a healer, stat. The nanny didn't know what to do. She was the one who put the poison in the Crown Prince's food. But her worries quickly turned into confidence that the Duke would protect her. What can you do? If the weak Crown Prince can't give her money or fame, then the nanny has to earn it all herself. The head maid figured it was payment for raising him all this time. Mila heard that Rosa is His Highness, the Crown Prince's favorite. And they're saying the Crown Prince has a special connection with her, if you catch my drift. Mila doesn't buy it, though. Rosa can barely handle her job. Aaron's convinced that Tyrant and the manager hate each other. They're always at each other's throats. The kid's seen every fight himself. Head chef and manager. Classic oil and water situation, no matter where you go. So Rosa tasked Aaron with finding Tyrant's location. And Mila's job is to spread rumors among the servants. That desperate hanger-on definitely shoved Darcy last time. Sounds like she's sweating Rosa taking her spot. If she wants to play dirty, she better be ready for what's coming. Didn't have to wait long for a reaction. The manager found the maid herself for a little chat. The fact that Rosa started rumors about her and Duke Tianel really set her off. When she heard that, the main character acted like she was hearing it for the first time. So smooth. It's hard to even imagine how much trouble the manager's in now because of her. Spreading rumors about her being a mistress is unthinkable. The lady declared nobody should know about the illegitimate kid. And there she is, caught red-handed. Realizing she said too much, the manager freaked and started making excuses. She tried to say there's nothing between her and the Duke. And as for the kid, it's got nothing to do with Rose. Kitchen and hall staff are secretly watching the whole conversation. Everything's going according to plan. So, the Duke has an illegitimate child, but the lady doesn't want a scandal over it. What's more, the Duke works for the first prince. Rose figured out that the Duke wanted to off the Crown Prince and handed over poison. But His Highness is still alive. Because Rose, it seems, used the poison for other purposes. After those words, the manager got even angrier and smacked the girl across the face, so hard she hit the floor. Rose is a traitor in her eyes, and the Duke will never forgive her after this. Speaking of which, the housekeeper had no idea the estate had ears and eyes everywhere. The Crown Prince's men heard every word she said and finally saw her true colors. Afraid of being exposed, the schemer started saying it wasn't what they thought. To really sell it, Rose started crying and begged the lady not to tell the Duke on her, because she still wants to live. She genuinely had no clue that the housekeeper was following the Duke's orders and doesn't think it's a sin that she didn't poison the guy. But a servant under the Duke's thumb has no place in the palace. Rose really hopes His Highness also thinks she's right. After everyone knew the truth, the housekeeper was forcibly tied up and forced to her knees. The first thing the backstabber did was try to convince His Majesty it was all a big misunderstanding. Rose says there were so many witnesses, she was caught red-handed. Aaron brought the maid too, and Rose had her confess she was in on the Duke's dirty scheme. Turns out the housekeeper promised to provide medicine for her sick mom for life if she offed the Crown Prince. The maid just spilled everything. The Elgin tree sap worked like a charm. Rose thinks Madame Harrington's long service as nanny and housekeeper definitely deserves respect. But if she did all this to line her own pockets, then she's guilty of harming His Highness. Everyone knows assassins attacked His Highness, but he didn't say anything because he's fond of his nanny. The Crown Prince is so generous. Rose doesn't get how Madame Harrington could try to kill someone she raised. Now Sir has to decide. It's forward, but the maid's begging him as the Crown Prince. She earnestly asked him to punish the guilty party. Right after, the estate workers bowed before His Majesty, begging him to punish the offender. Calix figured dealing with Madame would be way harder, seeing as she's tied to his childhood. But thanks to his unusual help, things aren't as bad as he thought. Looking at the prince's sharp sword, Madame Harrington's sure he can't go through with it. She was the one who raised him. which is why Calix has forgiven her until now. However, Ma'am crossed a line a long time ago, and there's no coming back from that. Nanny even used to read him bedtime stories, but there's nothing for it, it's too late. After pushing the Crown Prince to this point, Rose stopped him with her own hands, begging him not to do it. Calix didn't get what was up and ordered the girl to get out of the way. But all this happened 3 minutes earlier. Seeing the sword in the prince's hands, Rose realized this was a little different than what she'd planned. Okay, so the manager was totally trying to off him, but the maid's been working overtime to get everyone to like her. If he just chops the manager's head off right here, right now, everything's gonna go sideways. The heroine's whole plan to build her dream castle could fall apart. So, right now, all she can do is say the madame might still be useful. Surprisingly, Calix was quick to agree and told Roll to deal with her. Honestly, even if they get rid of the manager, it's not gonna change much. The Duke's still gonna try to get his way. The staff's opinions don't really matter, but Rose doesn't want to see Calix ice anyone. Either way, she handled another problem like a boss. After all that went down, the Crown Prince called the maid over to find out why she asked him to spare the manager. She figured he'd forgotten all about it, but it's cool. She already had an answer ready. You might have noticed some of the staff are starting to get a little sweet on His Majesty. If he'd, taken care of the manager right in front of them, it could have really messed with his image. Basically, everything the staff used to say about him. Water under the bridge. But Calix thinks Rosa's getting a little too big for her britches, considering she's just staff like them. She knows he's not gonna, go there with her, but she still flinches, thinking about the past. The truth is, the staff were saying His Majesty doesn't have anyone but Sir Roll, the knight who's always got the tyrant's back. You can find stories like that down at Crimson Books. But that's not what Rosa meant at all. Even though Calix has no clue what she's talking about, she was trying to say Roll's the only one helping him out, and there's nobody else on his side. That's why the prince has a shot at getting more people on his side. After all that, Calix told the girl to cut the crap and sit down. Now that he knows she wants to sway people to his side, he's willing to hear her out and find out exactly who she has in mind. Rosa heard this story when she was just a kid. A story that pictures the ruler as a ship and the people as the ocean. Let's say the ship is a tea leaf and the ocean is tea. If there's water under the ship, it'll float. But if there's no water, the ship's just gonna sit there. Even if the other princes have the backing of the aristocracy, they're nothing more than sails or oars. What Rosa's saying is, it's more important to get the support of the people than the nobles. Calix was pleasantly surprised by what he heard. He'd never heard anything like it before. The girl got the green light, so now they're gonna deal with this together. She said Roel was the only one on his side. Now the prince needs to know if she's on his. It wasn't long ago Rose thought he was looking for an excuse to get rid of her. But somehow she feels sorry for him. No doubt about it, she's on His Highness's side, no matter what. After their meeting, Roel decided to satisfy his curiosity and find out if the prince really trusts Lady Estania. Truth is, there's just no way. Calix Fossman doesn't trust anyone. Not the nobles who suck up to him, not the servants, not even Roel. According to Lady Estania, if Roel leaves him, His Majesty will be completely alone. Even though he said he doesn't trust anyone, his behavior has changed a lot. Curiosity, trust, and goodwill. It'd be good to leave things at that. If he opens up even a little more, Roel's gonna lose it. Death or betrayal. If Calix loses someone close again, there's no telling what he'll do. After all that, Roel figures he needs to watch the prince even closer. Gnawing her nails to the quick in her prison cell, Madame Harrington can't believe they had the nerve. She raised that boy, and the thought is driving her absolutely insane. Rose visited her that evening. She never imagined the Madame would still be this worked up. Seeing the Duke's betrayer, Madame Harrington flew into a rage, grabbing the bars and blaming her for everything. But Rose told her to keep her voice down, pointing out that she saved her from certain doom. But she also has the power to go and ask the Crown Prince to have the housekeeper executed. Now the Madame has the chance to promise she'll behave herself. Since Rose needed to check something out, she decided to ask a question. Rose Estania is considered a nobody in the Blood Moon Empire, just another cog in the machine. But even though her existence doesn't seem to matter, something's off about her. All that's left of her are her friend Mila, a mysterious diary, and her job as a maid. It's weird how someone can be so invisible to the entire world. Who Rose Estania really was remains a mystery. She decided to find out why. Out of all the servants, she was the one sent to the Crown Prince. According to the head housekeeper, it's because Rose is a little different. It all happened right before she got the new job. Madam Harrington ran into a beggar in the street, but this beggar looked a little too good to be true. Then the lady said she couldn't stay here, since it's the Imperial Palace. Like she'd lost her mind hearing about the Imperial Palace, the girl declared she wanted to work here. Unemployed and a little off her rocker, but still, she's not hard on the eyes. Maybe she's a refugee from some aristocratic family or someone's special friend. In that case, we can use her. So the manager decided to give her a job. Madam Harrington figured death wouldn't scare a nutcase, and Rose would be easy to manipulate, especially with her diary. No one in their right mind would care about some pieces of paper, especially ones with gibberish scribbled all over them. Obviously, the lady's talking about the weird symbols covering the notebook. And now, the servants betrayed Madam Harrington and switched sides to the Crown Prince. Rose finds it weird that she thinks that, since the Crown Prince knew about it from the start, but never let on. The Crown Prince could ice her at any time, and nobody would ever know she vanished. His Highness was crazy about the nanny, and there are things he specifically asked her to take care of. Fairy tales are always like that. Next time she promised to find something Calix would like. But he didn't say he didn't want the books. He asked that they be left here. The very books Madam Harrington read. After all these years, they flooded her with memories. After meeting that piece of work, Rose realized she shouldn't have bothered saving her. The main character, his mom was executed. It'll be tough for him to do the same to the nanny who was like a parent to him. In the story, the Crown Prince spared the caretaker and became emperor. How did nobody notice that snake before? Whatever, Rose shouldn't sweat it. The caretaker treats the Crown Prince terribly. She gets what's coming to her. Come to think of it, it's not her problem. The important thing is, the caretaker is finished. She's got a more important task, cracking this damn journal, said the girl just now, even though she has no freaking clue how she's gonna do it, not having any powers. First things first, she decided to talk to it, since nothing else is coming to mind. Just like she figured, no dice, the journal didn't react at all. The journal went off for situations involving Vigent's notes, makeup, butterflies. It went off when help was needed. Looks like it's not gonna answer questions about the real her. Deciding to find out something about this world, Rosa asked where she could meet a mage. But that didn't get a reaction either. The journal's still radio silent. Then the girl asked where she could find a mage who could help Calix Fosman. In that instant, the journal popped open, its pages filled with new writing, and the whole room lit up with a crazy glow. Mallory told Rose about the others who embraced the darkness. In the Age of Light, most others devolved into mindless beasts, but only a few can transform back. These beautiful beings are called elves. Elves are super rare to find, so Lady Mallory gifted her these old pocket watch. They'll point the way to the elves. The second Rose saw that pocket watch, she knew it was a compass. So the diary answers questions about the main dude. Right now, the biggest threat to Calix Fosman is the dragon. It's still alive. A moment later, all the entries about the dragon and the pocket watch vanished from the diary. But it's totally unclear what the dragon has to do with the main character. And as soon as Rose asked, the diary revealed that there are 3 types of absolutes in this world: gods, spirits, and dragons. Getting up for work this morning was like pulling teeth. She just couldn't drag herself out of bed. Last night, that journal just flat out refused to open, no matter what she tried. Before starting her day, Rosa just had to sneak into the library and read a couple of books. According to the journal, there are 3 absolute beings in this world: the spirit ruler, who hasn't been seen since the Age of Demons; the gods, who usually meddle in history by possessing people, but these gods here are a little more human; and finally, the dragons. They're pretty much what you'd expect from any fantasy novel. They say a lot of super powerful beings get bored with living forever, so they wander around looking for kicks. Rosa's got a more pressing issue right now, and she needs to deal with it ASAP. It's about that Imperial Palace system reorganization. She's put together a proposal to divide up the workload. Even though His Majesty told her to handle it all herself, she still needs his okay. When he saw the plan, Calix couldn't believe the maid came up with it herself. Or rather, that she was trained in this stuff. According to her, they need to put together financial reports to avoid waste, like what happened with the last manager. Anyone can do it, you just gotta write down your budget and expenses. So we need to approve a budget, and the main thing is, it's gotta put a dent in His Highness's wallet. The amount Calix decided on almost made Rose's eyes pop out of her head. Turns out, he really does have that much dough. Guess the prince is loaded. Since the maid's putting in so much effort, The Crown Prince is considering making her the manager. Then she wouldn't have to be his personal servant anymore. But the girl doesn't want it. She's gonna find someone more suitable for the job. Seeing her friend's crazy plan, Mila decided Rose had completely lost it. She says that, but she's grinning from ear to ear. Mila can't help but smile when she's getting paid this much. She's never seen so many zeros in her life. She's stoked about the sudden promotion, but doesn't get why Rosa didn't want to be the manager. Thing is, Mila's been working for the Crown Prince for a long time, and she's got a solid rep. Plus, she's been looking out for Rosa Estagni, so she'll have a better handle on things and be able to get the job done. Just like we thought, the other employees gave her rave reviews. There's nobody better than Mila for the manager gig. And if Rosa became the manager, people would start gossiping even more. She couldn't handle that, and doesn't want to anyway. Mila will be a great manager, setting a good example for everyone. At that point, the maid started to suspect there was something going on between her friend and the Crown Prince. I mean, when Rosa got hurt, he pulled out a ton of expensive healing potions. And get this, he coughed up a ton of cash just because she asked. If Mila's right about all this, and it turns out to be true, then no harm, no foul. Rose could be Empress, but she doesn't want the job, because it'd be nothing but non-stop grind. Plus, their Crown Prince ain't her type at all, even though everyone's drooling over His Highness's looks. The heroine ain't saying he's ugly, but she cares more about what's on the inside, you know? That's when Mila had the nerve to suggest Aaron as a potential boyfriend. Honestly, the perfect guy would be like half of each of them. As for the contracts, Aaron's working on them. He's gonna start by writing 100 pages by hand. And about Rose's request, Darcy's got it covered. With that, Rose told the guys to wrap things up before she gets back. Mila just now noticed how much her best friend had changed. She used to be terrified of the Crown Prince. Now she calls him their Crown Prince. From now on, Tyrant's gotta keep things clean before and after work. Gotta do the cleaning. These aren't Rose's orders. It's just, it'll be better for His Majesty this way. Still, Tyrant figured out she was behind it, 'cause His Majesty never cared about his food. Even when the ingredients brought to the palace weren't the best, he'd eat everything without complaining. And as soon as Rose admitted it was her doing, the head chef decided to do everything she said. The last manager got canned. Tyrant figures anything Rose says is gonna happen. He hopes they can make this work, but she knows they're definitely gonna make this work. Mila told Darcy everything, so looks like this is what Rose wants to do. They've already mapped out the plan, what fabric they'll use, and how they'll do the hem and buttons. Darcy was a huge help with the design. Her masterpiece turned out amazing. Truth is, the maid's just returning the favor, and she likes being useful. From the start, Rose figured the side characters in this novel's world didn't matter much. But now that she's here, she's grown more attached to them than anyone else. Roll managed to find out that former manager Tasha Harrington had all her property seized. She's been sentenced to unpaid labor in the mines for the rest of her life. And her husband's been stripped of all titles and treated harshly. The Harrington family's children have been denied education and financial support, and they're commoners now. Tasha betrayed His Majesty for over a decade, so it seems like the punishment is too light. But Calix is certain there's no chance she'll try to off him again. Lady Harrington's finally shown her true colors, and she's got one last chance to speak before she's kicked to the curb. They've taken everything from her, so Roll's sure she's no longer a threat. They might even be able to use this to blackmail the Duke. Also, His Majesty's thinking he really didn't want to, take care of her permanently. Since he's got a guest waiting, Calix told Roll to fill him in on the rest on the way. The guest arrived unannounced and solo. Roll wanted to know if he should head down. Turns out, it's Ash Fossman, and he pointed out that Calix is already late. Since Little Bro's here on the DL, Calix figured he could just handle the situation right now, and no one would be the wiser. Actually, Ash came to tell him something that'll help him out. At least he's probably not gonna pull some dumb stunt, coming here alone. Looking out the window a little later, Calix saw the new manager's presentation. His Highness said that to work effectively, you need to take breaks. None of the Crown Prince's staff even know what a break is. It's a holiday in the palace's history. Mila introduced weekends to everyone. It's the first labor reform on the estate. That means they'll rest twice a week. It's gonna be called weekends. But that's not all. There's also an addition of amenities that were so lacking on the estate. Effective work reorganization based on experience and skills. And finally, fair compensation. His Highness, the Crown Prince, is a man with a good heart who cares about his people. From what she saw, Rosa can't believe it's possible. It was a wonderful announcement. Erin thought she was maybe laying it on a little thick, but she's really just showing respect. She called the kid Buddy, and suddenly he was closer than he'd ever been before. Of course he's her friend. Rose wouldn't be looking out for some random nobody like that. But Aaron's clueless about this looking out thing. He thought his hand was going to fall off rewriting all those contracts. Before the third prince left, Calyx wanted to know why he suddenly felt like spilling the beans about everything. Actually, Calyx has nothing to do with it. Anne just needed to pay back that woman. That evening, Prince Fossman told Roel to start making preparations. Rose Estaigny is going with them, so the Crown Prince's estate reforms are finished, and all positions are now open. It's called an employment contract. It's got all the info, job duties, salary, and work schedule. Everything's laid out clearly in the document, so nobody should have any trouble understanding it. Still, one of the maids wondered what all this was for. In this world, where status is everything, something like this doesn't mean much. Still, a document is needed to protect everyone's rights, no matter their rank. Without a contract, people could be in way more trouble. But in this world, nobody's ever heard of that. According to Rose, with rights comes responsibility. Like you could just take the Crown Prince's property if you wanted. In exchange, the servants get 2 days off a week, just chilling at home doing nothing. To stay here, we need to get the management right, so Rose needed to make things more efficient. Suddenly, Darcy walked into the room, asking us to accept the servants' clothes. It's the new uniform. She says the clothes will be neater, made of high-quality fabric, not heavy at all, and super stretchy. With those features, the clothes won't wrinkle or get dirty. But the best part is the pockets. You can't see them because they're hidden. Rose came up with the idea. Darcy was saying Rose is a genius, and on top of that, she's as good as an angel. Next, the maid went to the kitchen to check on things, but the head chef wasn't there. Turns out he hadn't arrived yet. But suddenly, the doors burst open, and the master returned to the kitchen. Seeing the head chef, the guys were completely stunned. They were floored by what they saw. Tyrone came back to the kitchen with a perfectly shaved head, reflecting the sunlight. He looks like that because Rose wrote that they had to use masks and a cap because of the hair on his head and beard. But Tyrone was already hot enough without all that, so he decided to skip it and shave everything off. He can't wait to see His Highness's reaction to the incredibly delicious food. Rose had been working hard for several days straight, and tonight she collapsed on the bed from exhaustion. Anyway, she'll have to live in this place until she finds a way to get back home. Lee Charon's doing a solid job. From now on, she's going to focus on making this estate a comfortable place to live. Turns out His Majesty just announced a surprise trip, and the maids got to tag along. Again. They're heading to Desat, a desert empire they've got diplomatic ties with. So, not just a trip to the next town over. This is going to be a 10-day haul, easy. Rosa was looking forward to kicking back and enjoying the results of all her hard work here. But nope, not happening. She argued she should stay behind, since they just reorganized everything at the estate. But His Highness pointed out she's not the manager, so her being here isn't exactly crucial. Truth is, the first in line to the throne will find any excuse to bail on a trip to Desat. There are a ton of nasty monsters along the way, so he doesn't want to take any chances. It'd be awesome if Calyx just, disappeared on the road. That's what the older brother's thinking, not what Ash said. The third prince didn't even care if he lived or died. Paying back that woman for saving him was all that mattered. Rose Estanya saved Calyx more than once too, and even managed to sort out that long-standing issue with the manager. On top of everything else, it was thanks to her that the third prince got to Calyx and spilled the beans about those secret plans. That girl's like a guardian angel, sent straight from above. Soon enough, it was time to leave. The journey to the Desat Empire would take 10 days. The Crown Prince was hoping his personal attendant would come through for him again this time. Time to hit the road. Rose and Calyx got a send-off fit for royalty. They'd be back soon enough. Lee Charon decided to make some changes at the Crown Prince's estate to make living in the new place better. But she was too valuable, so they took her to the Desat Empire. And so, with teary goodbyes to everyone, they set off on their journey. Little did they know what was coming. On their way to Desat, a giant monster attacked their carriage, throwing them into one hell of a situation. The day before all this went down, it started with Rose telling His Highness to hold still and keep his mouth shut. She'd just slathered his face with cream, and now she was asking him to give her his hands. It's sunscreen, helps protect your skin from getting fried. Thank God he found it in her makeup bag. The girl also asked the guy to put this on, even if he thought it looked ridiculous. All this stuff's essential for surviving in the desert. Roel warned His Highness not to trust Rose, since she clearly had no clue about this kind of trip. Still, she'd heard that sandstorms are pretty common in the deserts. The scarf will help cover your head from the sun and keep sand out of your lungs. But, she didn't bring a spare scarf for Roel. Just like Roel said, she'd never been on a trip like this, so Calix wants to know where she learned all this stuff. Rose read it in a book somewhere, but she can't exactly say she was reading a desert survival guide. Surprisingly, Calix didn't press her on it. His attitude's been different lately. When it turned out she had to ride with Roel, she was totally taken aback. She needs to ride double with a subordinate, or she'll fall right off if she tries to ride alone. Judging by her weird reaction, Roel's hoping the maid didn't think she'd be riding in the royal carriage with His Majesty. Riding in the carriage with the main dude? That's how rumors start. Rose isn't trying to get that close to him, and so the imperial carriage finally set off. Looks like it's gonna be a long ride. On the way, Rose told him to call her by her first name, and then Roel suddenly wanted to know how she did it. His Majesty doesn't trust anyone, especially not the help. He's always super cautious around them. Rose somehow got him to trust her. But lately, Roel's been acting real sour towards her. It's like he's jealous that the maid stole his buddy, which is totally insane. He's worried Rose managed to win Calix over, because every time he's trusted someone, he's gotten burned. That's what happened in the novel, so Roel's probably just looking out for Calix. Rose totally gets why he's worried, but she's convinced there's nothing to sweat. All she wants is to live a long and happy life in the palace after all. She stretched the truth a little about the handkerchief, because she got the feeling Roel didn't like her. She warned him to keep his mouth shut, or he'd be eating dirt. Just then, a knight whacked his horse in the flank, and it reared up on its hind legs. Sir Chris told her to hold on tight, because monsters could pop up in this area. So that's how they ended up in danger, with Rose somehow completely unconscious. The girl snapped awake at His Majesty's shout and was horrified by the sight of the endless sky. With the last of her strength, she started moving and scrambled into the carriage. They'd miraculously survived. She thought she was gonna die, or figured they already had. But Calix is sure nobody bit the dust. His Majesty had heard that griffins hunted travelers, but he didn't think they were strong enough to lift a carriage. Looks like all that's left to do now is wait for the bird to drop us back down to earth. Rose is freaking out that griffins eat whole carriages, but according to Calix, they just like shiny stuff. A shiny carriage for the Crown Prince. His Highness personally made sure they got this carriage. Everything's going according to their plan. Calix is convinced this is the Emperor, or the first prince pulling strings. Suddenly, there was a huge jolt, and the carriage started shaking like crazy. The Crown Prince and his servant were caught between life and death in the monster's clutches. As evening fell, the heroes finally reached a small settlement in the desert. There, Roel decided to trade the horse for a camel. Unlike Rosa, he didn't even look tired. This is a nomadic settlement. This place is way different than Fosen. Still, now that they've set up camp, Rosa decided to get to work too. In no time, she managed to set a fancy table for the knights with all sorts of treats and drinks. Calix was surprised to see all this. He didn't see any of it in the trunk. Rosa prepared it separately. All the food is made with a special recipe, so nothing should spoil. Preparing food for the future is a fundamental part of managing a household. The knights have come a long way, so she thinks they all need to fuel up properly. Rose was about to sit alone, but Calix ordered her to sit next to him. And starting tomorrow, he's allowing her to ride in his carriage. Something inside him pushed him to make that decision, watching how nicely she and Roel were getting along. But the prince said he's just bored riding alone, so the maid shouldn't get any ideas. So basically, starting tomorrow, Rose is riding with him in the carriage. And it's not an order, it's an invitation. Crossing her arms, she thanked His Most High Highness for such a generous and magnanimous invitation. It's so fun to tease the prince, but she needs to be careful, using only one joke per day. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from a man trying to break through to them. The old man is desperately trying his best to meet with His Highness. Even the guards couldn't stop him. He broke free and rushed towards the Crown Prince. The old man dropped to his knees before the heir to the empire, begging the prince to take his people in. This conversation's pretty heavy, so they invited the guy inside to talk. The old dude's shaking like a leaf. He's got to be scared stiff, but at least he picked the right guy to ask. Because our main character's a grade A tyrant, the kind who lops off heads without batting an eye. Even so, everyone in his empire's always got plenty to eat and lives comfortably. Calix figured they were begging for food and supplies, but they just want to become citizens of his empire. As you can see, This place is no place for anyone to live. The land's dried up, no crops at all. And every winter night, they're terrorized by monsters that can pop up anywhere. Rosa thought this was just a temporary camp, but turns out people actually live here full-time. This desert belongs to Desat. These people are a tribal nation that got exiled from the Desat Empire, and the fact they're begging a favor from the neighboring kingdom's prince could seriously screw up relations between Fosnia and Desat. That's why Calix Fossman ordered the guy to be shown the door, pronto. But the dude, not giving up hope, kept bowing at his feet, swearing his people were dying. The Desat Empire kicked these people out, and Rosa can't figure out what the tribe could have done to deserve that. But there are kids in that group, so it's not like they could have done anything that bad. The maid got so caught up in her thoughts, she didn't even notice Calix trying to get her attention. Looks like Rosa's gotten so bold, she's straight up ignoring him now. Handing her a dagger, the prince said those people from the tribe might come after her tonight, and things could get dicey. Since they couldn't get to the crown prince, his inner circle is their next target. Rosa's with Calix now, and Rosa's riding in the carriage with him tomorrow, which means his right-hand woman is also Rosa. She needs to find out what they're after. The prince ordered her to squeeze the truth out of them, get them to spill everything they're hiding. Rosa was starting to think they wouldn't show. But here they are. The young girl, tears streaming down her face, begged Lady Estanya to help them. Rosa told her to get up, reminding her that she's just a servant. She doesn't have any real power. All she can do is listen. The final decision rests with the crown prince. And so, the heroine spent the night listening to the tribe's mysterious stories. She got so little sleep that she started yawning right in front of His Majesty the next morning, a real jaw-dropper. Calix didn't exactly love how comfortable she was getting around him, but it was his fault she was up all night listening to those stories. Just like he said, someone from the tribe came last night. The tribe's been accused of treason. The Desat are a people of spirit kings who acknowledge elemental forces, but not magic. That ain't no dog next to the girl. That's a spirit animal. Her tribe got exiled because they were too damn strong. Looks like she's the one keeping them alive out here with all these monsters. They were kicked out of Desat for treason. If Fosnia takes them in, things are going to get real complicated between the two countries. Calix thinks if Rosa keeps nodding off like that, she might as well just crash. Her eyes are half closed, so he knows she's fighting sleep, but she's pretending she's not. So the prince pulled her scarf down over her eyes and told her it was okay to get some shut-eye. His voice is so soothing. Rosa shouldn't sleep, but she's feeling so out of it. Still, if he said it's okay, she'll just close her eyes for a sec. Rosa felt a huge jolt and didn't know what the hell was going on. Her first thought was if His Highness was all right, but then she saw some kind of crazy magic power. All right, looks like the griffin finally dropped them off at the nest. They saw rocky terrain all around. That's when Chayrin realized she'd been played. This ain't no romance novel. It's just one adventure after another. Suddenly, Calix went into a whisper and told her to be quiet. The griffins would be heading out to hunt soon. Until then, they gotta keep it down so they don't attract any attention. Calix is the main dude. Ain't no way he's gonna die that easy. He'll survive whatever comes his way. It's hard to say what's real. The scars on his body, the people, and the crazy situations Calix finds himself in. All this is the Blood Moon Empire that Chayrin read about. But she doesn't remember the author of the novel throwing Calix into situations this messed up. Guess the story got all twisted because of other stuff that came into this world. Rosa decided to ask if stuff like this happened to Calix often before she started serving him. He saw the girl was too close and told her to keep her distance, but he'd told her to keep it down, so the maid was whispering. But Calix also didn't say to sit so far away. He can just do everything himself. Basically, this kind of crap happens to him every year. Then the girl noticed he was getting hot. She was used to the heat and humidity in Korea, but he wasn't. Unfortunately, she didn't have anything to fan him with, so Rosa started waving her hands. Suddenly, Calix stopped her, told her to quit screwing around and pack their stuff. They needed to get out of there ASAP, because the griffins would be leaving the nest soon. And even though Rose trusts the prince, fear's getting the better of her, so she quietly snuggled up to him. Knowing the situation was dicey, the master told her she had nothing to worry about. Calix grabbed the servant's hand. Besides, he was used to this kind of danger. Once it was clear the griffins were gone, they bolted out of there on the signal. That selfish tyrant's actually getting nicer every time I see him. Looks like he's developing feelings. But Rose is terrified that all these messed up situations are happening because of her. Even if that's true, she's kinda stuck. 'Cause she wants to live, you know? The good times lasted until the prince gave her a choice that wasn't really a choice at all. There are two paths. First, a cliff. The griffins won't spot him, but one wrong step, and it's curtains. Second, a steep slope. But it looks like two griffins are guarding the treasure. They risk becoming lunch. Calyx figures they have a better shot sliding down the steep slope, but with Rose being so slow, the griffins will see them. He seriously wants to crawl along that narrow path like a couple of mountain goats? Unlike Calyx, that's way too much for Rose. But she's not trying to be Griffin Chow either. She's got to find another way out of this. Taking a closer look at the skeleton's hand, the girl realized it was a map. Looks like he was an adventurer, judging by the fact he died down here and not in the nest. Maybe this is the very map that'll help them get the heck out of here. The prince doesn't see the point though, since the adventurer couldn't escape and died right here. Rose thinks Calyx is different. He's got the strength. She'd trust him with anything. Turns out it really is a map, and one worth taking a good hard look at. There's a secret passage somewhere around here, and its location is right under the griffins' noses. Quick as lightning, Calyx grabbed the girl and bolted for the exit. The noise drew the attention of those nasty birds. No time to think. The prince ordered Rose to get inside now. The griffin was way too close, and the maid felt a hard shove in the back, sending her tumbling into the cave. Luckily, Calyx jumped in after her, and they managed to dodge the beast's attack. The passage is too small. There's no way that monster can squeeze through. So, they ended up in this underground cave that stretches way back, and the griffin's screeches are fading. According to the map, they're pretty close to the Desat Empire. That griffin carried them a long way. The problem is, they don't have anything on them to prove they're here on a diplomatic mission. They're gonna be in a world of hurt, whether it's from the Desat Emperor or one of the Fossman brothers. Looks like His Highness is about to throw in the towel, but now's not the time for that. The ground started shaking like crazy, and Calyx barely managed to pull the maid close when some wild monster rushed past. A monster that looked like a centipede, but freaking huge. Rosa was so freaked out, she didn't even realize the ground was gone, and she was tumbling head over heels. In that moment, she thought she was a goner, like there was zero chance of her making it. If she kicks the bucket, she doesn't know if she'll get back home. But ditching Calyx now would just suck. This whole thing is complicated. A second shot at life, a chance to fix all her screw-ups and figure out what she's really supposed to do. They plummeted into the water from way up high. Must have been a good few stories. Rosa freaked seeing this totally unfamiliar place, and on top of that, His Majesty was out cold. Spotting land, she gave it everything she had to drag the prince out of the water and haul him to safety. Feeling helpless scares the crap out of her. But what's even worse is that Calyx isn't breathing. Rosa went into total shock. She can't believe this is happening, especially since Calyx is the main dude. Not giving up, with a lump in her throat, she started calling out to him, begging him to wake up. Spotting a light, Rose, crushed by the tragedy, turned and saw a magical glow coming from the diary. The whole cave lit up with a magic circle, like stars bursting all around them. The servant girl was totally lost. The diary was acting weird again. They were in the water, but neither the diary nor the bag it was in got wet. Rose couldn't understand anything. It seemed like everything happening to Calyx was because of her. Every time he's in danger, the diary comes to the rescue. Her head was a total mess. She already regretted getting stuck in this messed up world. She fell from a height, but didn't feel a thing, because Calyx shielded her with his body, just like with the griffin. Blaming herself for everything, Rose started to hate herself. Panicked, she grabbed the prince and started shaking him, trying to wake him up. But Calyx's heavy head just lolled back and forth, his cold face not moving at all. Rose, insisting it was all her fault, suddenly steeled herself and decided, "This isn't happening! Nobody dies today. She won't let Calyx bite the dust. No way!" With tears in her eyes, listening to her heart, she desperately fought to keep him alive, giving him a breath of life with her own lips. Her only hope was that Calyx would live, and she relentlessly worked to revive his heart. The water flooding his lungs instantly burst out, and the crown prince finally opened his eyes and coughed it all up. His face started to get some color back, but he's still in rough shape and doesn't know what just happened. Rose immediately threw her arms around him. Hearing Calyx's voice and feeling his warmth made her break down sobbing against his chest. Thank God he's alive. She was so worried about him this whole time. Looks like the maid saved him again. Since they need to get a fire going, she took that on too. Calyx is sure his heart stopped beating for a while there. Looks like his mana's completely drained. But nobody can restart a heart. Then, out of nowhere, he spots Rose's bag with a diary sticking out. Just then, she shows up with firewood, ready to get a fire going and warm up a bit. Too much weird stuff is going down. This time, the Crown Prince needs to get to the bottom of it all. Noticing there's still no fire and the girl's hands are shaking, Calix decides to do it himself. But Rose tells him to rest and tears a few pages out of the book. And finally, she gets it lit. Convinced Calix's body temperature has dropped, she tells him to sit down and warm up by the fire. Even though Calix is freezing, starving, and his clothes are soaked, he orders the maid to sit. The way he sees it, Rose should think about herself for once. If only she could see herself right now. Suddenly, the girl feels the prince's hand gently pull her close, and she doesn't resist. With magic powers, you can easily raise your body temperature, so Calix told her to stay still. His magic made her so warm, Rose didn't even realize she was frozen to the bone. It terrified her to think Calix could die. The thought that it could be because of her was driving her nuts. It's getting way too hot in here. At that moment, the girl heard some suspicious noises. One look at His Highness, and it was clear his cheeks were flushed, and he was staring at the ground. Looks like it's all because Calix's heart stopped for a second there. Something's off here. There's definitely some kind of mix-up. The Crown Prince doesn't get it. Rose noticed the master's face was red and thought he had a fever, but he wouldn't even let her touch him. According to him, it's all because of the mana. He's not sick, so there's nothing to worry about. In that case, the girl asked him to close his eyes for a sec, since she needed to change. Surprisingly, the stuff in the bag didn't get wet. Guess that high-quality leather really did the trick. That's total BS, of course. Rose is convinced the power's in the diary and the glow it was giving off. Actually, all their clothes are still in the carriage, so the maid warned him she only had a really basic outfit with her. Calix figured she meant sleepwear, and he thought, hey, as long as she's comfortable, right? But when the maid finally came out, the prince forgot how to breathe for a second. Bare arms, bare legs. She's way happier wearing something that isn't soaked. Burning with embarrassment, Calix got even angrier, convinced Rose had completely lost it. He gets that they're in a tough spot, but he doesn't understand how she can just chill in her underwear. It's actually pajamas, not underwear. Rose borrowed some clothes from Aaron and tailored them to fit. Underwear looks like that in this world, but she said she borrowed pajamas from a close friend. This news totally short-circuited the Crown Prince. I think he figured out we're talking about that redhead. It is his clothes, and they're super comfy and look pretty good, actually. She knows the outfit isn't exactly formal, but they're in a freaking crisis right now. Later that night, after Calix was out cold, Rose jumped up and quietly slipped away. She ducked behind the cave rocks to take another look at the journal. She doesn't know if this thing will help her or screw her over, but it's saved her bacon more than once. Cheirin keeps finding herself in situations where she's got no choice but to turn to the journal. Getting out of here is priority one, so she asked how to get Calix safely to the Deset Empire. Mallory finally showed up after forever, and Rose grilled her about where she'd been. Mallory told her she was in the Deset Empire because she needed a big horned mushroom. The Great Horned Mushroom is this blue mushroom that glows in the dark. You can usually find them in the deepest death cave, right next to Leviathan Lake. At first, Cheirin thought there's no way, until she saw the blue mushrooms growing in the cave. So, this is Leviathan Lake. That name rings a bell. In the game, it was some kind of dragon. Then she decided to check the diary to see if it said anything about needing to watch out for a dragon. They say the time of year when the blue great mushroom grows is Leviathan's sleep season. However, this is also when the crystal ants breed. Since they're Leviathan's snack, they have to live outside the cave. But during Leviathan's sleep, tens of thousands of ants end up inside to give birth to a new generation. Mallory also said that if you become ant food, you gotta wake up Leviathan. You can do it by juicing 10 of those shrooms and dumping it in the lake. Trust me, crystal ants are way worse than dragons. Even though Rose hates bugs, they're definitely better than a dragon. These heroes are damn lucky they haven't run into the Leviathan yet. Just then, something huge slammed into the ground near the girl. The earth shook, and there was a terrifying sound. Face to face, Rose met the monster they called the Crystal Ant. And it's freaking massive! Sensing danger, Calix rushed to help like a guardian angel and charged into the attack. Rose is freaking out about the monster's size. But the prince knows that, for a crystal ant, it's actually pretty small. This hopeless situation came way too fast. Their only option is to hide behind Calix. Rose isn't ready to kick the bucket yet, but they are in deep trouble. As soon as that crystal ant let out a blood-curdling shriek, The crown prince grabbed the girl and bolted. One thing's for sure now. What the diary said about the Leviathan wasn't just some random BS. Surprisingly, Rosa's not scared this time. She's only focused on the info from that diary. In that case, the girl figured Calix couldn't handle them. I mean, he's not a dragon after all. Rosa just needs to know what's better for him in this situation. Tens of thousands of ants, or one dragon. As soon as the master said one dragon was better, the maid took off like a shot. As a last request, she asked the crown prince to buy her some time. Left alone with these creatures, the crown prince was in danger. That maid's up to something again. It's simpler than the diary makes it sound. Rosa just needs to squeeze the juice out of the mushrooms. The crown prince has dealt with the Empire's monsters before, but this time, these things just keep coming. Right then, Rosa's voice cut through the air. Before chucking the juice into the lake, she told the guy to get out of here. The cave instantly began to shake. An unbelievable force was unleashed. A monster locked away deep inside. Calix just can't believe the girl woke this thing up, just because he said one dragon was better than ants. She woke up Leviathan, a sea serpent created by God among other sea monsters. The sea serpent, with its incredible power and size, used magic, ripping open a portal in its jaws. But it wasn't after the people. With its unimaginable strength, it subdued the crystal ants. Picking the perfect moment while Leviathan was occupied, Calix pulled the girl away. Now it's clear she's behind this, but she still thinks it's a good thing there's only one dragon. Then, a terrifying voice boomed throughout the cave. The sea devil wants to know who disturbed his slumber. So, Rose woke up the dragon. That's why she was asking which was better, ants or one dragon. At least the ants won't be bugging them anymore. That's a plus. But Calix isn't seeing any silver linings here. He thinks this place is going to be their tomb. They say Leviathan can talk, so Rosa's planning to try and reason with him. She probably doesn't get that dragons despise humans. One breath from him, and she'll be toast before she even gets a word out. How the girl woke him up isn't important anymore. The crown prince decided to act, leaving her to wait in ambush. It's obvious they can't just run. The dragon will spot them instantly. Calix decided to wait him out, hoping Rosa keeps her head down. The journal said the dragon was better, so there must be a reason. That's why the maid wants to talk to him. Because this guy doesn't stand a chance of talking his way out of this. She's going out there as the crown prince's servant. Her duty is to protect him, no matter what. Calix thought that was total BS, ordering the girl to stand still and stop talking nonsense. Losing their focus for a split second, the heroes came face to face with the bloodthirsty Leviathan. Its power is unimaginable, a sea monster capable of obliterating everything in its path. The massive monster nearly snatched the girl with its claws, but Calix reacted fast and pulled her close. As the Leviathan towered over them, whipping its tail, it was clear this was just the beginning. Its fury unleashed with full force. Withstanding such power wasn't easy. The crown prince gritted his teeth, holding his ground, preventing the monster from striking. Seeing things were going south, Rosa suddenly decided to step in and tried to reason with the dragon, hoping to talk things out. Human blood flows through her veins, but this human is brave and isn't afraid to stare down her fear. But watching her from the sidelines, the guy thinks the girl's lost her mind, standing defenseless before the dragon. Rosa's the one who woke the dragon, and in its eyes, she's just a foolish creature who thinks she can take it down. Truth is, they weren't even thinking about killing the dragon, and they couldn't have done it anyway. That calmed the dragon down a bit. Leviathan figured Vivi sent these guys. She couldn't make it all the way here herself, so she sent them. That's what he thinks anyway. But the dragon wanted to talk to her face to face, so he ordered them to bring Vivi to him. Not knowing who Vivi was, Rose suddenly pointed out that his cave and the area around it were crawling with monsters. In that case, there's nothing the dragon can do. He'll just have to use this. With the stone he gave them, no monster will come near them, and that allowed Leviathan to transform. He became a true dragon incarnate in human form, and now he commanded them to bring Vivi to him. As they left the cave, the crown prince was silent the whole time, which made Rose worry if he was all right. He's obviously out of sorts because of everything that happened, but he's even more concerned that the maid hasn't run off. He gave her a direct order, and she probably doesn't even value her own life. But the truth is, Rose cares about her life a lot, which is exactly why she did what she did. Luckily, it all worked out, and Calix knows that, but for some reason, it's pissing him off. They've got the stone Leviathan gave them, except it's not a stone, it's a crystal. In other words, it's condensed mana that can be released later. It took centuries to create this thing, and it's packed with Leviathan's mana, which is why no monster will go near it. But releasing mana from your body is super dangerous. Even smart monsters rarely do it. So he created the crystal to protect something or someone, like he had some kind of goal. They'll find out what that is pretty soon, along with the answers to all their other questions. Meanwhile, our heroes have hit a dead end, and there's a weird smell coming from somewhere. Realizing that stench was rotting corpses, Calyx headed straight for it. He's convinced this is a lead, they gotta go there. If Rose is scared, she can just close her eyes. Looks like this is it. A magic spell is lighting up this narrow space leading to the seal. The stink is awful. Calyx told the maid to keep her eyes open, saying she'd regret it if she didn't. Still, Rose doesn't want to be left alone here. Panicked, she ran after the crown prince. There are a lot of bodies, but she promised she'd be okay. She's scared, but being alone is worse. So, they came face to face with a magic circle, bathing the cave in its bright light. Touching the glowing symbols, Calyx instantly recognized it as the language of the ancient Brahmins. Brahman is the name of a kingdom that existed here about 400 years ago. Now, the mission is to destroy the protective magical barrier to get inside. Rose thought using the crystal would work, not realizing it's just condensed magic and useless here. Calyx drew his sword, swung it, and channeled his magic, trying to break through the barrier. He fought against the protective magic with everything he had, but it was like hitting a ghost. Finally, the magic barrier started to fade. He was actually doing it. Calyx immediately collapsed, using his sword for support. Rose, startled, barely caught him. This is way worse than we thought. Looks like he's running on fumes. The tension is getting to Rose. While searching for another way in, she noticed something. It's the inscriptions on the magic circle. She's seen something like this in the journal. In that case, there's a chance the journal has answers and can help us take down this barrier. No one would have guessed that we could destroy the magic barrier without brute force or magic. Rose almost jumped for joy. Now they could finally get inside. Speaking of which, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest and clutched at it. The pain made her feel even worse, this feeling of utter despair. And that's when she realized she couldn't breathe. She was gasping for air, too panicked to even speak. What he saw scared Calyx half to death. She couldn't let him know something was wrong, so she said His Highness had managed to break the barrier. She decided she needed to hide the journal. If he found it, things would go south real fast. Looks like the crown prince didn't notice anything, and Rose's breathing went back to normal. Meanwhile, with his hand on the wall, Calyx began to read the encrypted message from their ancestors. Turns out he knows Bahamik, so reading it isn't that hard. The founding father of Faustman was a war slave from Brahma. This truth is only known to the imperial family. Calyx thinks it's messed up that the founding father of a noble family was a slave. But Rose thinks that's as basic as their stories starting with some hero or dragon. There's writing on the wall down there that says, "This is the lair of a giant serpent." It's all so mysterious, but everything will click once they get inside. Walking in, they saw a weird girl floating in the air above a pile of garbage and junk. Hard to believe that girl with the spear through her heart is the Vivi they're looking for. Rose feels like getting this close is way too risky, but Calyx thinks there's nothing to worry about. Getting closer, the crown prince said that Leviathan isn't exactly a dragon, and it looks like he has a hoarding problem. His intelligence is like a baby's, way lower than real dragons, so he's not interested in human civilization. Like Mrs. Tanya, Calyx also thinks that's pretty bizarre. As he got closer, it was clear this was a ghost, wearing the robes of Bram. And Bram was wiped out 400 years ago. Legend says that the last princess of Bram, Vivian Brainium, summoned a monster during the Revlon invasion. Her goal was to wipe out thousands of soldiers, but the dragon went berserk when he learned his mistress had died. He's her friend for eternity, a giant serpent, and Vivian, his Vivi, will always be by his side. Suddenly, Calyx touched the tip of the ghost girl's ear, and her face immediately began to vanish, revealing a skeleton and skull. Vivian's remains crumbled to the ground. Now Calyx is going to bring her to the dragon, just like he asked. Looks like this stream leads to Leviathan Lake. They've come a long way. The crown prince is convinced Leviathan knows Vivian is dead. He's just burying his head in the sand. This reminded Rose of that scene in the novel when Serena ran away from the crown prince. Back then, he couldn't come to terms with the loss, realizing everything she said was a complete fabrication. Calyx Faustman had convinced himself it was all a lie and swore he'd be with Serena forever. Remembering that, Rosa reminded him he could talk to her if anything was bothering him. But to Calix, it all sounded like BS, especially since all he could think about was her diary. Before leaving, he flicked Rosa on the forehead, telling her she should take better care of herself. After a while, Leviathan finally saw the people he'd sent to get Vivi. You could hear the genuine joy in his voice when he saw Vivian with them. The crazed dragon started talking to his dead mistress like it was nothing, noticing how thin she'd gotten. He got her extra greens, but asked her to eat more deathworm hearts. Looking at his picky Vivi, Leviathan laughed like a total loon. Since Vivi was silent, he wondered if he'd done something wrong, even though he wasn't eating people anymore, just like she asked. The dragon's still waiting for her, because she told him to wait. He didn't even eat the guys who killed her. He threw them to the deathworms, didn't eat them himself. He's waited 400 years, but Vivi won't say his name. Then, Calix confessed that Princess Brahma, Vivian, is dead. Revellon, who attacked Bram, fell a long time ago. Leviathan actually knows it himself, but hope dies last, especially the hope of hearing his name. Vivi will always remember her Levi. She won't have to call him again. In that case, nothing else matters to a loyal dragon. Dragon blood as proof that he gave his life for his mistress. Rose shouldn't have to see this. The girl said she was okay, but her heart started pounding in her chest like crazy again. Calix doesn't believe her when she says she's fine, so he told her not to open her eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a pendant on the dragon's neck. Looks like he kept it for the princess. This necklace translates languages. Could be clutch when the heroes hit desat. Trying to play it cool, Rose took a few last breaths, totally blown away by how gorgeous the necklace was. The second her breathing slowed, she dropped like a rock right onto the ground. Through the fog in her head, she heard Calix's voice, far away, like he was speaking another language. The maid found herself in the water, which gently cradled her body and slowly lowered her to the bottom. She doesn't get what's happening, but she's sure it's that damn diary. It's all because of it. This girl held on for so long, and now she's gonna die? That's messed up. In the deep sky blue water, she suddenly saw a mysterious figure in a cloak. Nothing in Cheiron's life is random. Madeline's talking to her to change her destiny. It's all like a dream, a border between worlds, where the truth blurs between your mind and what's real. The pain of loss, tearing him apart inside, was the final straw for Calix, the last tear he shed over her body. And Rose felt those drops like pure water, surrounding her, gently tickling her face. Opening her eyes, she saw His Highness before her, and was a little frightened by his condition. The girl didn't know where she was or what had happened, but she saw a wound on his face and went to tend to it. With a lump in his throat, choking back the words, the crown prince rushed to embrace her, holding her tight. He blurted out, asking who gave her permission to faint. But it's not like she gets to choose, right? Either way, Calix felt a whole lot better. He'd been thinking Rose was a goner. When she collapsed, lifeless, he picked her up and noticed something weird was going on with the lake. The crown prince doesn't know why the lake suddenly acted up like that, especially since it's out of mana. But he's just glad Rose is okay now and she's still alive. Even though he's royalty, he offered her a piggyback ride, since she's having trouble walking. But Rosa, being a servant, couldn't just hop on, so Calix decided to, help her up there himself. Now he's giving her a choice. Walk on her own or take the ride. The maid figured the piggyback was the better option. Should have done that from the start. Calix's back is so strong and warm, she feels like she could cry. Before entering Desat, they do a super thorough ID check. They found hers on some adventurer. They came all the way through the desert to get here. When the guard assumed they were a couple, Calix got all huffy and denied it. But his maid actually blushed a little, not realizing it was that obvious. She took his arm. After all, he did ask her not to call him Your Highness. That Calix is all she cares about. Her hubby just throws a fit whenever Rose talks to anyone else. The old man's totally out of touch with young people these days. But he let the married couple through. Rose thinks pretending to be married is the least suspicious cover. If Calix doesn't like it, tough. Oh, by the way, she mentioned the necklace he gave her is seriously special. She understood everything the guard said. And he understood her too. Calix thinks it's a real artifact. It works with any language. Looks like without that necklace, the dragon and Vivian couldn't even talk to each other. So the crown prince lent it to Rose for a while, but she was stoked he let her keep it for good. Honestly, she wouldn't want Calix to have it. Sometimes some colorful language slips out. First things first, The Crown Prince is going to find a clothing shop. They can't just waltz around here looking like this. The dude was sweating bullets under that scorching sun, face red as a beet. Guess he can't handle the heat. Those new outfits from this region? They look killer on the Crown Prince, every single one. Rose's husband is already getting called a hottie around here. All stoic and straight-laced, but damn, he's got the looks. After hearing that, Calyx wondered how long Rose was going to keep messing around. All the girl wanted was for him to pick out a decent outfit, but the master let her choose something for herself instead. They're both so gorgeous. The shop lady totally thought they were newlyweds. According to Rose, that's exactly right. They're on their honeymoon right now. Long story short, they got a sweet discount at a fancy hotel, being a young couple and all. Then the girl called the master, "Your Highness," again. Now they can finally relax. He already told her not to call him that. You never know who's listening. Before Roel arrived, the master told the girl to call him something else. So Rosa decided to call him darling. And it seems to flatter him. He finally looks happy. That evening, Calyx got seriously ticked off when he found out the maid was still planning to wear her rags. But hey, it's her pajamas. They're clean after being washed. And besides, Rosa doesn't have anything more comfortable. As soon as they get back, the Crown Prince promised to give her his clothes to use as pajamas. He's sure they'll be more comfortable and better quality than those hand-me-downs, and he ordered those rags to be thrown away. By the way, they were given one room, so Rosa suggested going to switch it for 2 separate ones. Calyx thinks if they sleep in separate rooms, it'll raise suspicion. Besides, they've already slept together. All the better, since he has a few questions for the maid. First of all, the prince wants to know how she did that. When they fell into the water, his heart skipped a beat. And somehow Rose managed to save his life. Realizing she couldn't weasel her way out of it, she confessed she'd learned first aid as a kid. According to Calyx, when his heart stopped, the maid performed external chest compressions. But Rose said you gotta interlock your fingers and push on the chest while breathing air into their airway. The point is to get oxygen into the lungs, then the person will breathe again. Burning with embarrassment over the thoughts racing through his head, Calyx figured she was something else. After a while, they politely asked the mage to help them contact Roel. After that, they met up with Roel and the rest of the Night Order, and then they were received at the Dacet Empire's palace. First up on the schedule is a welcome event with dancing. All right, schedule item number 2 is a stroll through the garden. Item number 3 is lunch, afternoon tea, and so on. After a ton of different events, the Empire's festival kicked off. Surviving here ain't easy. It's way too much for Rose to handle. Calyx has been wrangling all his people, so she hasn't even had a chance to properly chill. The dancing started at the event, and the person the prince is dancing with is, like, way too touchy-feely. She's a beautiful, tanned woman, hailing from Dessat, with the classic Dessat look. Suddenly, she noticed how cute the Crown Prince's staff is. She keeps staring at them. But Calyx told her not to worry, saying they're just the help. No way someone who actually cares about commoners says that. Lady's probably trying to help him snag the throne. Succession in Phosnia is different from how they do things in Dessat. They have an exam to test how good the emperor will be. All the odds are stacked in the first prince's favor, so she doesn't get why he's not the crown prince of Phosnia. Truth be told, it's all thanks to the help of people who are in a similar boat. With all due respect, the first prince has way more power than the lady, but Calyx's father favors her. He can't see anyone else as a husband for his son except this girl, even though all the news from Phosnia gets to them. They say her status is the only thing she's got going for her. If that's the case, then she and Calyx are alike. Still, the young man knows she doesn't respect mages. Dessat was always against that kind of thing. He's grateful she kept his secret, but thinks she'd be better off with an ally like him. The rumors about the crown prince not being a pushover turned out to be true. The lady would be happy to have an ally like that. Of course, Calyx would definitely be happy to have a strong alliance with her, too. Just by chance, Rosa overheard them calling her the only maid who came from Phosnia. She's always alone, so people feel sorry for her. Good thing Rosa can hear the girls perfectly thanks to the necklace. Suddenly, the girls started talking about the summoners who were banished from Dessat. Those traitors. One guy saw one of them on his way back to Dessat. Said he looked real messed up. The summoners' eyes were black. Rosa's sure that wasn't the case last time they saw them in the desert. So she figured she better warn Roel and called him over for a sec. Hearing she needed to talk, the knight said they needed to find somewhere else, 'cause they can't be alone together. Thing is, Rosa overheard a conversation between 2 servants. She understands their language thanks to the artifact the Crown Prince gave her. After she told him everything about the nomads living in the desert, Roel told her no matter what, she had to stick with Calyx. Turns out, the darkening of the summoner's eyes is a common symptom of mental corruption. Roel knows that using dark magic taints whoever uses it. Knowing that mages only live in Phosnia, Rosa thinks it's somehow connected to sealing away Morsius's power. That's the problem, though. The number of demonic creatures in Phosnia has increased because of the Second Prince's ritual. The Imperial Palace is keeping everything under wraps, but there's no guarantee that the information hasn't leaked. If a summoner loses their mind, Phosnia will be held responsible for everything. Rosa's really worried that something bad's gonna happen. No matter where they go, they always run into trouble. Still, Roel promised to talk to His Majesty when all this is over. On the way to the ballroom, the girl suddenly noticed a glow coming from her pocket. Lady Mallory gave Rosa an old watch, saying it would show her where it is. When the maid remembered that, she had no clue what it even meant. That evening, everyone gathered in the Crown Prince's chambers, where he learned exactly what Lady Estanya had overheard. The second the word gets out that summoners are tainted by magic, Desat will jump at the chance to blame Phosnia. Out of the blue, the Crown Prince wants to know how many militia members can sneak into Desat undercover. According to Roel, they've got a few dozen guys ready to roll out right now. Calyx hasn't told Rose yet. What he's about to say is top secret intel. Turns out, Crown Prince Phosman is the founder of the Arcadion militia. The maid finally gets it now. His Majesty never ceases to amaze her. Looks like Rose is in the dark about Arcadion. She wants them to spill all the details. Arcadion is the most powerful magic organization in Phosnia. They've got hundreds of mages on constant standby, but nobody knows who they answer to. Come to think of it, only the Crown Prince would give the militia a name like that. Roel's tripping out because Rosa knows so much stuff that nobody else even suspects, but she's totally clueless about other things. It's like she just showed up here from another dimension or something. And Calyx is thinking he's not even looking at a person, but some kind of other being. Like a fairy, Rosa Itanya fairy, that even sounds kinda lame. The next day, the huge celebration kicked off, and the clock's still glowing like crazy. After everything that's gone down lately, Rosa really doesn't want anything to do with that diary. Roel snapped her out of her thoughts. He'd already told her not to wander too far from the Crown Prince. Seriously, chill out. I can see him just fine from here. Watching those two chat it up, Roel figured the conversation was going great. Rosa had no idea His Highness was coming here to marry the princess, did she? Marriage between royal families? Easiest way to seal the deal between nations, hands down. Before Roel could even finish, tears welled up in Rosa's eyes. She hung her head, lost in thought. She just said she was spacing out and offered him some orange peel. They say if you toss an orange peel right into the top of the bonfire, any wish will come true. Looks like Rose nailed it. What you'd expect from someone who grew up in pitchpot country. And now for the wish. But hold up, alarm bells are ringing. We're under attack. Perfect timing, huh? These lands are being invaded by a real nasty piece of work. Ancient creatures thirsty for payback. These summoners want to get even and make these people pay for what they did. Seeing things were going south fast, Roel told Rose to get out of here, pronto, and bolted for the palace. His Majesty will be fine. We can't let anyone figure out she's his confidant. After begging Sir Roel to be careful, the desperate maid bolted through the agony and danger-filled city. By chance, she spotted some summoners directing a bloodthirsty darkness towards a defenseless woman and her kid. Staring into those demonic black eyes, full of deadly hunger, the woman just trembled in fear, begging for help. In what felt like her final moment, she clutched her child tightly to her chest and squeezed her eyes shut as hard as she could. A dagger flashed before her eyes. The brave girl had grabbed the monster and plunged the blade into its throat. Like lifeless goo, the black-eyed monster dissolved into a bubbling mess on the ground. Seeing the woman still frozen in place, Rose yelled at her to run, and run, now! Now she has to save herself. But the growl of that devil wolf is everywhere. The danger waiting for the girl appeared way too fast and out of nowhere. There's no escaping this. This monster is freaking huge! All you see in its eyes is emptiness, a relentless urge to kill. Not knowing what to do, Rose trembled with fear, clutching a tiny dagger way too small for a monster like this. Every second, she regretted not just walking on by. Meanwhile, Calyx is dealing with a horde of monsters, fighting side by side with the knights. He gave the order to gather the troops immediately and take out the summoners. There's a connection between them and the demons. Suddenly, turning towards the roar, the Crown Prince saw with horror that a vicious monster was about to attack Rose. In that moment, everything inside him just collapsed. He stopped breathing for a second, thinking only of her. The huge creature, obsessed with this people's destruction, opened its jaws and brutally lunged at the defenseless girl. To avoid seeing her end, Rose squeezed her eyes shut. She begged for help from above, because she didn't want to die. Instantly, she was enveloped by a feeling of weightless floating. Opening her eyes, the girl saw her savior, a white-haired man with pointed ears and magic power. It seems like she's seeing him for the first time in her life. But just a second later, the maid realized it was that elf. The young elf carefully carried the girl to safety and told her to wait there. Rose doesn't treat him with the same kindness, though. She grabbed him by the collar and demanded to know who he was. She wants to know why he saved her, convinced he knows about the ancient clock. When the elf said it was their fault, the rescue, the payment, the maid thought he was talking about what happened that day. The experiment, the malfunction, their fault. The elf asked her not to mention any of that to the Crown Prince. The thing is, Rose Estanya is the chosen one, and the young man wants to meet her again. Something unbelievable compelled him to kiss the girl. Feeling his hands on her face, she didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, the elf's soft lips touched hers, and he closed his eyes in bliss. Seeing it as a total invasion, Rose pushed him away in shock, but the young man declared it was a reward. You could cut the tension with a knife. And right on cue, here comes the Crown Prince, looking pissed. The rage in his eyes is like a freaking inferno, all because of what that elf dared to pull. Without even a second thought, His Highness draws his blade, leaps into the air, ready to punish the punk for what went down. He puts everything he's got into this massive strike, but the elf's ready and throws up a magic barrier. Then, out of nowhere, things get crazy. It's like Calyx just loses it, starts driving his sword right through the shield. The magic barrier can't handle that kind of power and shatters. The elf gets blasted backwards from the impact. He's thrown back a good 10 feet, but he's still trying to throw up some kind of magic defense. As he tries to bail, he tells Rose his name is Luminous and begs her to remember it. He's about to disappear, promising he'll see her again before he goes. After the elf vanishes, Rose looks up into the Crown Prince's eyes, totally freaked out and with her heart pounding. She was about to tell him something, but he grabbed her arm hard and accused her of having a death wish. He was so pissed that the maid was out amongst the demons, like she was trying to get herself killed. Even Rosa doesn't know why. She just can't stand by when people are in danger. But she's safe and sound. Seems like she's even in top shape. Truth is, elven kisses have a beneficial effect. Still, Calyx doesn't get why he kissed his maid. It's not like she was controlling him. As for the summoner, he used a magic circle and vanished. Right now, the important thing is that Rosa has something she wanted to tell His Highness. They came to a safer place, protected by walls, to talk. This attack by summoners and their possessed demons looks like the work of elves this time. That elf mentioned something about a screw-up in the experiment, and that they were to blame for everything. He also asked us to keep all of this a secret from the Crown Prince. But Rose has no ties to the elf, and Calyx is her master. Either way, they'll manage to clear Phosnia of all charges. But the prince doesn't like what's going on. If the elves are messing with dark forces, nothing good can come of it. Maybe they're trying to resurrect Morsius. So right now, the heroes need to get back home ASAP. They'll discuss the rest when they return. Soon, the Crown Prince of Phosnia will present Milady with a gift as a sign of respect. A dragon crystal. It'll be useful to her if she decides to use magic. It's a token of gratitude for forming the alliance, and the girl will get her reward as soon as Calyx ascends the throne. When he first started talking about the alliance, she thought he'd fallen for her at first sight. Looks like someone else already has his heart, even if Calyx is clueless about it. In that case, Milady decided to play dumb about the whole thing. She's just hoping the alliance between Phosnia and Desat lasts forever. Just out of curiosity, she's wondering how long it'll take Calyx to notice what's going on between him and his servant. Suddenly, a young man popped in to see if Her Highness was all right. Actually, she's fine. She was just reminiscing about the good old days. Time to finally head home. Calyx has been lost in thought the whole trip. For some reason, Rose didn't even think about going home at the event. The first thing that popped into her head was wanting Calyx's marriage to fall through. It's only now dawning on her that if she keeps this up, she's the only one who's going to get hurt. After that long trip, they finally made it to Phosnia. Thankfully, the journey back was smooth sailing, and they got home super quick. As soon as she got back, Rosa dove headfirst into catching up on everything. And after that, she was looking forward to finally chilling out and relaxing. But she felt this weird vibe, like something was definitely off. It's like everyone's staring at her, but they look away the second she looks back. If it's about that, then it's probably because of those rumors. Aaron thinks that's definitely it. The rumors about Rosa and the Crown Prince being, close? Now people think she's hooking up with the Crown Prince. Rosa thought things would die down while she was gone. She had a feeling they'd pin her as the Crown Prince's special friend. There were a lot of whispers around the palace while she was away. They say the girl became a servant to get close to the Crown Prince, that the Crown Prince risked his life for her. Since Mrs. Stagna can't just ignore these rumors, Aaron suggested she just treat them like gossip. Remembering that Aaron doesn't have a girlfriend, Rosa straight up asked him to be hers. That's pretty intense. But the guy was a little bummed that she confessed her feelings like she was from another planet. They'll just pretend until the rumors die down. But first, Aaron asked for something, like a hair ribbon. He needs proof that he's her boyfriend, you know? No harm in that. So Rosa handed over her hair ribbon without a second thought. But then Mila just had to ask what her relationship with the Crown Prince was really like. Since the maid's an aristocrat, it would be amazing if she became empress. Just the thought of marrying Calix made Rosa's eyes pop out. She can't even picture herself as his wife. She said she wished Calix wouldn't get married. Not that she wanted to marry him. If he ties the knot, she won't know how to get back home. So end of discussion. Until those rumors about her and the Crown Prince die down. Aaron's her cover. Figures. Soon the gossip started that a maid was hooking up with that redhead from the kitchen. They totally bought it. Out of the blue, Rosa ran into Aaron. He asked if he could have a word with her. Roel hates to bring it up, but he said the whole palace knows about their little thing. Actually, Rosa knows, because she's the one who spread the word. She doesn't see a problem with it and invited the master to head to the office with her, since they both need to go there anyway. On the way, Roel apologized for bringing it up again and asked how Rosa felt about breaking things off with the kitchen hand. Considering the situation, he thinks she'd be better off focusing on her job instead of her love life. He didn't say the girl was slacking off, not knowing if he could even mention it. But the knight brought up His Majesty. He didn't even finish his sentence before His Highness suddenly appeared in the doorway, asking angrily if they were coming in or what. You could tell something was off just by looking at him. He's a total enigma. Rose decided today was not the day to push his buttons. According to Roel, no word from the second prince, and as for the temple, best if they keep a low profile for now. Hearing that, Rose figured they were talking about monsters in the Desat Empire, and the second prince was somehow mixed up in it. She doesn't know yet if the diary will give her answers if she asks it. She hasn't opened it since that day. She thought she was a goner back then, but she can't avoid the diary forever. Catching His Majesty's furious glare, the maid decided to ask what was wrong. Calix noticed she's been really blooming lately. They've been through a lot, so it must be nice to be back. Lady Estagna really did enjoy traveling through the Desat Empire, but there's no place like home. After she said that, the Crown Prince's face soured. He realized that was exactly why she wanted to go back. He suddenly asked Roel to step out for a bit, because he needed to talk to his maid. The Crown Prince had been in a good mood this whole time, but now something's gotten to him again. First thing he did was sit the maid down across from him and ask if there was anything she wanted to tell him. According to Rosa, the financial reports are in order. Thanks to Mila, she managed to keep the system running smoothly. And then it suddenly hit her that she hadn't mentioned she'd finally put an end to the rumors going around the palace. The rumors that the maid and the Crown Prince were, involved. So, she preferred that lazy redhead to her own lord? That realization really got under Calix's skin. Since Aaron knows a lot of useful stuff, and he's always so positive, it's obvious she's planning to marry him. That's total BS. Aaron's just a friend to her. She needed to kill those rumors about her and the prince, so Rosa asked Aaron to play along. Hearing that almost made Calix lose it. He said she should have given him a heads up. So, all that talk about her dating that redhead was a load of crap. After hearing that, Calix burst out laughing like a maniac, just like in the novel. Then, in a heartbeat, he mellowed out and let her leave, but told her to send Roel in when she was done. Roel overheard the whole thing, and now he's got to deal with His Highness's angry rant. That damn Rosa Estagna is driving the Crown Prince nuts. She's playing with people like they're toys. Deciding to step in, Roel asked if His Highness even wants to marry her, knowing his heart belongs to Rosa. Calix calls it garbage, but deep down it's the truth he needs to face. She's got no power or family to protect her. It could be dangerous for her to stay at the estate. The crown prince doesn't want to hear it. He's never even considered anything like that. Actually, he's been watching Rose and her new guy from afar quite a bit. He doesn't even know why, but when he sees her happy, he gets this weird feeling, like this hollow emptiness inside, a burning sense of injustice, like his desires are being betrayed. Anyway, he decided to get back to business and talk about the summoners. And then Roel explained everything about what happened with the summoners and their demons. Of course, he knows what His Highness the Crown Prince is worried about. He's afraid someone's gonna take away someone he cares about again. Maybe he thinks feelings are a weakness, but you gotta hope for the best sometimes. Tonight, Rose decided to check the diary. Not scared. She wants to get this over with quick. Opening it after all this time, she's just hoping everything's gonna be all right. From the diary, the girl learned that Madame Mallory said to beware of dragons. Rose was surprised that was it, and she doesn't even know who Mallory is. But these inscriptions on the magic circle, she's definitely seen them somewhere before. Elves are a race that once served Mauritius, and Hamel is a cursed land where Mauritius is buried. Gods, dragons, and other ultimate beings. This led the girl to a terrifying truth about Mauritius. Realizing what was going on, Rose got super freaked out, thinking this can't be happening. She's dealing with some kind of dark, otherworldly being, creating demons with some seriously messed up magic. That's Mauritius. Confronted with the face of this world's horrible secret, Rose was totally unprepared and bolted. First thing she did, she ran to the Crown Prince's chambers and started banging on the door, wanting him to open up quick. Hearing the commotion outside, Calix came out to see what was up, barely throwing on a robe after his shower. Scared out of her mind, the girl immediately rushed to him, clinging to his chest, tears streaming down her face. That's when he realized she was crying, and it made him want to point fingers at that blockhead. Barely holding it together, Rose argued back, insisting she really did just come with a request. Only then did Calix let her in, calming down a little, and offered her some chamomile tea. Just because he's the crown prince doesn't mean he can't whip some up, you know? The truth is, Rose wanted to ask him to give her a pass to the Imperial Palace Library. She runs to the prince all in tears for a library pass and thinks he'll buy it. Of course, Calix didn't believe it and told her to spill the beans on what really happened. Looks like the girl was just scared, and Calix was the only one she could think of to turn to. If she tells him that her diary belongs to the most wicked dude in the world, he'll definitely think Rose has lost it. Hoping for a miracle, the girl explained that she had a super real dream last night, where a ghost was choking her. But at the same time, she got curious about ghosts, so she figured she might find something in the library. The maid doesn't have anyone but Calix, so she came to ask him to give her a pass to the library. The words about her having no one but him really stuck in His Highness's head. He'd never thought about it like that. Without questions, he gave the girl a pass and told her to say she was there on his behalf. And the prince also gave her a copy of the helium flower from the Chemesis Empire. It's infused with divine power and works against nightmares. And also holy water from the temple, the high priestess's staff, and a helium flower dried by her personally. Calix doesn't want his maid to suffer from insomnia and then neglect her duties because she's sleep-deprived. He was nice enough to give Rose the day off to rest up, said she could have tomorrow too. The girl was so stoked, she practically tripped over herself, wishing him a good one, and bolted out of there. Rose was about to lose it after all that. Calix believed her, but still, his explanation was kinda sus. This is all because of the journal, and this thing might be connected to Marias. For now, she decided to get some sleep, then hit the library in the morning and figure things out later. Before bed, she put the artifacts on the journal, and as sleep took over, the journal suddenly lit up. Rose jumped out of bed from the acrid smell and smoke that filled the room. She couldn't believe her eyes, seeing the sacred artifacts smoking on the journal. It seemed impossible, but first things first. She doused the smoldering mess with water. All that was left were the burnt-up Chemesis relics and the journal. Something seriously weird is going on here. Right now, Chayrin is 100% sure that this diary is definitely connected to Mauritius. The next morning, before she could even fully wake up, she headed straight for the Imperial Library. Rosa Estanya showed her entry permit and introduced herself as the Crown Prince's personal maid. Out of the entire massive library, she only needed the theological books. But that section is restricted and only accessible with His Majesty the Emperor's permission. Rosa can't just look at those books. They're locked down with magic, so she decided to find something useful among the others. On the shelves, Chemicist Mythology, studies on the difference between divine power and magic. But one book, Straying from the Path of Fate and How Chemicist is Connected, really grabbed her attention. The author of this book is supposed to be the greatest wizard in the world. Rosa doesn't trust it, but she's going to read it anyway. According to the writing, the goddess of fate is actually under the control of Chemicist. Okay, so Chemicist is the ruler of the empire, but the goddess of destiny? She's got her own sacred book. After digging through a bunch of ancient texts, they found out the goddess of destiny was separated by a deity. Chemicist once lifted her to the heavens to wipe out Revellon, but Mauritius managed to stop it. Even so, you couldn't change the prophecy of destiny once it had already been spread throughout the land. Seems like the prophecy is something nobody can alter, but one guy actually dared to defy it. And that dude who took the plunge? The first emperor of Phosnia. Records say the first emperor started as a military slave, but somehow he got super smart. Rosa would be easy to control if it wasn't for that damn journal of hers. Demon summoning is forbidden magic, long gone, but descriptions of how to use it still exist, though they're hard to get your hands on. The book's author is the only mage who visits the continent once every 4,000 years. To tell the whole story, he's got to start with the Age of Mages. Bottom line, he's a tower prodigy, a brilliant mage. That should be enough for Rose. If you're drawing conclusions from the book, first off, you can't change fate. Second, you can only change it if the person trying is, well, not exactly from around here. Also, when the goddess of fate foretold the world's destruction, people summoned demons, beings from another dimension. To pull that off, you need to prepare 34 ingredients. Rose doesn't really trust the book she read, so she figures she's better off asking Aaron. The first emperor of Phosnia's situation is a lot like Rose Estanya's. It hit her. She should be looking for information about the goddess of fate, not Marias. Back in her room, she saw the miraculously surviving diary again, and knew she had to check it out. Best to rule out all the possibilities until only the right ones left. The second Rose opened the book again. A system panel popped up with English text. She froze, totally stunned, not knowing what the heck it was or why it was there. After loading, the message changed. The summoned spirit had been disconnected from its body. Thinking back to the day Rose started this whole thing, she's way less pumped now, because she's still totally lost. The book system suddenly detected a virus. Virus scan initiated. Virus Mallory, level 45 detected. Virus Fabian, level 4 detected. Antivirus required. As soon as Rose removed the Chemicist artifacts, the Fabian virus infection level dropped. Judging by what we're seeing, looks like Fabian is Chemicist, so Mallory must be Mauritius. But Rose still has no clue what any of them want from her. Suddenly, the Mallory virus triggered a system error, corrupting the soul data and severing the summoned spirit from its body. A second later, the message changed. Lee Chae-rin's primary body no longer exists. Soul data upload impossible. Soul data upload impossible. It kept repeating over and over, and with each second, the girl's blood felt like it was boiling. Enraged, she jumped up from the table, yanked a blade from the drawer, and ordered the journal to shut its trap. Like a woman possessed, she started hacking at the journal, screaming that this couldn't be happening. Chae-rin's convinced she's alive, that it's all a lie, that she's going to make it back. Exhausted, she collapsed to the floor, slumped over the wreckage of the artifacts, telling herself it's all a bad dream. She'd better get some sleep. The maid convinced herself it's just a nightmare, believing she'll wake up and everything will be okay. But she couldn't sleep. Now she doesn't know what's going to happen to her, or even what she's doing anymore. The girl doesn't know who she is, or if she ever even was Lee Chae-rin. Huddled under the covers, she told herself it was all a dream, so real she was totally lost in it. Meanwhile, Lord Calyx noticed his personal maid was running late. Roel figured she'd just stayed up too late. She's been working herself ragged lately. Or maybe she's just lying in a coma after an accident, ending up in a novel world. That's just crazy talk. Despite Roel's reasoning, the Crown Prince quickly got dressed and went looking for her. But the more people he asked, the more he heard that no one had seen Rose today. The human mind is wild. So for Chae-rin, this world is just all in her head. And she really did love that novel she was reading. The voice calling her by the name Rose is everywhere. But Rose isn't even her name. If she kicks the bucket in her dream, she doesn't know if she'll ever get out of here. When the Crown Prince walked into the servants' quarters, he found her unconscious and in really bad shape. Panicked, he rushed to her and pulled her head out from under the covers. But the girl was super weak. Something weird happened. The maid was in some kind of state, like she wasn't even breathing. When everything seemed hopeless, Calix had no choice but to give her mouth to mouth. Rose was practically seeing the light when she suddenly woke up and jumped back, startled. She was about to bolt, but suddenly felt a strong hand grab her. It was His Majesty right in front of her face. Realizing she dared to be late for work, Rose threw herself at his feet and started begging for forgiveness. Instead of punishment, Calix gave the girl time off and moved her from that cramped room to a bigger one. While she's resting, he let her visit her folks. She really needed to go see them anyway. The prince gave her 10 days for it, figuring that should be enough, and told her to bring a friend along. He gave her permission to forget about estate business for a while and just focus on herself. His Highness let Rose go completely alone, so Roll's worried about whether she'll be all right. She would have been better off going alone. When Calix said she could bring friends, he definitely wasn't thinking of that redhead. It's not that he's planning to make her his bride. He just has a personal problem with that ginger. The thing is, the crown prince doesn't trust him. There's something off about his eyes, not quite human. That's why he ordered Roel to plant a spy to watch him, knowing full well his spy would get taken care of. Looks like that kid has feelings for Rose, so he won't hurt her. But Calix can't guarantee the safety of anyone else. He's really hoping all this worrying is for nothing. Turns out, Rose took Aaron along for the trip, and that dude's got a serious appetite. You're supposed to eat on a trip like this, but it's wild how he can chow down with all this bumping around. This carriage is bumping all over the place, and he's just eaten. That girl brought it on herself asking about it. Truth is, Aaron's ready to spill everything he knows, free of charge, since Rose basically got him this vacation. He knows way more than she thinks. The kid's the bookstore owner's grandson, after all. So Rose decided to ask about the search for that person she inquired about last time. Aaron figured out she was talking about the Duke Tiel's illegitimate daughter. It's her request, but she hasn't been checking up on it lately. She's just been swamped. Turns out the Duke just recently welcomed her into the family. She'll probably make her debut at the next ball. This social bash could mean the original story is finally about to kick off. Rose asked him to find her because of something in a diary. Now she's starting to suspect her body died in that world. The plan was always for Calix to meet the main girl, and then they'd ditch the palace together. If Cheiron goes back to her world in spirit only, and her body's not there, she'll be stuck living in this world. The coachman says it's about 8 hours to Francis, so we've got time to grab some shut-eye. After hearing that, Rosa decided to crash and leave Aaron to kick rocks out of boredom. She told the kid to get some sleep too, and forbid him from waking her, since she hasn't slept in days. Aaron's got a ton of questions for her, like why she was looking for that girl, and if it has anything to do with that conversation from before. It's pretty obvious Rosa's trying to rewrite fate, but the kid doesn't care. Giving her to the crown prince is a damn waste. Meanwhile, in the forest, a couple of figures in black robes walked by, faces hidden under their hoods. Suddenly, the girl noticed something weird and turned around to look back at the carriage. Fate said she was supposed to meet the crown prince, but she's ditching because she doesn't want any part of it. Serena told the kid to do his job, and that she hopes he wasn't lying about them being close. By the way, the kid's worried about whether they're going to be all right. I mean, the carriage is headed straight into monster territory. This guy's convinced the temple's around here somewhere, but Serena clearly doesn't trust him. He's the only one who's listening to her and can actually help her get what she wants. Teheran Forest's usually safe. People use this path all the time, and the nearby settlements keep an eye on things. The kid figures something must have, forced the monsters to come out here. When they came face to face with the monsters, the terrified coachman bolted into the woods. An unbelievable monster, made of bone and skulls, and crackling with dark magic, appeared before our heroes. Rose peeked out the window, saw the monster, and freaked. She'd never seen anything like it. Trying not to draw attention, she ducked down and told Aaron to be quiet and not make a sound. These are some seriously messed up monsters. One of them's even wearing clothes like the boss. Right then, Rose was just praying he'd walk on by. But the Bone King swung that massive sword and slammed it into the ground. Taking advantage of the chaos, while the enemy was distracted, the heroes bolted from the carriage and took off running. Lady Estania always thought Calix was the reason for all the trouble, but it looks like she's the problem. Aaron's got no clue what she's talking about, but he knows you can't just call the crown prince by his first name. He thinks that's the Lich King. No matter where Rose goes, something crazy always happens. This situation's way more screwed up than it looks. The royal skeleton archers are joining the fight. On their master's command, they drew back their bows and fired arrows into the enchanted forest. That's when Aaron blurted out that the price for wielding a demon's power is, well, it's something else. Back in the demon age, humans summoned a devil from another world to stop the complete and utter wipeout of mankind. He wound up, let that rock fly, and nailed the archer right in the dome. So, things took a real turn, and those people ended up as the Walking Dead. Rose was stunned. Aaron took down a monster with a rock? She couldn't believe it. Judging by the look of him, that big bad is Prince Degshil. That freaked Rose out even more. She grabbed her buddy's hand and told him to get the heck out of there, now! But that wasn't happening. Not for this desperate dude. He let go of her hand and told her to go on ahead. The kitchen helper's about to throw down with these guys. He didn't work in Tyrant's kitchen for a year for nothing. Rose tried to stop him, but felt a powerful shove to the chest. She couldn't even touch him. Time for her to bail. This regular guy had lost his mind, thinking he could take on monsters with a kitchen cleaver. If she was worried, he told her she could go get some backup. Things have gone way too far. A freaking tree just fell right in front of Rose's face. She was shaking with worry. She warned that idiot not to you-know-what on her. Anyway, enough talk. Getting out of here alive is what matters now. As for Aaron kicking the bucket, well, Rose has a dark sense of humor. Now that there are no witnesses, this little helper's about to have some real fun. Exhausted, Rose ran nonstop, never looking back, trying to find help ASAP. She doesn't know how far Francis is, but she's sure Aaron won't last until she gets back. Suddenly, she tripped over a rock and ate dirt. And wouldn't you know it, her diary popped out of her bag. She vowed to give him a bath in Chemis's holy water if he'd just spill the beans on how to beat those monsters. Just then, a bright light burst from the diary, its magical aura reaching for the sky. Seriously, this damn diary said nothing except that Rose should watch out for the dragon. Clearly, it doesn't get that she's in a real bind right now. The diary keeps harping on about some dragon. It's like it wants her to give it a holy water bath or something. Truth is, Rose wasn't planning on bringing Aaron along. She thought she'd go by herself. If he dies, she'll never forgive herself for agreeing to bring him. Just then, something terrifying happened. The diary started spewing out this wicked black smoke. A monstrous black hand grabbed her and dragged her inside. Rose screamed, but it was no use fighting it. She vanished. The diary sucked her into its magic world and then disappeared itself. A magic teleport zapped Rose to some mysterious, unknown world, and the landing was rough. She looked around and saw an ancient building. She had no idea where she was. Lady Estein is positive she was just in the woods, and now her journal's gone missing. But out of nowhere, that cursed journal just pops up right in front of her face. Furious, Rosa rips it open, blaming it for everything that's happened, demanding to know where it dragged her. She understands every word it says and orders it to answer her. The journal's not much of a talker, just says that only the chosen can find the Temple of Fate. The vibe of this place is seriously creepy, and Rosa has no clue why the journal brought her here. Suddenly, an ominous voice booms out, commanding Rosa Estagne to go deeper inside. It knows who she is, knows what she needs to do. This girl's in a seriously messed up place with a ton of questions. At that moment, the antivirus kicked in. The system was running smoothly, and the search for her soul's location began. Location confirmed. The isekai girl is in Fosnia, Tehran. Right then, a warning popped up saying the connection was unstable, and the system was shutting down. If this really is the Temple of Fate, maybe Rose can find a way back home. Stuck here in the middle of nowhere with only this creepy thing, she's hoping she can pull this off. The journal lists her as a soul, which means she really did bite the dust back in her world. All this time, Chaerin's been clinging to the idea of getting back home. From now on, she can't live in the past as Lee Chaerin. She can't even be herself. It all feels like a load of bull. She needs to chill out. First things first, she's got to find a way out of here. Speaking of which, this place looks more like a library on the inside. In the middle of this huge glass hall, crammed with chairs and fancy furniture, a strange glow appeared. A bright glow's coming from the bookshelf. One of the books is mysteriously shinin'. The book with the gold cover is shinin' real bright, so Rosa couldn't help but check it out. As soon as she read the title, she stopped breathing for a sec. It's The Empire of the Crimson Moon. The very story Rosa's been living every day somehow wound up here. It's totally impossible. The girl was so shocked by what she saw, she didn't even notice something happening to the journal. Then she felt hands touching her. They finally met the guy who's been trapped in the magic journal. She screamed in terror, not expecting to see someone like him. The mysterious stranger who popped out of the journal is giving off crazy energy. It's almost too much to handle. Rosa doesn't know who he is yet, or where he came from, but this dude's been waiting for her. First things first, she's got to figure out who he is, or more like, what he is. He's got the same kind of power as the journal. Speaking of who he is, this guy's been a huge help to Rose Estagni all this time. Of course he's no Mauritius, he's just his loyal servant. He's a distant relative of Rose, Mallory Estagni, and he's happy to meet Lee Chaerin. It's hard to believe Mallory is Rose's ancestor. They even look alike. The young man, what's left of him, his soul, has been helping Rose this whole time. More importantly, the most powerful book of prophecy in the world. It's the key to attracting souls. The Crown Prince was a good candidate to use as that key. The most powerful soul in the entire empire. Moderately interesting and attractive. Soon he'll be doomed, that's what the prophecy says. Everything living is under the goddess of fate's power. You can't change what's meant to be. However, a being from another dimension might be able to change it. So, the guy working for Marias brought Rosa here to change Calix's fate. He said it didn't have to be her, but it just so happened her soul left her body. Now the big question for Chaerin is, does she even want to change Calix's fate? Honestly, she doesn't get what this kid's on about. Even if she does change it, what's in it for her? That's what she was thinking, until Mallory reminded her that her main goal was getting back home. This all sounds like a load of hooey to her, seeing as her body's pushing up daisies. Even so, Marias' servant claimed that Master Marias will take care of everything once he's free. All this time, Chaerin's been living with the thought of going home, and now that there's a chance, she can't even believe it. However, Mallory said that to do that, they have to free Marias, who's locked up by Chemesis. Basically, the Phosman Empire's enemy #1. Rosa's got her doubts about whether this'll even change Calix's fate, especially since there are gods in this world too. She doesn't have to do anything too crazy, just give up the body she's in. Morias's minion isn't planning on kicking her out permanently. Lee Chairin's just gonna take a little nap. And when Marias is free, she can come right back home. Even if she doesn't want to come back, well, she doesn't really have a choice. Because she definitely doesn't want anything bad to happen to Calix. It's obvious Chairin has feelings for him. She asked the diary to save him more than once, even though she was really saving herself. You get the feeling she doesn't get it, or she's just playing dumb. She did have a choice. If she'd stayed in Desate, she wouldn't have had to see him again. And she had plenty of chances to run and save herself, leaving him to kick the bucket. But Chairin didn't do that. She chose to stay with him every time. This convo with Mallory is dragging on. She needs to help him free Mauritius. She's facing a choice that, whatever happens, she can't take back later. She shoved Mallory's hand away. It struck her as funny that this lackey cares about Calix's fate. According to her, Calix is changing his own destiny bit by bit. His life won't follow this book's script. Chairin isn't gonna help resurrect Mauritius or free him just to save Calix. But Mallory's helped her plenty, so he grabbed her by the throat, lifted her off the ground, and said she owes him. One way or another, Mauritius's minion is gonna get his hands on Rose Estagni's body. Deciding to screw up his plans, she pulled out the dagger the Crown Prince gave her and stuck it in his hand. Seizing the moment while Mallory's writhing in pain, Rose got out of his grip and bolted. The furious dude yelled after her that she has no idea what she's done. She's committed an unforgivable act. Truth is, that body belongs to him. It was made for him. Mallory's been waiting 400 years, and now he wants his body back. This girl may be young, but she's scared stiff, and she ain't gonna let it happen. She's fighting that creep tooth and nail. The dude just crumpled from the pain. He doesn't know what kind of dagger that is, but the magic in it is intense. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the wall of books, like someone sliced right through it from the outside. Rose couldn't believe her eyes when Aaron stepped through the gap in the wall. He barely made it, but he's here! He and Rose are finally together again. Turns out Aaron was tracking where she went, and then he saw all this go down, so he just tore his way in. Hearing that, Mallory told him to cut the crap, claiming this temple has absolute power, so that was impossible. But the moment Aaron locked eyes on him with those inhuman eyes, everything clicked into place. He was getting curious about what Rose was doing here and what she needed that blade for, but she's more freaked out that Aaron's alive. She thought he was a goner. The kid doesn't want to dwell on it. He's just glad they both made it. Just then, spotting the attack, Aaron shoved her aside, saving her from that magic blast. That was way too close. And Mallory's just pissed that Aaron treats him like he's nothing. He ordered Rose to get out of here, saying it's his body, or he'll take them both down. Aaron's ears are already ringing from all the yelling. Plus, he has no clue what's going on. He told her not to worry, because he likes Rose just the way she is. The second his hand touched her eyes, she started drifting off, and Aaron's true face appeared before her. Rose was out like a light in his arms, but Mallory's never seen him look like that before. Truth is, this Mauritius lackey doesn't give a damn. He's gonna waste this dude. But Aaron ain't letting him touch Rose. She's the girl he's got a thing for. Then, a divine blast of light slammed into Mallory like a freight train, and the only thing he could do was scream for Lord Mauritius. Makes you wonder about destiny. What was Aaron supposed to be? He could have taken over the Crimson Bookstore, easy. Or maybe he'd become a top chef and settled down with a wife. Either way, Aaron wasn't supposed to kick the bucket with his girl. Maybe his destiny's changed. Rose mumbled in her sleep that she didn't want that. Seeing Rose wake up, Aaron smiled and asked her what she was talking about. It's unbelievable, but he's alive. Miss Estanya already grilled him about it. Turns out she fainted. The dude scooped her up, and they bailed together through some kind of space rip. So Jaren can mess with destiny, which is kinda scary, 'cause things don't always get better. Her only worry is whether Calix will actually be happier if she changes his fate. Spotting the journal, Rose just blurts out, asking Aaron if he saw her stuff on the way back. Book, dagger, bag. It was all just scattered on the ground. Aaron's gonna dig her dagger. You can even slice space with it. It's tricked out with magic stones. And the book, it's blank, so the guy had no clue what it was for. Looks like Mallory's still trapped in the journal. But she doesn't seem like a threat, thankfully. Noticing she's holding back a ton of secrets, Aaron straight up asks if she wants to tell him anything. Without a second thought, Rose thanked her savior. Pretty sure he needed to hear it. By the way, the kid hasn't said where they are yet. But this is the place Rose came from. A knock at the door, and a pink-haired dude bursts in, practically glowing with happiness that she's awake. After that reunion, they all gathered around a big table to eat. The food here was seriously nasty, but Rose can't say anything, so she thanked them for their hospitality. The man told them to make themselves at home, then turned to the kid. Aaron introduced himself as Rose's boyfriend. The man didn't get a proper introduction in before. His name is Gerald Estanya. He's her father's cousin, Rose's uncle. They hadn't seen each other in ages, back when she was just a little kid. Gerald's heart aches every time he remembers what her parents went through. He should have taken care of Rose and tried harder for her. She shouldn't have suffered like that so young. Thankfully, she's doing all right living in the palace. The Crown Prince is super reasonable and wise, so she's in good hands. Looks like His Highness, the Crown Prince, has a soft spot for his maid. Gerald never figured the boss would find anyone interesting out in the sticks. It's just, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has never shown any interest in the Estanya family before. According to Rose, His Majesty is attentive to every family in his kingdom, but he's giving a member of the Estanya family special attention. And from what I hear, Rose is close to the Crown Prince. After their chat, the girl thanked us for the refreshments, and Gerald asked his wife to show her to her room. As far as Chayrin knows, her uncle has never lifted a finger to help Rose, but now he's bending over backwards for some reason. He obviously wants something, since Rose is close to the Crown Prince. Calix definitely won't even listen to her, and she won't say anything to him anyway. Seems like His Highness, the Crown Prince, really cares about her. They kissed twice, but it doesn't count, since the girl was unconscious. It was just mouth to mouth, so she shouldn't act like a baby about it. Still, even in those moments, it was Calix's lips. Hard to tell if he's genuinely clueless or playing dumb, but Rosa knows the deal. Her feelings are off the charts, and she doesn't know what she might do. Chayrin doesn't even exist as a person in this world. She's not even alive, and doesn't know if she has the right to get closer to Calix. But thinking about that is pointless right now. She has more important things to deal with, like the diary. Only after grabbing the dagger did she agree to open that cursed diary. But when she opened it, she was beyond shocked to see the system was working fine. Current user status: obsession due to forced summoning. Solution: detach from body and await the soul. Suddenly, a system window popped up about a measurement control system. It's an AI. Illegal soul transfer detected. Initiating automatic system to protect the soul. The system's been configured to match Earth's current level of development. First-degree offender, Mallory Estanya. identified as the mastermind behind this illegal soul manipulation. He's been working for Mauritius, and as far as we're concerned, he's toast. Rose's head is spinning. There's just too much to process. So Mallory Astanya is Rose's ancestor, trapped in the diary, and he's helping Mauritius break free. 400 years later, Lee Chaerin got contacted by something from another dimension. That's when her soul got zapped into that other dimension, and the AI flagged the illegal soul transfer. Now it clicks. That's where those system messages came from, and why they were in Korean. With Mallory gone, all that's left in the journal is the AI. Assuming Chaerin wasn't seeing things, we gotta figure out who Aaron really is. There's a chance he's a ghost or a mage, and maybe he's the one who offed Mallory. Thinking about him led the guy to Rose's room. She wasn't expecting him there. Aaron was bored, so he just randomly decided to come over and mess around. As soon as he got in her room, he realized her room was way nicer than his. I guess that makes sense, since those people are Rose's relatives. And even though the guy claims he was just bored, the girl figured he came to talk. But Aaron's denying everything. He thinks she's the one with something to say. Since he promised to always tell the truth, Rose decided to find out who he really is. Figuring she'd forgotten his name, the guy introduced himself as Aaron Crimson, grandson of the owner of Crimson's books. But right now, he needs to know everything about Rose, just whether she is Rose. Truth is, she can't answer that. But not because she doesn't want to. She's got her reasons. Basically, it's the same deal with Aaron. He can't spill all the beans either. Last time, he said everyone's fate is already written, but there are things that can mess with it. To change fate, you need a being from another dimension. A soul untethered to this world can even change the destiny of a big shot. Saying that, Aaron got curious about whose fate his friend wanted to change. If she was planning to mess with the Crown Prince's destiny, then the guy asked if he could join her. Rose said it's nothing like that. Besides, only a being from another dimension can do it. She could have just said no. Out of the blue, she throws another question at him, wondering if Aaron even considers her a friend. Of course they're friends, but in the end, she still couldn't bring herself to ask the one thing she really wanted to know. What mattered to her was finding out if he was the one who offed Mallory. Judging by how slippery Aaron's being with his answers, she knew she wouldn't get a straight answer out of him. First things first, Chi-Rin needs to dig up the whole truth. If Mallory's family is tied to Astanya, there's gotta be records of it in the library. The book she found doesn't have a title. Maybe it's a journal or something like that. The book talks about how a house, once thought to be eternal, fell. If it weren't for Mallory's little brother, the family would have been wiped off the map by the hero of Chemesis, Raphael Fossman. Raphael Fossman is the first emperor of Fosnia, who ruled about 400 years ago. So, Mallory was telling the truth about waiting 400 years. The great Marias spared the family in exchange for eternal loyalty. His people went to Fosnia to work for Emperor Fossman. Even though other followers saw them as traitors to Marias, they had no idea about the mission they were on. For centuries, the family endured the abuse and criticism, all for Lord Marias. They were planning to repeat the methods that Chemesis used, and forge a vessel from the Astanya family blood, summon their hero, and then Mallory would become the Savior's guide. All this to rebuild Lord Marias's world. So, the real Rose was a scapegoat. They used her body as a vessel for a being from another world. Eventually, Mallory managed to move Chaerin's soul into Rose's body. After learning all of this, the girl told Marias's whole world to go straight to hell. Every day, she lived with the thought of returning home soon, but she realized she wouldn't make it back. So, it's either keep living here under everyone's microscope or ditch the palace altogether. If these rumors about her being tied to Mauritius keep spreading, it could put Calix in real danger. First things first, Chaerin needs to find the novel's main character. This is enough to drive a person crazy. She should be worrying about other stuff right now, but all she's thinking about is how much she doesn't want to leave the Crown Prince's estate. Even with everything that's going on, she doesn't want to leave Calix's side. In this story, Rose is a bad egg. She's done enough to change Calix's fate already. His story will be different from the original novel, but some parts of Destiny just can't be rewritten. Now Calix is gonna meet Serena, and they're gonna fall head over heels for each other. But what Rosa really wants is for them to never cross paths. After everything they've been through together, he'd be a real low-down dog if he ran off with someone else. But she can't stay near Calix while the whole Mauritius thing is still a secret to him. If Calix kicks her out of the estate after he finds out the truth, so be it. Rose can kick the bucket for all she cares, It doesn't matter. But she's sure she won't die by Calix's hand. Turns out the tyrannical despot is actually a sweet and kind guy. The next morning, the weather's practically begging her to go back to the Crown Prince's estate. But the problem is, Uncle Estanya can't spare a carriage for the girl. And the reason is, the weather's awful out there, the wind's howling, and it's getting late. This uncle is getting on Rose's nerves. He still hasn't gotten what he wants from her. Plus, he thinks a carriage needs to be prepared in advance. It's not as easy as it looks. It's obvious Gerald's got something up his sleeve. He's looking to grab some influence. In a backwater like this, trying to influence anything Empire-related is tough, so this is a major opportunity for Rose. She needs her uncle to draw up a list of aristocrats who might be useful to them. If he can pull that off, Rose will definitely put in a good word for him. After all, the faster the rumors spread from the mouths of high-ranking nobles, the better. This is a golden opportunity for Gerald to prove his loyalty to the Emperor. In the end, he promised to get everything done ASAP and get her carriage ready. Either way, Rose is sure this is all for the best. Calix doesn't have nearly as much aristocratic support as his brothers. Plus, the Emperor and Empress aren't exactly fans. The provincial factions are another story. They can be used to build a new power base for Calix. Hearing that Aaron was having a blast in Francis, Rose suggested he go back and stay there longer. She's pissed today and feels guilty about everything that happened with Aaron. At least the kid had fun, even though they almost bit the dust. Aaron chugged the whole bottle, then just chucked it out the carriage window. Rose was shocked at the trashy move, but hey, there was a cheetah involved. A little later, the cheetah girl showed up at the Crown Prince's palace with news about how she messed up big time. She was tailing Aaron Crimson when suddenly the Lich King showed up. The coachman bailed, and the servants vanished. The boss told her to watch Aaron Crimson. Babysitting the staff wasn't part of the deal. Hearing that, Calix realized she was just a pretty face if she didn't understand she needed to save Rose. They were in the Tehiran forest. No monsters have been seen there in centuries. Calix screwed up somewhere. He shouldn't have sent that girl as a spy. She takes orders way too literally. Spy says the maid's okay, but it looks like she's been spotted. Seriously, if Rose finds out the Crown Prince sent someone to tail her, she's gonna hate his guts. Just the thought of that sent Calix into a tailspin. That's not how it was supposed to go down at all. Just like His Majesty said, Aaron Crimson seemed like a weird dude to the girl. Thing is, he's got this off scent about him, not quite human. So, looks like the Crown Prince of Fosnia's spending spree wasn't a total waste after all. Rose is definitely gonna be pissed, and Calix has no clue what to tell her when she asks why he was spying on her. A creature that can perfectly mimic a human? Shadow couldn't have been wrong about that. In this situation, the Crown Prince is sweating bullets that she'll either bolt or despise him. And what's he supposed to do now? He doesn't even have a freaking clue. Rose is just a servant, and Calix has every right to keep an eye on her. She can't tell him what to do. None of that matters, because he hasn't done anything wrong, and he's confident in his choices. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A maid timidly entered His Majesty's office, clutching a journal in her hands. The very moment Rose suddenly apologized, Calix declared he wasn't about to say sorry. It was awkward, so he just blurted out, "Why are you apologizing?" The prince felt his gut clench when she said she intended to resign as a servant. As she started to explain what happened, tears welled up in her eyes, and a lump in her throat stopped her. Like a man possessed, Calix grabbed the girl, demanding to know what was going on. The truth is, Rose is just worried. She's afraid he won't believe her. Gathering her courage, she confessed, "The truth is, I'm not exactly who you think I am." They kept talking at the table, and then Calix asked the maid to chill out and start over. The truth is, Rosa Estanya is a ghost from another world. This body was prepped for Mauritius to be reborn. To Calix, that just sounds like crazy talk. He doesn't get it, his head's spinning. Then the girl gave him a diary, a kind of gift from Mauritius that she always carried around. Turns out Rosa's connected to Mauritius, so she thinks it'd be best if she left the estate. But Calix can't let that happen, because he's into this girl. When he says that, he means he likes how she gets things done. And Rosa's not going anywhere until he gives the okay, even if she is connected to Mauritius. The Crown Prince doesn't even sweat the temple, or his brothers finding out about all this. In Cheiron's head, if that happens, it's game over, and she'll really be a ghost. She's freaking out that they're both gonna get executed, but Calix is positive that ain't happening. He's gonna protect Lady Estanya, so he told her to stick close to him. Even though Rose is supposed to be protecting him, protecting her is just what His Highness wants to do. In the morning, The maid brought the prince his breakfast in his chambers, like usual. But what she saw in Prince Trin's room scared the crap out of her, and she dropped the food tray. Right in front of her, His Highness went absolutely berserk on that poor maid. His eyes aren't human anymore. They're filled with some kind of dark power, and his only goal is to save Master Mauritius. It took a while, but Rose finally calmed down, and it was time to get back to the conversation. She really thinks the master won't believe she's a ghost. Of course Calix can't buy it. He's heard you can't even touch ghosts. Since she's in Rose's body, he thinks they gotta figure out how to get the original Rose's soul back where it belongs. Plus, Calix is worried she might be hurt, especially since he knows they ran into some undead types. And that's all because he had Aaron crimson-tailed. Rose figured out it was a cheetah a while ago, and surprisingly, she didn't even ask why he was spying. Aaron's a bit of a weirdo, and honestly, she would have asked the prince to keep an eye on him herself. She figures, for Calix, as the future emperor, this kind of thing is just going to become second nature. Looks like Rose only sees him as the crown prince, but he doesn't care if she's a ghost or a Mauritius minion. If Calix was just the crown prince, like she thinks, he would have slit her throat or shipped her off to the temple by now. But he hasn't done any of that, and there's one pretty obvious reason why. Rose's guess is it's because he cares about her. So Calix decided to find out what she thought she was to him, but Rose didn't even know the answer herself. He's the main character from Empire of the Crimson Moon, the Crown Prince of Phosnia, who might just become a total monster one day. Plus, even though he seems like a wild card, he's actually kinda sweet, Rose has to admit. And that made her want to ask the prince the same thing. She needs to know what she is to him. Just as Calix was about to answer, Roll burst into the room, yelling his head off. Turns out, there's been a problem. The second in line to the throne has gone completely bonkers. Meanwhile, at the second prince's palace, it's total chaos. They're throwing everything they've got at possessed Prince Mauritius. Rose was seriously freaked out by what she saw. She had no clue what was going on. The knights are having to hold Train down with magical gold chains attached to his neck and arms. In the name of Chemesis, Train Fossman is being called to account. Is he involved in spreading demons in the Hamiel Mountains? But the Fosnian heir, desperate to free Maurias, just keeps babbling about his patron. This is way worse than Rose thought. It's looking like the situation in Desat all over again. Talk's cheap right now, though, 'cause he's already here. His Majesty has arrived. First things first. The boss wants to know who the heck dared to break into the palace without permission, and armed to the teeth, no less. According to the knight, they had no choice, 'cause Prince Thrain's straight up possessed. This proves the imperial family's tied to Maurias. The second prince's body. Actually, Mount Hamel's under the temple's jurisdiction, and this is what their terrible work has led to. But the captain of the knights is totally against it, thinks it's blasphemy. Then the emperor's aide asked Calix Fosman to spill the beans on what happened at his birthday festival. According to the crown prince, the demons started going wild right from the start at Mount Hamel, and now it's happening again. As the crown prince, not just as his older brother, Calix needs to take responsibility for Train. He asked to be put in charge of this, but Rose doesn't even know what to make of it. Things are going smoothly. Calix told the emperor everything that happened in Desat. The temple doesn't know yet that summoners are tied to dark forces. What's more, the summoner's body that was being kept in the palace also vanished at some point. The elves are behind it. This next part is private, so His Highness kicked Roll out. Then, Rose shared her theory, that the second prince's condition is connected to her. In the Tehiran forest, she stumbled into the Temple of Fate. There was a minion of Mauritius there, who originally prepared Rose's body. She stabbed him, and she thinks that's the reason for Train's situation. Her presence is putting Calix in danger. Looks like the crown prince isn't sweating it. After all, the girl's his servant, not some dark minion. She spilled the elf's secret, and then shanked that minion. Thinking she's one of them after that is just plain dumb. Calix isn't sweating it. Figures ghosts are about as real as fairies. Plus, he's stoked to have a spirit on his side. Rose almost forgot to mention that, back home, she told Baron Estanier to rally the local troops. They've never met Calix, so he needs to give them the official welcome. Suddenly, the prince had a brainwave, a way to win over his people. Everyone knows demons are a major threat to the Empire and the Church, but they're dragging their feet on doing anything about it. Because of that, the Empire takes a beating from demons every year, mostly hitting the little guy. If we take the lead on solving this problem, we can get the Church and the people on our side. And the crown prince will finally get some props from the emperor. His Majesty would definitely be down with this plan. Since the elves chose Rose, Lord Calyx told her to pack her bags ASAP. Turns out, the crown prince wants them to head to Elven territory, but he's already second-guessing himself, thinking maybe he should have left Rose at the estate. Figures, he's taking Rose instead of Sir Roel, even though she's still recovering from the last mission. The Elven territory is locked down by a magical mist inside Mount Hamel. Calyx can't get in there, but the elf chosen one can. Roel's job is to keep tabs on the first prince. He might be planning something sneaky while this is going on. Relax, though. They're just going to parley, not start a war with the elves. Finally, Calyx ordered his troops to assemble at the palace and be ready to roll. They'll slip out unnoticed. Time to shove off. The prince ordered Roel to defend the estate while he's gone. Unfurling the magic scroll, the crown prince bathed the room in bright light, opening a portal. Instantly, he and Rose vanished and reappeared in a completely different place, deep in a dense forest. They landed perfectly, and Rose immediately recognized that they were in the Hamel Mountains. Something definitely went down in this eerie place. The girl could feel demonic energy everywhere. She regretted even asking Calyx about it, especially when he told her it was, well, let's just say demon remnants. The coordinates were accurate. It's got to be somewhere around here. Calyx has no reason to sweat it, unless he and his servant get separated. First things first, he returned her necklace, having tinkered with it and made some adjustments. Compared to the Leviathans, elves are a total joke. Sure, they're magic savvy, but physically they're weak. The spot we need should be around here somewhere, but the heroes will have to walk around and search. Rose has a pretty weird way of searching. She's trying to sniff out the scent of fog. That's when she saw Calyx's genuine smile for the first time. His real laugh, the kind that comes from the gut. This is serious business, so she doesn't get what he's so happy about. He's like a puppy. Meanwhile, Ash went digging for answers in the library's restricted section. Year 1 of the Empire. The hidden contents of records from that time were only discovered 400 years later. Most of the books about Revellon were destroyed or lost. Only a few collections survived. The people of Revellon worshipped Mauritius and believed Chemesis was evil incarnate. They believed Chemesis's power of light had turned the king of Revellon into a puppet. History only remembers the victors, but the followers of Chemesis considered Mauritius a universal evil. There's no mention of demons in this book, but the crown prince read the whole thing. His brother said he was heading to the Hamel Mountains with that woman. That's why Ash is really hoping Calyx Phosman pulls through. Seeing the sheer number of monster corpses, Calyx realized things were way worse than they thought. There are so many demon corpses here. It's hard to believe the temple really didn't find anything. Or maybe they did find this place, but couldn't make it back. The heroes didn't just stumble on a glove. That's someone's hand. It's too late to leave now. There are only corpses here, but there should be so many more. Wondering where the others went, Calyx figured they were taken alive. Maybe to be sold off, or maybe they're running some kind of twisted experiments. According to the prince, unlike mana, demonic energy can't be controlled. But somehow, Marius's followers managed to poison the second prince with demonic energy. So, they found a way to infect people with it. Can you imagine how many died while they figured it out? When it comes to experimenting on people, elves are like mad scientists in my head. Usually, Rose pictures them as holy beings guarding the forest. They can't let their guard down now, or they'll both get caught. Seeing how worried Rose was, Calyx told her not to stress. He'd protect her. Suddenly, he noticed something fishy and pulled her close for her own safety. Just then, the thick demonic smoke started to clear, revealing the secrets hidden within the forest. An elf stepped out of the fog, greeting the Saint of Marias. Following him, other henchmen bowed their heads before the Saint of Marias. This elf, Luminous Cloel, has met Rose again, the chosen lady of Estan. He's stoked to meet the saint and asked her to come closer, but Calyx immediately pulled her away. Rage started bubbling up inside him, seeing what this kid was doing. Right then, the lackeys all yelled that the guy who so brazenly grabbed the saint was beyond redemption. She might be a saint to them, but to him, she's just staff, and Calyx is really curious if he's cramping her style. Truth is, being held so tight by the crown prince, feeling his solid build, Rose is actually super uncomfortable. She announced that she was currently escorting His Highness the Crown Prince and asked them to be understanding. Now they can finally talk. Calyx wants to know what they're plotting. The wisest of the elves, the Elder, decided to answer that question. According to him, Calix was born with a powerful soul, but his destiny is cursed. Marius's temple looms around them, looking pretty damn ominous. Suddenly, the goons start chanting, looking up. They're going on about the fifth moon, two hearts, the mother of darkness. So this whole screwed up world is just a cult run by some psycho. Suddenly, this demonic power shows up in the air, and the oracle appears before the faithful followers. The emaciated oracle latches onto the crown prince, calling him the most powerful soul. And with him as the chosen one, Rose is totally confused by what's going on. The Prince of Phosnia ain't liking these parlor tricks, especially since Chimera's here. Experiments like this are forbidden by the Empire. Looks like the elves broke the law. The elder doesn't know what he's talking about, insisting she's the only priestess of Marias who can read fate. To prove it, the old guy tells the priest to tell them about the fate of the Crown Prince of Phosnia. Calix's destiny is all about misery, hate, loss, a damn curse, and death. The prince's whole fate was laid bare right there in his palm, and that's when Rose noticed him starting to shake like a leaf. All that stuff hit Calix so hard, he passed right out. But luckily, the girl caught him. The elder says he's just in shock, but all they did was show him what's coming. If the priest's prophecy tells the future, then we're talking about the Blood Moon Empire. Calix was acting like a jerk to the saint, so the elves just let him know it. The elder is a loyal servant of Marias, who's supposed to be escorting the saint. But Rose doesn't buy that Marias personally asked him to do it. The old guy's saying it's in the prophecy, but he clearly doesn't know you can change that stuff. Okay, so now it's obvious they hate Calix, but they need Rose. She came in peace, but if they keep acting like this, she's worried things just aren't gonna work out. And now she's ordered the elves to get them and the prince to safety, ASAP. Her mission is to protect Calix. Betrayed by his lover, the heartbroken crown prince was consumed by revenge. He had to know why she didn't love him, convinced that she'd end up stabbing him in the back too. The second the crown prince decided it was better to just get rid of everyone, he was driven by feelings of betrayal and loneliness. He doesn't need anyone now. But another part of him is screaming that he never wanted this. The pain of those days, the kind that changes a person, leaves a permanent mark on their life. And the hand that once begged for mercy will now clench into a fist, fueled by the cruelty growing inside. Just like Calix begged for his mother's life, he begged to be set free. It seemed like he wouldn't do it, like he didn't have the strength, but his cruelty grows with every new pain he endures. Now all that's left for him is to see what he's done. Yeah, he's the one who killed them. Trina, Ash, Gerald, his father, all the knights, and the woman he loved. This is the fate of Prince Phosnia. Now he's seeing his true colors. He doesn't want this fate and tries to reject it. But his life is under a dark cloud. Destruction and despair. If Calix wants to change fate, he has to make a choice and turn his back on Phosnia. Darkness must return to this world to free it from the torment of this curse forever. Startled, Calix woke up to Rose's loud cries. His skin was so pale, like he'd just been brought back from the dead. The girl's ready to help if he's still feeling under the weather, but the master said he's fine. Since he's so pale, the maid decided it would be best to head back. But if Mauritius is really planning on coming back to this world, there's a good chance this could kick off a war. Turns out, Mauritius got in touch with the Crown Prince and delivered his message. God only appears to a person once, and that was the end of Revellon. Now we need to figure out what the elves are after. There's gotta be a reason Mauritius reached out to Calix. Just the thought of actually having to find Mauritius is making Rose's head spin. But there's a silver lining here. Rose saved the Crown Prince of Phosnia again. Luminous's voice came from behind the door. He decided to apologize for what happened. So, Calix suggested playing along with them at first. That way we can figure out what their goals are. Rose only agreed on the condition that His Highness doesn't wander too far from her. If these cultists want her, then the prince will be safe next to her. With permission, Luminous entered the room and bowed, apologizing to the saint for scaring her. If His Highness actually showed up with the saint, the elf is going to be at their beck and call. She let them off the hook this time, but she's wondering why the elder didn't come to apologize himself. According to Luminous, the elder's already prepping for the saint's arrival. Noticing they were a little cramped, sharing a room, he decided to get another one ready for them. But Calix was like, "Nah, we're good. Rose and I have shared a room plenty of times." She's never felt this way around him before, but she had to play along. Still, Lumina said not to make things harder than they need to be, and Calix replied that he's going to be escorting the saint. Looks like they both need this woman, whether she's a saint or just some help. In the end, Rose sided with His Highness, and kicked the elf out. She thought they were acting like children. Calyx wants to know their secret, so she might use her charm to get the elf to spill. Calyx wouldn't let her do that. But besides him, nothing's stopping her. The Crown Prince definitely won't get jealous, and if he does, first, he might start making threats, or just take care of things. She got so lost in thought, she was late for the meeting. She's just not used to wearing something like this. She even thinks she looks weird. Or maybe she put the dress on wrong. Seeing what she was planning to wear, His Highness threw a shawl around her neck. He's sure that elf will be checking her out, and the elder will be looking. All the elves will be staring. Covering up the maid's assets a bit, Calyx ordered her not to show them anything. Nobody but him. Not those skinny elves, not that pumpkinhead. He's totally jealous. Rose seems to have lost it, but she won't show anything to anyone but him. The novel's main character is a real sweetheart. Seeing how beautiful she is, he couldn't resist pulling her close. He doesn't want to lose anyone else. The thought makes him shake like he's terrified. They met with the elder soon after, but Rose's mind was still stuck on what had just happened. She's wondering what the heck that was all about. And Calyx still looks like he's seen a ghost. The elder's first move was to compliment her dress, but Rose knows she looks out of place, even without him pointing it out. But she suggested they skip the small talk for now. Suddenly, the saint was offered a glass of red wine. The goons had been prepping for her arrival for ages. They never expected the warrior they sent to meet the game would get snatched up by humans. So, when he first met Luminous, he already knew what Rose was. By some crazy stroke of luck, the saint ran into their warrior. It must be a blessing from Mauritius. Cutting the elder off, Calyx reminded him what Rose said and told him to get to the point. The clerk just smiled, saying he knew the saint was at the Temple of Destiny. Just as you'd expect from a saint, Rose received a vision there. Mauritius said darkness would engulf the world. If they keep worshipping her as a saint, she'll use that position to her advantage. Mauritius asked her to help His Highness, the Crown Prince, build an army that will go down in history. Mauritius said Rose was just a tool to change destiny, but the Crown Prince is the one who'll really change things. Speaking of the elves resurrecting Mauritius, all the preparations are complete. His Highness, the strongest soul. That's what the prophecy says. He's the perfect vessel. Soon, the elf elder led the saint to the place where the altar of the great Mauritius's shrine is located. This is the temple, huh? It looks way more ominous than I expected. Feels like ghosts are gonna pop out any second. Suddenly, Calyx whispered to the maid to bite the necklace if anything goes sideways. He's got a translocation spell on him. Rose is teleporting to Roel. According to the elder, this is the last temple standing after Revellon was destroyed. This place is like a total hotspot for demonic energy. Now we can see it for ourselves, their sanctuary, the thing they use to talk to their god. As soon as the doors opened, the inside looked exactly like that cave with the moon butterflies. So that's how they managed to stay under the radar for 400 years. It finally clicks for Calyx. Behind that gate is the bloated result of some messed up experiments. The elder says it's definitely the result of a failed experiment. He apologized for not giving us a heads up, said we must be pretty freaked out. The elf asked us to hang tight, saying if they screw around with the rules, things will go sideways fast. Calyx figures this is just like the Dacet Desert all over again, and it's making the old guy realize the Saintess is way too reliant on him. There's something else the elf didn't warn them about. Remembering the Saintess hasn't actually met Marius yet. Looks like he's got some slightly different plans in mind. Just then, the tomb bursts open, and a devastating devilish power explodes out. This is a party for the minions. The day has come when the Saintess will become a vessel for Marius. Right then, Calyx tells the girl to do exactly as he says, and get the hell out of here now. He's telling her to run, but Rosa absolutely does not want to leave without him. Mallory's gone. Even if he was alive, he probably wouldn't lift a finger to help Calyx anyway. Suddenly, the heroine remembers the system was created to protect Froth to this soul. Turns out, it wasn't helping Calyx at all. It was helping Rosa. Taking a huge risk, the girl pulled out that creepy-ass diary and tossed it, begging the system to protect her. The diary snapped open, instantly sucking up the demonic energy. It worked! Looks like they don't have to run anymore. Calyx doesn't even know how to handle Rose's crazy antics. Looks like the elf was trying to lure them into a trap, but he never expected them to be on the same wavelength. Calyx decided to see who really walked into a trap. With one swipe, he tore open the dimensional space and let the Imperial Knights into the temple. The Crown Prince declared that this guy tried to off a member of the Imperial family and has to be executed. Just like Rose said, he boosted his power, came in handy. Everything would be great if it wasn't for the urgent news about what happened back in the Empire. While the Crown Prince was away, the Empire was attacked by monsters. For their actions violating the laws of Phosnia, the elves brought upon themselves a punishment befitting their intentions. For the Guardian, as for all of them, this is a direct insult to the great Mauritius. The system reported a vaccine is available, and 12% of the perpetrator Mauritius's power has been tracked and destroyed. So the system prioritizes user safety. His Majesty is safe, which is a huge relief for Aaron. But there's something far more important right now. Since they left, monsters have appeared in the Empire, and there are already over 100 victims. Seems like there's only more of them, and the temple and the palace are both debating how to deal with them. The Crown Prince doesn't have a moment to rest. He needs to call an emergency meeting. In that case, first and foremost, Calix tasked Roel with protecting Rosa. A lot happened while you and the Master were out of the Empire, like they're trying to bring Mauritius back from the dead. Rose, a spirit summoned into this world by Mauritius, they want to use her to rewrite destiny. Hearing that, Roel looks pissed, even though he doesn't fully get what's going on. He can't believe these goons are trying to use Calix as a vessel, and Rose to change fate itself. Let's say everything this girl's saying is real. But the big question is, why is she telling Roel? Truth is, Rose is hoping that no matter what, he'll stay on the Crown Prince's side, and hers. And she needs to believe that the head of His Highness, the Crown Prince's Night Order, thinks she's right. This unbelievable girl just leaves him no choice but to agree. After the meeting, His Highness totally lost it. Thinking the Emperor, the First Prince, and the Temple, they've all gone bonkers. They decided at the meeting to hold off on doing anything for now. The Imperial Palace is saying the Temple needs to step up and handle the monsters. The Temple's saying the opposite, like they're playing a game of hot potato. But the people of the Empire are in danger. They're not getting any help, so Calix is going to take Rose up on her offer. But Roel reported that troops were already prepped in case the First Prince kicked off a rebellion. When he said they'd be fighting monsters, the Crown Prince conveniently forgot to mention their knights. All those letters to the provincial nobles that his super competent staff whipped up. Thundera, Pjorn, Kellerman, they're all far from the center of power, but their influence in the provinces is huge. Still, Calix doesn't have the muscle to bring them all to heel, so Ash agreed to lend a hand. Looks like he's not exactly welcome here, but he's gonna help his brother out with the whole not enough manpower situation. Seems like Ash has no reason to do this, but it looks like his older brother found out he was trying to help Calix. Now the third Crown Prince has him in his sights, so he's got no choice but to throw in with Calix. He's holding Arcadion's lair, and it's enchanted to make sure he can't lie. Ash is down to help his brother, but he wants safety in return. Calix will do everything he can to protect him. Ash was originally supposed to die by Calix's hand, but now they've made a deal to work together. Changing fate isn't always a bad thing. Plus, the third Crown Prince decided to pay back his savior too. When he comes of age, he's gonna ask for Lady Rose Estanye's hand in marriage. This is the first time he's met a girl who gave up her life for him. Hearing that made Calix see red. He said he's breaking the deal because that lowlife is gonna kick the bucket today. It all started in the north of Phosnia, in Thunder's territory. Grand Duke Phalaton and the Crown Prince of Phosnia, they're like two peas in a pod. An important matter brought the heroes to this remote place, but Calix doesn't want to get down to business right away. Duke Phalaton isn't good at small talk. He and the heir to Phosnia are alike in that way. Before we get down to business, the Duke needs to sign this non-disclosure agreement. According to Calix, we gotta play by the Imperial family's rules. Seeing Arcadion's work, the Duke wanted to know why the document wasn't sealed with magic from the magic tower. He's pretty sharp, so Calix asked him to guess why Arcadion's spell was on the document. Signing the agreement, Grand Duke Phalaton said he never thought he'd actually meet the owner. He always suspected Calix was Arcadion's owner, but now he's sure of it. The Duke signed the agreement, so it's time to get this show on the road. Honestly, the Phosnian heir wants you to become someone important to him. It's been too long since things changed in the Empire. Time to stir things up. Phalaton says Duke Tianel's too old. He'd be better off chilling somewhere quiet instead of in the capital. Thank God everything worked out perfectly, and the negotiations went well. Honestly, Calix didn't expect there to be anyone with a brain left in this messed up empire. The Duke's judgments are bold and quick. Plus, he's incredibly well-informed. Grand Duke Severa is really sharp, a very capable guy. Calix is right, but it sounds like he's patting himself on the back. They hadn't met before, because Calix hadn't given him a thought, until Rosa mentioned him. He told her not to look at him like she felt sorry for him, because he's trying his best here. Unbelievable, but the Crown Prince is blushing. That's so not like him. Anyway, they successfully formed an alliance. When Calix takes the throne and becomes emperor, he can do anything for Rosa. Now all he cares about is what she wants him to do. It seems Rosa cares about the people. She really did say that, but she's ready to give up on her ideas. She suggested that His Highness just bail, figuring there had to be other continents in this world. Judging by Calix's weird reaction, looks like nobody's ever explored other lands around here. What His Highness's personal attendant is really saying is they need to get fair away. In that case, the Crown Prince really hopes Rose will run away with him, follow him wherever he goes. Of course, the girl would gladly run away with him, if she wasn't from another world entirely. Time to head back. They're done here for today. Back then, the Empire crumbled under the weight of horrifying monsters, igniting agony and chaos everywhere. People were scared stiff, desperately trying to hold their own against what felt like pure hell unleashed. The fearless girl stood her ground until the very end, staring the monster down, protecting her family right before it attacked. The magical sword strike seemed to purify the air. Roel fights with hope, believing the people are safe. The thing is, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is here to save the day. Like a guardian angel of Phosnia, bathed in glory, Calix Phosman radiates the fearless spirit of his ancestors. Right then, Rose told him to look extra badass, since her plan was working perfectly, and Roel agreed. Embodying military prowess and resolve, Calix raised his sword to the heavens, symbolizing his oath of loyalty to the people of Phosnia. He's here to bring light to the people and banish the encroaching darkness. All hail the Crown Prince. After that, Calix and the third Prince Ash, along with their troops, got the situation under control. And then, all of a sudden, the diary started absorbing the divine power of Mauritius. Just as planned, Rose proved useful, soaking up Mauritius's divine power. After which, they started calling her a holy book-holding servant, which is a weird way to say she's seen as a saint. The vaccine detected and destroyed a small portion of Mauritius's power, a first-class offender. The journal's still tearing Mauritius apart, but if it keeps absorbing his power, maybe we can take him down. The capital's territory is finally clear of demons. Roel's sending the knights to the surrounding areas. But the demons keep coming. No one knows when these attacks will stop. Calix is sure it's all Mauritius's doing. This is power that's been building for 400 years. When Rosa tried to tell His Highness something, he asked to talk later. He needs to get to the temple ASAP. The Emperor said if he wants to go demon hunting, he should talk to the Pope. Sounds like the Emperor's not happy with Calix's moves. Lady Estania almost let him go, but she stopped him at the last second. She needs to tell him something. The moment Calix asked her to come with him, she started having second thoughts. Her first thought was that Calix could end up in danger because of her. Cheirin didn't think about the career she struggled to build, or her family, or anything she left behind. She was worried about Calix. She can't turn her back on him anymore. She'll be with him till the end. She loves Calix, and she'll follow him to the ends of the earth. Hearing that, the Crown Prince grabbed the girl and held her tight. He'll never let her go again. Rose isn't going anywhere without him anymore. Calix will always be by her side. The Temple of Fate, the guys in the black robes still couldn't find him. So that leaves only one option. Serena has to take Calix Phosman out. Hard to believe, but the current depleted power of Mauritius is almost 14%. Looks like Mauritius' power is weakening with every demon that gets iced. 12% was wiped out when Rose absorbed the magic created by the elves, and about 2% after that. It'd be awesome to take down a bunch of demons at once anyway. The journal should be a huge help with that. Looks like His Majesty's totally tuning out, and he's not even seeing what's in the diary. Speaking of which, he suggested we pick up right where we left off. Remembering what that was, Rose blushed hard and was shocked he'd suggest it here of all places. Then Calix figured she had a place where they could do that. But this wasn't exactly the right setting. But now they've arrived at the temple, so there's really no time for any of that. They need to sort everything out ASAP, so Calix can spend as much time with Rose as possible. At the temple, the Holy Father greeted them. He guessed the Crown Prince was there because of the demon problem. In that case, the Pope asked the girl to step outside, since he needed to talk to His Majesty alone. The Pope is the head of the clergy, wielding the divine power of Chemesis, the founder of Phosnia. The owner of this body is Rose Estanie. Her family prepped her body for Mauritius. Word on the street is this whole mess is just a prelude to Marias's resurrection. Honestly, the same kind of people are behind both Chemisis and Marias. Chemisis, who wiped out the people of Revlon and built an empire. Or Marias, trying to come back to life using the crown prince. They're all using people without their permission. And Rose's diary, originally meant to resurrect Marias, it changed after Mallory disappeared. The management system is helping Tyrant, a person from another dimension, destroy Marias's power. If Marias tries anything with Calix, the diary will probably help stop that wicked god. Suddenly, a magical explosion. The temple's under attack. First thing, Rose charges straight to the Pope's chambers, and what she sees shocks her to the core. Calix just wasted him. Seeing the girl in the doorway, the Crown Prince tells her to get out of here, when suddenly a magical blast goes off right between them. Rose is freaking out about whether he's hurt, but Calix is more worried about why she's here. Something crazy's going down. Some huge red-hot rocks are raining down on the temple from above. Those are meteors. You'd have to be like a top-tier mage to break the temple's barrier. Time's running out. It's too dangerous to stay here. So Rosa told His Majesty to get the heck out. Right then, everything went to hell, and a massive, burning meteor smashed right into the Pope's main chamber. When Rosa opened her eyes again, she saw a protective magic dome around them, created by Calix. He's okay. He can hold out until they can shut it down. Calix's power is draining fast. The magic shield is starting to crack. This is insane. That giant meteor is a real sight to behold, and it's strong enough to take down the whole temple. Exhausted, Calix collapses into the arms of his personal attendant, saying he's fine, but it's clear he's bleeding out. This meteor, bigger than a dude, hauling ass through space, and the prince just straight up blocked it. His wounds ain't healing, so Rose decided to give him her pendant and told him to get the heck out of here. Even though she's worried sick, this stubborn crown prince ain't going anywhere and swears he ain't gonna die. Trying to figure out how to get him to safety, Lady Estanya remembered the diary's dimension hopping system. No freaking way, the diary's blank? Seriously? It picks now to bail on us. Rose, totally desperate, broke down crying and begged His Majesty not to die on her. Calix is still convinced he's gonna make it, but looking up, you can see the mana just fading away. That's when she snapped and punched him in the shoulder for not listening and just blowing her off. When you think it's all over, that's the moment you gotta dig deep and find that last bit of strength. Just as the Crown Prince reached for Rose, crimson blood seeped from his body, and he collapsed onto her shoulder. The girl's freaking out, totally lost, trying to figure out why there's a sword sticking out of him. She's shaking like a leaf, scared out of her mind. Rose needs a potion, so she bolts to grab it. Before running off, she tells the prince not to, you dare pass out on her, but he's losing so much blood. Lucky for them, the potion was right there, so Rose snags it quick. As soon as she gets the magic potion down the Crown Prince's throat, it kicks in. Looks like that wound's gonna close up soon. Just then, a voice behind her makes her heart pound, sending chills down her spine. This chick, hiding her face under a black hood, tells her to leave Calix alone, saying he's better off not being saved. Seeing this psycho nutjob, Rose jumps on her right away, accusing her of being behind all this. She's yelling in Korean, asking the stranger how she dared stick a sword in His Highness. Suddenly, the hooded girl tells her to stop and pulls her hand back, answering her in Korean too. The truth is, she had no choice. She's convinced Rose would have ended up just like her. This is the girl from the vision, the one who said Rose would have done the same thing she did. So this is Serena TNL, and she's convinced this guy wanted her dead. Seeing the Crown Prince open his eyes, Rose panicked and rushed to help him. Serena's assistant was shocked to learn His Highness didn't die. They even threw a meteor at him, but nothing worked. That's when Serena decided enough was enough and told Kyle to bail. She's not giving up that easy. They'll meet again, and they'll have a real talk. Thank God His Highness's wounds healed up. It's all thanks to the potion Rose gave him. It's really gone. There's not even a scar. Calix is really okay. That guy from yesterday, His Highness remembers his name is Calix. This guy's the head of the magic tower, 'cause there ain't many mages who can sling a meteor like that. And that girl, she sounded just like Rose. After what happened, Calix warned the maid not to do anything stupid, like running a background check and meeting that woman alone without telling him. Soon, Rose got a letter where the girl asked her to leave the palace and said she'd find her herself. That's gotta be Serena Tianel, and Che Rin thinks she might be another isekai person. If someone from Korea took over Serena's body, her actions make sense. Knowing the novel, Rose would have bolted from the Duke's house too. Plus, she wanted to off Calix. so he forbade the maid from meeting that woman alone. The master said that, but Rose has to meet that girl. She managed to sneak out of the palace, but she has no idea how Serena plans to find her. Mrs. Stain was just minding her own business when she stumbled into some kind of magic trap in the woods. A spell sucked her right in, and Rose went through a portal, ending up in a totally different place. That's where she met the girl, Serena Tianel. Serena knew the Crown Prince's personal maid would show up. Kale took off, so they can talk freely now. But even if he'd stayed, he wouldn't have understood them anyway. Rose didn't expect to hear Korean, so she wasn't imagining things. Then she asked why Serena attacked the Crown Prince, but the girl countered with a question about why Rose was with him. Answering a question with a question is bad manners. Besides, since Serena called her here, she should introduce herself. This is a little awkward for her to say, but she's pretty sure Rose knows the novel Empire of the Crimson Moon. Mrs. Stanye is familiar with the novel and knows that Serena Tianel is the main character of Empire of the Crimson Moon. To be exact, she's the one who got shoved into Serena's body against her will. She's a soul chosen by Chemesis, who says she's supposed to change the world. That's how she ended up in this world, but she didn't even get hit by a truck or anything. She got sucked in while reading a novel, lying in her bed. Her body's still back on Earth, and it's alive. Rose's situation is different, so going back to her own world seems impossible for her. If Serena promises something, Rose will agree to tell her everything that's not described in the novel. She offered a partnership since she's supposed to help the Crown Prince. According to the story, he's a cruel tyrant. Everyone around him dies. Rose thought so too. She was afraid of Calix, the crazy tyrant, but now everything's different. Now she lives here and is Calix's personal servant. She'll do everything in her power for him. So Rose, along with Serena Tianel, or rather Kim Hee-sung, decided to figure out the situation, comparing the times they arrived here. Look, the bottom line is, both Chemesis and Mauritius are real pieces of work. Mauritius summoned Cheirin first. Then, finding out about it, Chemesis linked with Earth and brought Haseong's soul into this world. They both ended up here to change the fate of this world. Looks like these so-called absolutes can control other worlds too, one way or another. From that day on, they and Haseong became partners. Luckily, they managed to connect and talk. Now, like nothing happened, they need to get back home. But as soon as Rosa got back to the palace, it turned out Calix wasn't asleep. He was waiting for her. Hard to swallow that a maid would go for a stroll at a time like this, when monsters are crawling all over the place. Figuring she was ignoring his request, Calix demanded she tell him what she was up to. He's guessing Rosa went to see that girl. Judging by her face, he's right. Turns out he knows it's Serena Tianel, but he's not about to reveal how he knows that. So Rose is starting to think he's head over heels for her and believes she's his destiny. Truth is, the Crown Prince overheard them. Serena was chatting with a maid in their own language, and that language is definitely out there. Plus, she didn't feel a single pang of guilt while tearing down that sacred place. Calix figures out that he and Rose are in similar situations, but she still thinks he's smitten. Denying it, the prince is ready to keep saying he's not interested in other women. He's just asking Rose to be careful. And more than anything, he doesn't want to lose her, because she's playing with fire. That evening, the Prince of Phosnia called his inner circle together for an emergency meeting. Aaron agrees that Lady Rose should be moved to a room closer to Calix. It'll be safer for everyone. But he doesn't get why they need to knock down the wall between the rooms. That's seriously overkill. So Calix wants the maid to swear she won't leave the palace without his say-so. If he doesn't keep an eye on her, she'll get into some kind of trouble again. If anything happens to Rose, Calix wouldn't be able to handle it. It's their own little world, just the two of them. Seeing how things are, Roll thinks it'd be better to fire Rose as a maid and make her the crown princess. That would be better than all the rumors flying around about them. But Rose thinks that's the last thing they should do. According to her, His Highness's reputation, barely recovered, is tanking again. That can't happen. Getting married at 19? The average age for marriage where she's from is 31. Still, Roll's convinced that if they spread rumors about Rose dating Aaron, no one would believe the other stuff anymore. The Astanya family were aristocrats under Revlon. If anything, the Crown Prince might get blamed for the Mauritius situation. They're both waiting for His Highness's answer, to see if he thinks now's the time to pop the question. But through all the chaos, the only thing that stuck in his head was why. At 31 years old, Roll knows he's pushing his luck asking this again, but he needs to know if the crown prince has completely lost it.